Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Is that witch's charm really as strong as you claim? Stark leaned back in his chair, unimpressed. You're telling me no man can resist her? That's a little dramatic. You're underestimating us. Thor's jaw tightened. Do not doubt Sif's words, Stark. Lorelei is dangerous. Even I do not know if I could resist her. Thor's memory was vivid. Back then, Lorelei's magic had nearly united the 9 realms under her sway. The kingdoms had been so afraid that no men were sent to fight her. Entire armies were made of women. Even his mother had gone to the front lines, while Odin locked him in the palace to train. And if there is a man who could resist, Thor added, his eyes narrowing, it certainly would not be you, playboy. Excuse me. Stark shot forward in his chair. I'll have you know, I'm a one-woman man now. Pepper's the only one I listen to. I don't care what this Lorelei has. Sif cut in, her voice firm. You don't understand. Lorelei's victims don't simply lust after her. They believe she is their true love. Even if Pepper herself stood in the way, you would strike her down without hesitation. And the worst part, Sif's eyes darkened. You'd remember everything. You'd still know Pepper was once your world. But Lorelei would matter more. The room went still. Stark's sarcasm faltered, his skin crawling at the thought. That's sick, he muttered. Is there a way to break it? Steve leaned forward, ever the practical one. There are 2, Sif replied, everyone's eyes fixed on her. First, Lorelei must die. A hard light flashed across her face. Second, she set a golden collar on the table. This artifact, if clasped around her neck, her magic dissolves and her thralls awaken. Relief swept the table. At least it wasn't hopeless. Good. Then we'll send a female strike team. Maria Hill spoke quickly. Outside of Romanoff and Wanda, you men should stay out of this one. If she gets to you, we're finished. Even female operatives won't be enough, Sif warned. Lorelei is a warrior as well as a witch. Alone, she's still a formidable opponent. Stronger than most of Midgard, her body rivals mine. Her only weakness is skill. Her technique isn't as sharp. Natasha crossed her arms. So even without an army, she's a problem. Add Loki at her side, and it's worse. Exactly, Sif said, which is why we must strike before she builds a force. Delay will only make her stronger. Steve frowned. Finding her is the problem. Earth is big, and she and Loki won't exactly put out an address. You don't need to search. The voice slithered through the room, cold and mocking. The Avengers shot to their feet. Loki, Thor roared, scanning the chamber. Wanda closed her eyes, then pointed sharply. There, in the corner. The air shimmered, Loki's illusion dissolving as he stepped into view, hands raised in mock peace. Hold, he said smoothly. I've not come to fight. I've come to help. A turn from shadow to light, if you will. His gaze flickered briefly toward Wanda. She'd pierced his disguise, and he'd taken note. The Avengers exchanged wary looks. Help us. Natasha's tone dripped with doubt. That's right. Loki smiled faintly. You want Lorelei? So do I. We are not on the best of terms. Do you think we're idiots? Stark barked. What's the con this time, Bambi? Another fake arrest? Another backstab? Loki only shrugged, utterly unfazed. I carry information you desperately need. Refuse to hear it, and you'll regret it. The team stiffened. They knew his tricks. But if there was even a chance he had a lead on Lorelei. Thor, Steve said quietly, he's your brother. What's your call? The corners of Loki's mouth curved into the faintest smirk. He knew that look in Thor's eyes. His brother's heart would always soften for him. Tell me your terms. Thor hesitated, but finally spoke. I'll hear them. But if you ask me to beg Father to pardon your crimes, that's beyond my power. Relax, brother. Loki smiled thinly. My request is simple. I only want Asgard to stop hunting me for 1 year. Surely that's not too much. Sif's grip on her sword tightened. Thor frowned, but before she could object, he cut in quickly. If your information is true, then my name is Thor. I will grant it. Loki exhaled slowly. Thor's name was ironclad. He would not break it. So, Stark interrupted, impatient. Where's the witch? Where's Lorelei hiding? Loki shook his head. Ah, you misunderstand. I quarreled with her. I don't know her exact location. The room chilled. Glares turned sharp. Then what is this great news? Natasha demanded. Loki's eyes gleamed as he delivered the blow. Your teammate, the one called Charlotte. He's already under Lorelei's charm. The words landed like thunder. What? Gasps filled the chamber. Charlotte, bewitched? It seemed impossible. He'd only been gone a few hours. Call him, Steve ordered. Stark dialed. Once. Twice. The call cut off. The line went dead. First he hung up. Now his phone's off. Stark's voice was grim. Hill immediately tried her direct channel through Charlotte's shield link. After a moment, she lowered the communicator with a sigh. He's blocked me. Loki's telling the truth. Charlotte is our enemy now. The room fell heavy. This was worse than New York. Charlotte wasn't just powerful. He knew all of their strengths, weaknesses, and secrets. With Lorelei beside him, the Earth's defenses could collapse in days. Now you see why you must trust me, Loki said smoothly, clearly enjoying their alarm. Without me, you'd still be blind. Shut up, Stark snapped, fist clenching. Every instinct screamed to put on his armor and blast Loki into dust. If Loki hadn't brought Lorelei to Earth, none of this would have happened. Thor glared, and Loki wisely fell silent. What do we do? Natasha muttered. The question hung over them all. With Charlotte gone, and the men vulnerable to Lorelei, the odds looked hopeless. Not hopeless, Steve said firmly, forcing strength into his tone. If we can distract Charlotte, hold him long enough, Sif and Natasha can collar Lorelei with that artifact. Free Charlotte, and the tide turns. Stark seized on it. Right. We just need to buy time. And when Charlotte's free, I'll make sure he never lives down being mind-controlled by a witch. His tone was light, but his eyes betrayed the weight of the plan. Sif nodded. It's dangerous, but it's the only way. Natasha crossed her arms. There's still one problem. We don't know where they are. Lorelei could hide anywhere, and Charlotte knows how to cover his tracks. Charlotte isn't the problem, Wanda said suddenly. We can't find Lorelei. But Charlotte? He's S.H.I.E.L.D. There must be records we can track. Hill shook her head. Impossible. Charlotte has emergency caches across the globe. Cache, weapons, identities. None of it's tied to S.H.I.E.L.D. He's trained in counter-surveillance. If he doesn't want to be found, even satellites won't help. The weight settled over them again. A magician with agent training. He could disappear anywhere. Not quite. Loki interjected, his voice oily. Lorelei doesn't want to hide. She's commanding Charlotte to build her a palace. A queen needs her throne. After all, their movements will not be subtle. Palace, Natasha murmured. Eyes lit up around the table. Of course, Lorelei's pride would betray her. A fortress, a grand hall, some monumental place. All they needed to do was watch for it. I'll have agents monitor construction and landmark reports immediately, Hill said, pulling her communicator. But before she could send the order, her device buzzed sharply. An urgent incoming call from S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Hill answered. Report. A panicked voice burst through. Director, it's bad. Agent Charlotte has betrayed us. He's leading people inside headquarters right now. The room froze. Charlotte, they broke into S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters? Hearing the news from the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, everyone in the meeting room couldn't help but look at each other, full of surprise. They were still struggling to find Charlotte and the others just now, lest the other party would hide. Who knew that Charlotte didn't play cards according to the routine and directly stole the house? However, the headquarters building of S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed majestic enough. It is a big palace. It's really Charlotte's style. Stark's words made those who were familiar with Jinlaw nod at the same time. Charlotte is always so unexpected. It's hard to guess. Not good. Hill thought of other problems, and a look of panic appeared on his face immediately, and he said worriedly, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. With Charlotte's strength, by the time they rush over, headquarters may have already fallen. And most of the agents in SHIELD are men. If SHIELD headquarters falls, then Lorelei will definitely not let go of so many well-trained fighters, and the agents will also become her subordinates. Things are much more difficult now. After being reminded by Hill, other people also thought of this situation and said depressedly, Charlotte will really give us problems. The fall of SHIELD headquarters means that SHIELD can no longer provide effective help for this operation, and now the Avengers are really fighting alone. The Avengers now not only need to deal with Lorelei and Charlotte, they also need to deal with a large number of agents in SHIELD-08. Tisk tut. Loki on the side looked at the Avenger who fell into a disadvantage again and couldn't help but feel very relieved, telling you to target him so much at the beginning. Now you have suffered retribution. Whether the Avengers fail or Lorelei is arrested, Loki will be happy because he has enmity with both sides, and he doesn't think it's a big deal anyway. However, Loki wants to be the crowd, but Thor has no intention of letting him go. Loki, what do you think we should do? Thor noticed the gloating Loki and couldn't help asking him, do you have any good plans? While Loki is always up to no good, his strategy is undeniable, and maybe he can figure something out. Loki was taken aback. He didn't expect Thor to come and ask for his help. He couldn't help laughing and said, why should I help you? I have given you the news. I got what I wanted. Our deal is over. He didn't forget the last time the group of guys surrounded him and threatened him, because it was the scene where the big green man beat him madly. You tried so hard to deal with us last time but failed, but this time that Lorelei can put us in trouble so easily. Thor said fiercely, it seems that my brother is not as good as her. Loki knows Thor, but Thor also knows Loki, who is also a haughty man, very proud of his great intelligence. Moreover, Loki is also a person who will take vengeance, and he holds grudges very much. Since he reported the secret because he had a falling out with Lorelei, Thor must have suffered a loss for his brother, and Loki can't swallow this breath. Facts have proved that Thor is not a man without wisdom. Otherwise, he would not be selected by Odin as the successor of Asgard. But he prefers to trust his own power emperor. I'm not as good as that brainless woman. Sure enough, Loki also became angry immediately and said angrily, isn't she just a witch who can only charm people? I promised to help you. Thor actually thinks he is inferior to that witch, which Loki can't bear, and compared to the Avengers, now Loki hates Lorelei for a while. I can take Sif and the others to sneak in quietly. I believe that a group of agents who don't understand magic can't see through my illusion. Loki paused, turned his head to look at Hill, and said, definitely, I'm not Japanese for this favor. I can't leave Midgard right now. I need to stay here for a while, looking for a new space gap to go to other countries. You can't communicate with me during this period. Anger is anger, but Loki is not a person who suffers casually, and the necessary conditions still need to be negotiated. Regarding Loki's conditions, Hill bowed his head and thought for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Yes, as long as you don't make troubles on Earth, we SHIELD can temporarily turn a blind eye to you. Compared to Loki, the problem on Lorelei's side is more serious now. Hill decided to make a concession, but still threatened. But if you dare to make any plans against the Earth, I guarantee that you will be arrested immediately. That's right. If you dare to endanger the Earth, the previous promise will be cancelled. Thor also said, I will arrest you myself, Loki. Definitely. I promise I'll be safe. Loki smiled slightly, agreeing on the surface, but laughed in his heart. He is the god of mischief. How could he keep his promise? At the same time, in the Tricurve Wing building, a fallen knight in dark armor and a beautiful brunette walked slowly into the chief's office on the top floor. SHIELD headquarters has fallen, and all the agents who resisted were either knocked out by Charlotte or controlled by Lorelei's charm, and there was no room for resistance at all. But this is also expected. After the Hydra undercover incident, SHIELD has not recovered. A large number of agents were sent out to help the branch rebuild. The defense strength of the headquarters is far worse than before. Otherwise, even if it really falls, it won't be so fast either. How about it? Charlotte put back the armor on her body, looked at Lorelei beside her, and asked with a smile, "Are you not satisfied with this palace?" In fact, Charlotte knew that she was very satisfied with SHIELD headquarters when she saw the progress bar of pleasure value suddenly rising above Lorelei's head without the other party answering. The palace that Charlotte told Lorelei at the beginning was the SHIELD headquarters. This place looks more majestic than the president's White House, and the area and defense force far exceed the White House. The most important thing is that the reason Charlotte came up with the idea here was that he wanted to borrow Lorelei's knife to do something. "I'm so lucky to have found you." Lorelei walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows, looked down at the palace that already belonged to her, then turned her head and raised her eyebrows at Charlotte and said with satisfaction, "You really surprised me. My knight." Charlotte not only helped her find the palace, but also provided so many guards as gifts, which made her very satisfied. "This is what I should do." Charlotte walked behind Lorelei and said modestly, "I am willing to die for you. Every man is willing to die for you." Charlotte found that this Lorelei liked men's compliments to her very much, especially his compliments, and the pleasure value rose very quickly. So for the mission, Charlotte doesn't mind saying some nasty things. Anyway, she doesn't need money. "No, you're very different from the fighters I used to be." Lorelei turned to face Charlotte, appreciatively praised. "You are stronger and better. You are the warrior I've been looking for, a real warrior." "Yes." Charlotte scratched her head. "So I'm so good. You have found a satisfactory palace for me, and brought me so many battles." Lorelei caressed Charlotte's body. Her eyes sparkled with lust. She stuck out her tongue and licked her lips and said temptingly, "I will give you a gift as a reward, a gift that only you are qualified to take pleasure." Lorelei 203 has always believed that men should be her lowly slaves. Even the warriors who almost conquered the 9 kingdoms for her back then were no exception. But during the short time with Charlotte in front of her, although she was very respectful to her, she always gave Lorelei a different feeling, as if she hadn't conquered him yet. Charlotte became even more interested. Definitely, the most important thing is that Charlotte is strong enough. This is the warrior she has always wanted to conquer. 4. Charlotte noticed Lorelei's predator-like eyes and couldn't help but be taken aback. Every time one showed such eyes, he would have to work hard all night. There is such a rich hidden reward for this mission. Charlotte wondered to herself, am I a beast, or am I not as good as a beast? He has a girlfriend, and he betrayed his lust for the mission. Thinking about it, he's a little excited. However, it is clear that Lorelei does not intend to let Charlotte make the decision. She is the queen, and Charlotte has no right to refuse her. Lorelei directly pushed Charlotte down on the office chair, and the whole person rushed towards him like a wild cheetah, riding on Charlotte, pressing Charlotte firmly, not letting him move. Charlotte was surprised to find that Lorelei's strength was far superior to his, and he couldn't break free with his own strength. Is this the power a witch should have? My warrior, the time has come to serve the queen. Lorelei took off the long gauze dress on her body, touched Charlotte's chest with a pair of jade hands, and there was a hint of sensual charm hidden in her voice. Let me see your combat power. Well, since you can't resist, lie down and enjoy. Charlotte thought so. Pleasure value plus 300. Pleasure value plus 500. Pleasure value plus 400. Pleasure value plus 700. The progress of the pleasure value above Lorelei's head jumped greatly every 10 seconds and continued to rise steadily, which lasted for nearly half an hour. Definitely, Charlotte doesn't have time to pay attention to this right now. The system prompts are temporarily left behind by him, and Charlotte is dealing with the wild attack of Lorelei. Pleasure value plus 10,000. Following a large jump in a value, Lorelei fell on Charlotte slightly convulsively, and the two stopped communicating and stopped fighting. The office fell into silence for a while, except for the panting of the two people. Ding! The task, which piledriver, is completed, and the reward skill is to play the Gwent card. Let's play Gwent. Active skill. Effect. Select a target to activate the skill. Invite the other party to play a game of Gwent with you. 2 out of 3 rounds. The system provides Gwent card sets, The target cannot refuse and is forced to enter the card-playing mode. Note: during the card game, both parties are equivalent to being in a safe zone and can be watched, but cannot be hurt or disturbed. The host proposes a bet, and the target must bet on chips equal to or greater than the value of the bet chosen by the host, and the winner can win all bets. Note: the bet will be contracted. Once the game is over, the system will force the distribution, even if the host loses. Please choose the bet carefully. Evaluation: the badge of the Witcher is trembling. There must be a Gwent player nearby. How should I put it? This is a very interesting skill. Considering the possibility of Charlotte losing cards, this will not be a skill that is completely beneficial to Charlotte. It tends to provide Charlotte with an alternative PK platform. Charlotte can't guarantee that she will win. After all, playing cards is partly a matter of skill and partly depends on luck. Definitely, it depends on how Charlotte uses it. If Charlotte is up against some strong or tricky opponents, maybe she can make some inconsequential bets and use this skill to buy time for her teammates. When I first arrived, I thought there was nothing good about this backward country. After resting for a while, Lorelei, who was dripping with sweat, lay on Charlotte's chest and said with satisfaction, "However, there are excellent soldiers like you in this country who satisfy me. It was a wise decision to choose here in the first place." After a pause, Lorelei's eyes suddenly became deep. As if she was recalling something, she subconsciously said, "For the past 600 years, I have been locked in a dark and cold cage. My throat was shackled, and I couldn't utter a word. Sound, that is really a kind of torture." A trace of weakness appeared on Lorelei's face. For some reason, she wanted to tell Charlotte the loneliness she had been imprisoned for these years. There is nothing to be afraid of. Charlotte felt the trembling, delicate body in her arms and comforted, "You have already jumped out. But Sif is still after me. She won't stop." Lorelei shook her head. Fear and fear flickered in her eyes. "Asgard won't let me go. They won't stop. I will never have peace." In fact, Lorelei gave up her desire to conquer the 9 kingdoms a long time ago. She was imprisoned by Asgard for 600 years, and now she wants to be free even more. She doesn't even want to go back to the 9 kingdoms anymore. But Lorelei's charm magic is really too threatening, and it is impossible for the 9 kingdoms to let her go. This is why Lorelei is eager to find soldiers. She doesn't want to go back to that cold cage. In order to protect herself, Lorelei has to come to the Earth to form an army to fight against Asgard and other countries. I see. Charlotte suddenly realized that this is the winner and loser. Even though Lorelei no longer had the ambition to conquer the 9 kingdoms, the threats from Asgard still had to force her to take this path. "Rest assured," Charlotte vowed, "with me, you will not go back to the cage again." Since Lorelei gave him such a special reward, Charlotte should return a gift anyway. With his friendship with Asgard, he might be able to persuade Odin not to trouble Lorelei anymore. "I believe in my warriors." Lorelei obviously misunderstood what Charlotte meant, put away the weakness on her face, and regained her arrogance. "You are strong, and you'll be able to protect the queen." But there is still a trace of worry in the depths of the eyes. The strength of Asgard is not something to talk about casually. It is the leader of the 9 kingdoms. "Okay, my queen, it's time for me to get busy." Charlotte patted Lorelei's smooth back and suggested, "I believe that my teammates must be on their way here. I need to step up my guard to prevent them from sneaking in and threatening the queen." Definitely, this is just an excuse for Charlotte to leave temporarily. In fact, Charlotte has been monitoring the location of all the Avengers members with the Wicked map, and he knows exactly where Stark and the others are now. Charlotte brought Lorelei to Pry's headquarters, not just to please her. He has his own affairs to attend to. He came to SHILD this time, mainly to get acquainted with the grave accent moths, that is, the few senior executives who want to seize power with Hill. 1. Charlotte deliberately didn't let Lorelei charm those people, and temporarily threw them in the prison cell. Charlotte planned to take this opportunity to beat those guys who didn't know the so-called. "Well, my warrior, I'm sure you won't let your queen down." Lorelei stood up reluctantly and said with indifference, "If you manage your teammates well, I can reward you once again if you have done a good job in escorting them. Lorelei's ecstatic, beautiful eyes gave Charlotte a slight shock, revealing the predator's desire and dissatisfaction again. It's my honor. Charlotte quickly picked up the clothes on the ground and ran out quickly, yelling in her heart that she couldn't take it anymore. As a witch, Lorelei's physical strength far surpasses Charlotte's. The membrane method communication just now has always been a female superior. It's too embarrassing. For the first time, Charlotte wants a power boost. Chi, chi, chi. Lorelei looked at Charlotte, who was running away, covered her small mouth yin, chin to Zhao, and smiled. Sure enough, Charlotte is different from those warriors who will only obey orders completely. Soldiers who are too docile are boring. P.S. Some readers may not know what Gwent is. It is a card system in Necromancer 3, Wild Hunt, Wild Gambling, and its gameplay is similar to Hearthstone, and Witch Piledriver, and Let's Play Gwent card are also the stocks of Necromancer Sonley. Needless to say, the former understands funny, while the latter stocks are similar to NPC. My wife has been missing for several days. I am very worried about her. Can you help me find her as soon as possible? Player, let's play Gwent. NPC, I'm the Gwent card master in our village. Or, player, have you seen my daughter? She must be in danger right now. NPC, do you want to play Gwent? Player, definitely. My northern deck is Thief 6. Looks like my teammates are coming. Charlotte, who left Lorelei, walked downstairs to the prison room, constantly changing the navigation target and paying close attention to the movements of the Avengers' teammates. At the current speed of Captain America and the others, they should be able to reach the vicinity of headquarters in about 10 minutes. In less than half an hour, their actions will start. It seems that I have to speed up a bit. Charlotte intends to settle her own affairs before her teammates come. After a while, Charlotte came to the confinement room, where several heavily armed male agents were on guard and ordered to guard the prisoners inside. Sir, good. An agent noticed Charlotte walking this way and hurried forward to say hello. What's your order? At the same time, his eyes were constantly scanning Charlotte's back, as if looking for something. The queen is tired and resting. Charlotte saw the other party's thoughts at a glance and replied, The queen asked me to interrogate these guys. How are they honest? That's it. Hearing that Lorelei didn't come, several agents seemed a bit disappointed, but they quickly cheered up and said solemnly, Sir, they are very honest and did not resist. Well, then you continue to watch over. Charlotte smiled slightly and opened the door to enter the prison room, but before stepping in, she seemed to remember something, turned her head, and reminded, Please inform others. My teammates are coming soon. Let the agents strengthen the 533 vigilance, and we must not let them get in. Yes, sir. We will never let the Avengers hurt the Queen, not even the Chief. The agents yelled frantically. I swear to protect the Queen. They were all under Lorelei's charm magic, although they kept their memories and thoughts. But they first thought about Lorelei. Her excellence was the highest, even surpassing their lives and agent missions. Why do I have the déjà vu feeling of seeing a Hydra warrior? Is this Lorelei's charm magic? Charlotte had some lingering fears, but luckily she was immune to the charm. Otherwise, wouldn't she be like these agents? Keep working hard. The Queen's glory shines on you. Charlotte shook her head slightly, then turned and walked into the prison cell. As soon as she entered the door, Charlotte saw a large conference table. A dozen SHIELD high-level personnel dressed in suits, standing, seemed to be discussing something anxiously. Although Charlotte called it a prison room, it was actually a meeting room. When Charlotte caught them, they seemed to be holding a secret meeting here. A secret meeting without a director. Hi, long time no see, Ms. Thomas Jefferson. Charlotte directly greeted a skinny black female agent. However, I am quite surprised to see you here, my Lord Dean. You're not managing agent students in the academy. What are you doing here? You know, the branches of SHIELD are rebuilding now, but students are in great need of replenishment, so you can't leave your post without permission. Thomas Jefferson is someone Charlotte is more familiar with among these people. She is the dean of the SHIELD Agent Academy, and Charlotte met her when she went to the academy to report on the first day. This is also the reason for Hill's embarrassment. This Thomas controls the ideological education of the aged students, especially now that SHILD is being rebuilt and needs a large number of new agents to supplement. If this continues, the future SHILD may not really be her at the helm. Regarding Charlotte's question, Thomas felt a little guilty, but quickly said righteously, "Charlotte Agent, as a SHILD high-level personnel, I have the authority to come to the headquarters. But what are you trying to do by breaking into meetings and seizing us? Are you trying to rebel?" They're going to discuss some things in secret while Hill was out, but this Charlotte broke into their meeting and imprisoned them here. Because Lorelei betrayed the agent, the speed of capturing headquarters was too fast, so these guys didn't have time to understand the situation outside, and they didn't know that headquarters had fallen now, so they thought it was Charlotte's own action. But it can be regarded as a wrong guess. This is indeed Charlotte's own plan, but Charlotte borrowed Lorelei's name. He only attacked the headquarters when he was charmed, not by himself. Anyway, the agents of SHILD headquarters are all bewitched now. The law does not blame everyone. Charlotte would charge a small penalty at most, but as long as these restless guys can be dealt with, it's worth the price. After all, in the final analysis, SHIELD director is still Hill, and she will never punish Charlotte too much, especially if Charlotte is still helping her. "Look at what you said so seriously, it scared me to death." Charlotte quickly patted her chest, with a trace of fear on her face, but she seemed to suddenly think of something and change the topic. "No, I'm also a high-level member of SHILD. Strictly speaking, I also have the right to attend the meetings of SHILD high-level personnel, so it is not considered trespassing. It's you guys who held a secret meeting here, but didn't notify Director Hill. I'm afraid it wasn't me who wanted to rebel." "Okay, Thomas." Thomas was about to refute, but was interrupted by an old voice. "Charlotte Agent's authority is not lower than ours. There is nothing wrong with what he said." "Charlotte Agent, nice to meet you." A white-haired old man stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows and looked down at the outside world. He turned around slowly, looked at Charlotte calmly, and said calmly, "I've heard Fury mention you many times, a young and promising agent, as good as your father. You must be Secretary General Gonzalez." Charlotte looked at the old man in a suit wearing glasses, recalled the information in her mind, and knew the identity of the other party. Gonzalez was originally the minister of a very important department. In SHILD, although Charlotte's authority level is similar to his, it is actually far inferior. After all, Charlotte seldom intervenes in the internal affairs of SHILD, while Gonzalez is a powerful management minister. However, after Pierce, the head of HYDRA, died, his position as Secretary General became vacant. Fury appointed Gonzalez as Secretary General in the name of retirement, which was actually paving the way for Hill. After all, Fury knows very well that the new director must arrange for his cronies to be in important departments, just like he arranged for Gonzalez, whom he trusted. This is a must. But obviously, Gonzalez is not reconciled to retiring like this, and wants to take advantage of Hill's new appointment to make troubles and regain power. "So, you're the boss here." Charlotte glanced at the people at the conference table and found that everyone fell silent, looking at Gonzalez, waiting for his speech. "No, we don't have a boss here." Gonzalez shook his head, leaning on a cane, walked slowly in front of Charlotte, and said slowly, "We are an equal group. We don't need a dictator. We make decisions through voting. We hope that SHILD it can be so." After a pause, Gonzalez continued, "Charlotte Agent, I know you belong to Hill's faction, but I have studied your information. You're not a person who likes to be restrained. Our philosophy should be more in line with you. Why not join us?" "That's right, Agent Charlotte. We can no longer follow orders blindly." Thomas Jefferson on the side also continued, "There are too many secrets that each generation of directors of SHILD has concealed from us. Leaders need to be responsible, not only to the people they serve, but also to those who manage with them. Responsible. Thank you for teaching me democracy, Mrs. Thomas Jefferson." Charlotte smiled slightly, but the smile was full of sarcasm. However, as a person from the Celestial Dynasty, I should know more about democracy than you. Besides, I don't intend to find so many bosses for myself. Agent is not a job suitable for democracy, especially the nature of SHIELD is to keep special secrets, and now they still ask the director to disclose the secrets. So, is it still SHIELD? As for my standing in line, Charlotte turned her head to look at Gonzalez and said, I've never belonged to any faction. If I insist, I'm from the SHIELD faction. I think the current SHIELD is good, and I don't feel constrained. On the contrary, the SHIELD you speak of makes me unable to see the future. Again, SHIELD needs an absolute voice to resist the constraints of the council. Otherwise, SHIELD will become a puppet of the council. Charlotte Agent. Well, you're not qualified to talk about equality. Gonzalez wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Charlotte, throwing out a document in his hand, and said in disgust, at least no one who advocates equal democracy is a racist. And you should also know my identity. I will not join a faction that discriminates against me. That was the content of the meeting they were holding just now, and Charlotte took a copy of the material when she caught them. On the way over, Charlotte looked through it with interest, but found a major conspiracy, a conspiracy against super ability users. They are discussing how to manage the superpowers all over the world. The proposals offered by each of them can be varied, including hunting and imprisoning, research experiments, and recruiting brainwashing. However, the plan provided by Gonzalez is quite benevolent, proposing to register all super ability users, but the following is not very friendly, depriving human identities and classifying them as special races. Seeing this, Charlotte couldn't help but wanted to grit her teeth, saying that she was no longer human. What's even more exasperating is that there are some supplementary explanations. What no longer enjoys regular laws, and special cases are treated specially. All in all, people with super abilities have a lower status than ordinary humans and belong to inferior citizens. No, they don't even have citizenship. What's even more outrageous is that many people voted for it. Charlotte was about to be annoyed. How did these guys get to the top of SHIELD? Have no brains? Charlotte guarantees that once this kind of clause comes out, all super ability users will definitely rebel, and the world will be in chaos. I can't even enjoy legal protection, so I still obey the law. When Gonzalez saw the document, his face changed slightly, but he still retorted, super ability people are the source of all chaos. They're the most unstable factors in society. They need to be controlled. Otherwise, they will definitely hurt ordinary people. Do you need me to show you if I'm unstable? Charlotte squinted her eyes, staring at Gonzalez with a dangerous gaze. What do you want? Gonzalez seemed to be frightened by Charlotte, took a few steps back, and pretended to be calm and said, We are both SHIELD. You dare to hurt us? I want to see the chief. He still thought that Charlotte detained them this time only because of Hill's order. I want to see Sister Hill. It should be fine. Charlotte smiled evilly and said, When our SHIELD agents catch her and the other Avengers, maybe you can talk to them more about this issue. As long as you live till then. What's the meaning? Everyone was confused for a while. Why did the agent of SHIELD deal with its chief and the Avengers? Now SHIELD has been ruled by Queen Lorelei. Charlotte said, As a powerful witch, her charm magic can make men do what they say. Treat her as a goddess, and SHIELD's agents will be her warriors and followers. Which? Charm magic? Gonzalez thought for a while, and immediately understood, and suddenly realized, no wonder the agent I brought seems to be a different person. The agents guarding outside are actually his faction. He originally ordered them to guard outside, but now he personally detains them. Gonzalez thought they had defected to Hill. Is this Charlotte also bewitched by that witch? Gonzalez looked at Charlotte in front of him and guessed secretly, and then seemed to remember something. His face was no longer calm. That is to say, he will not care about his identity now, and he may really hurt us. Thinking of this, Gonzalez calmed down all of a sudden and smiled flatteringly. Charlotte Agent, we don't mean to discriminate against people with super abilities. It's just that the council needs us to give some proposals. We're just discussing it, by the way. Please don't get me wrong. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Charlotte patted Gonzalez on the shoulder and smiled slightly. After all, I'm not charmed. I am very sober now. What? Gonzalez was taken aback, not only wondering why Charlotte attacked SHILD without being charmed, but also wondering why he would reveal this secret. 0. Seeking flowers. Hey, actually, before I saw this document, I was just going to beat you up a bit to make you settle down a bit. After all, you could be considered my seniors, and you have contributed to S.H.I.E.L.D. Charlotte sighed. A dangerous light flashed constantly in her eyes. However, now I plan to change my mind. I don't worry about people who are so hostile to super ability users staying in SHILD. I don't want to be backstabbed by SHILD in the future. Didn't you say you wouldn't hurt us? Hearing Charlotte's words, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and panic and fear flashed in their eyes. Yeah, I didn't intend to do it myself. Charlotte shrugged and explained innocently. So I plan to go out and tell those agents outside the door that you may threaten the life of their Lady Queen. 0. Believe me, I don't need to do it myself. They will defend their beliefs to the death. Anyway, they are agents of their faction. Let's use it. Anyway, there's a relationship of charm. Even if they kill their boss, they will be demoted at most, which is the treatment they would have received in the first place. Charlotte Agent, please spare us. Yeah, we will resign immediately and leave S.H.I.E.L.D. We won't be a threat to you anymore. For a moment, everyone in the conference room panicked and begged Charlotte for mercy. If Charlotte really does that, they can guarantee that their end will be miserable. This is like someone telling a Christian fanatic that someone can kill God or Jesus, and the believer will definitely kill the threat without hesitation in order to save his God. Don't worry, I will tell them to give you a good time. Charlotte ignored them, turned, and walked towards the door with a hint of coldness on the corner of her mouth. Definitely, even if they don't intend to give you a good time, it's okay. After all, this is much more comfortable than the plan for super ability users in your file. Charlotte couldn't believe that someone in SHILD dared to propose a plan to capture people with super abilities and conduct human experiments. Charlotte thought it was Hydra's style. Could it be that she's been invaded by Hydra's undercover agents for too long, and she has become so cruel? Under the desperate eyes of everyone, Charlotte closed the door, and after a while, several agents with guns walked into the conference room. At the same time, a stealth fighter landed quietly behind a small hill. Airplanes can only go here. In the cabin, Hill stood up and left the driver's seat, turned around and looked at the Avengers who were preparing for battle, and explained, "If we get any closer, we will be discovered by the detection system of SHILD headquarters. SHILD's defense system is very advanced, but Hill can't figure out why such an advanced and safe SHILD is always invaded by people. That's it." Captain America, holding a metal buckler, nodded, then turned his head to look at the others, and began to command. Then, as originally planned, we will act separately. We boys go distract Charlotte and hold each other. And Sif, Natasha Romanoff, and Wanda stand by outside the SHILD headquarters. After we give a signal, you sneak into the headquarters and capture the witch. After a pause, Captain America continued, "Remember, Natasha Romanoff, you don't have much time in the 200 because we may not be able to hold Charlotte for a long time. Charlotte may react at any time and leave directly to return to Lorelei, so you must make a quick decision. Charlotte's many magic abilities are not a secret among the Avengers. It is difficult for them to block a person who knows space magic." Clear. Everyone nodded, their eyes full of dignity. The most difficult problem in this operation was Charlotte. "Loki, you'd better be honest and don't think twice." Captain America looked at Loki, who was distracted by the scenery, and warned, "Otherwise, your end will be miserable. This operation is actually a gamble, and the Avengers can't guarantee that Loki will help them honestly. What if this time it's another trick he deliberately pulled up? I am your best choice at the moment. You can only trust me now." Loki understood Captain America's worry, smiled slightly, and said wickedly, "So please pray, Lorelei and I really fell out. Although Loki really wants to deal with Lorelai this time, he has nothing to do with the Avengers. Seeing them frightened, Loki is also very happy. This is the style of a mischievous god. Remember, try not to hurt the SHIELD agents. They are just charmed. If you catch that witch, they'll come here in peace. Captain America finally explained, and then clapped his hands. Okay, the action begins. The Avengers got off the plane together, and finally split into two teams, and dived towards the SHIELD headquarters a few kilometers away. SHIELD headquarters, Tricurve, Wing Building, Director's Office. Charlotte is sitting on the sofa, looking at the virtual map in front of her, constantly changing navigation targets, monitoring the whereabouts of the Avengers' teammates one by one. They acted separately? Charlotte saw the changes on the map in front of her, and couldn't help being a little surprised. Are there male and female teams? But Charlotte quickly reacted, figured out the captain's plan, and thought to herself, it seems that Tony and the captain are going to deal with me, and Sif and Natasha Romanoff are going to deal with Lorelai. It's not difficult to guess. After all, men are killed by Luo Lei Lake, and there are only two women in the Avengers, Natasha Romanoff and Wanda. Even if you add Sif, there are only three. It is difficult for them to compete with Charlotte and a large number of SHIELD agents under protection, take down Lorelai. Even if Charlotte is held back, it will be very difficult for Sif and the others to take down Lorelai. Not only do they have to face a large number of SHIELD agents, but Lorelai's original combat ability is also very strong. According to Lorelai, if Sif didn't have the sharp sword that Odin gave her, she would be worthy of Sif, and she could compete with Fong Ping. Having said that, though I'm done with SHIELD, Charlotte rubbed her chin, turned her head to look at Lorelai, who was looking down at her castle, and thought, however, my task is still a little short of pleasure. Although this task will not fail, and you can choose to end it at any time, but it is always a pity to complete the task imperfectly. A friendly membrane communication between the two of them made Lorelai's 100,000 pleasure points on top of her head only about 20,000 short of the full value. If not, brush it again. However, 20,000 pleasure points are still a bit too much. Should we do it again for half an hour? Charlotte shook her head and vetoed the idea. No, it will be embarrassing if Tony and the others call in on Zhengxing's head. Ding, release the task, smash my teammates. Defeat at least 5 Avengers, teammates, and reward 5 skills. Note, the teammate targets that must be defeated will be randomly selected by the system, and the drawn targets will also determine the skill attributes. The sudden task left Charlotte dumbfounded and very surprised. He wasn't surprised by the sudden release of the task, which seemed to Charlotte a long time ago, but he was surprised by the generous rewards of this task. The last time the Psychic Scepter task rewarded 2 skills, Charlotte felt that she had made a lot of money, but this time the task rewards are even more outrageous, with 5 skills all at once. Definitely, Charlotte will definitely not dislike the generous mission rewards. The more skills, the better. However, this task is obviously for Charlotte to make trouble, to attack her teammates or something. It's a little cool to think about it. In fact, Charlotte wanted to compete with her teammates a long time ago, but she never found the right opportunity. This time is a godsend opportunity. If the mission requirement is to defeat at least 5 teammates, then it's not much different from defeating all of them. Charlotte rubbed her chin and continued to think. After all, Avengers doesn't have many people now, except for myself. There are only 8 members. I don't know those teammates are so lucky can be drawn. Ding, the task targets that must be defeated have been drawn. Charlotte is thinking his task objectives and corresponding skill rewards have come out this time. Iron Man Tony Stark - Iron Man. Quicksilver Pietro. Maximov Pig suddenly advances. Captain America Steve, Luo Jess - 50 to 50. Hawkeye Clinton. Barton Master of Body Stroke. Thor - Lightning King. Good luck. Natasha Romanoff and Wanda were not drawn for the mission objective. Charlotte was a little thankful. Otherwise, he would have been a little embarrassed not to do it. After all, women are very vengeful. My queen, I sense my teammates. Charlotte squinted her eyes, stood up abruptly, and said to Lorelei, "I'm going to catch them now in 1.6 and drive them for you." It kills two birds with one stone. It can complete the task just released, and it can also increase Lorelei's pleasure value. Charlotte feels that she is really too smart. Very good. Lorelei turned around in surprise and praised. As expected, you are a perfect warrior. The queen has not misjudged you. At the moment, Lorelei is no longer wearing a light gauze dress, but has changed into a black tight-fitting women's agent suit, which makes her royal sister queen temperament more obvious. Then wait for my good news. Charlotte smiled, turned, and walked outside. At the same time, Charlotte locked the map navigation target on Stark and Captain America. All the goals of this mission are together, at least without Charlotte running away from each other. How should we lure Charlotte out? Stark and the others have quietly come to a hidden place outside the SHIELD headquarters, looking at the towering tri-curved wing building and the patrolling agents, feeling a little worried. It's not that easy to lure Charlotte away from the heavily guarded headquarters. Not to mention that they don't know Chu Shalawa's current location, so it's very difficult to attract only Charlotte and not Lorelei. Even if they did attract Charlotte, how to attract his hatred and let Charlotte leave here with them was the most important thing. After all, in their view, Charlotte is just being charmed, not stupid, and it's easy to see through it. If it is to attract Charlotte's hatred, Stark hesitated for a while, finally gritted his teeth, and said, "I think I have a way. When the time comes, I will lure Charlotte over." Any solution? Everyone was curious for a while, but there was no doubt. Among the Avengers, Stark is the closest to Charlotte, so it's not surprising that Stark knows something about Charlotte that they don't. "I know Charlotte's nickname from him playing Truth or Dare at one of my weekend parties," Stark said with some guilt, "but Charlotte doesn't like this nickname very much, so he won't let me say it, let alone call him 08 like that." There is indeed such a thing. Dr. Banner on the side nodded, confirmed what Stark said, and at the same time said with a wry smile, "I was also there at that party, and the three of us shared a lot of embarrassing things about ourselves. At that time, they were playing like crazy, and the question cards were full of explosive content. Dr. Banner even told how he felt with his ex-girlfriend for the first time, and Stark also told the time when he wet the bed for the last time. "Tony, are you really going to use this trick?" Dr. Banner turned his head to look at Stark and reconfirmed. "When we were playing, we swore that those embarrassing things will be kept secret and no fourth person will know. You know, Charlotte lost the least at that time, and there were not many embarrassing things that broke out, but he and Stark were much more miserable, but Charlotte held a lot of blame. After a while, I will temporarily close the mic so that no one else will know." "Do not." Pietro's face was full of gossip. "I'm curious, what is Charlotte's nickname that makes him so repulsive? As for the question of me calling him by his nickname this time," but Stark ignored him, just continued, "It's a special situation now. I'm here to save Charlotte. He will definitely understand me when he wakes up." Stark seemed to be comforting himself, but his tone was not very firm, feeling full of guilt. Now that the problem of attracting hate has been solved, Captain America was alert to the troubles nearby and said calmly, "Then the problem now is how to find Charlotte." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Hawkeye Barton beside him in a low voice. "Look at Charlotte. He's come out." Everyone followed Hawkeye Barton's finger, and a young Asian American just walked out of the tri-curved wing building in the distance, which was their target Charlotte. Good chance. All eyes were on Stark. It was time for him to appear. "If Charlotte is really angry, remember to rescue me in time." Stark took a deep breath and left the sentence. Two flames erupted from the feet of the steel battle suit, and his whole body soared into the sky, flying towards the tri-curved wing building. As soon as Stark set off, Captain America also arranged Charlotte's countermeasures. "Wait for Tony to bring Charlotte here." Captain America turned his head and said to Pietro, "Pietro, make a move first. Try to sneak attack and subdue Charlotte directly. It would be the best if he could subdue Charlotte directly, and it would save a lot of trouble." "Yes." Pietro began gearing up, eager to try. He was still unconvinced when he lost to Charlotte last time, so he had to pay back this time. If Pietro's sneak attack fails, then get ready for a delay. Captain America turned to Hawkeye Barton and arranged his tasks. When the time comes, Barton, you will be in charge of remote harassment and support. By the way, keep an eye on your surroundings. If there is any special situation, please notify us immediately. No problem. Falcon's hunting light flickered in Barton's piercing eyes. At the same time, a black folded metal longbow in his hand was thrown away. The quiver behind his back was turned, and arrows of various functions were ready at any time. Thor, you, me, and Tony are in charge of the frontal attack, and Charlotte must be suppressed. Captain America continued, remember, don't hold back. I don't need to say more about Charlotte's strength. We may not be able to hurt him. I see. Thor grimaced, clutching Mjolnir tightly in his hand. Since the last Asgard tour, Thor knows Charlotte's strength, and this will be a tricky fight. Pietro, you don't have to directly participate in the battle. Why? Pietro immediately interrupted the captain's words, dissatisfied. Although I've only joined the team not long ago, I can also participate in mission battles. He doesn't like others to take care of him as a newcomer. No, I didn't say you don't have to fight. Captain America shook his head and said, I just don't directly participate in the battle. You have more important tasks. Because of Charlotte's space magic, he may escape from our restraint and return to that which at any time. So we need your speed. You are on standby and on guard at any time. As long as Charlotte shows signs of using space magic to leave, you will immediately interrupt her. Charlotte's two space magics, the Avengers have studied on the way. One can appear behind others in an instant, but the distance is very short. And the other can span very large distances, even across galaxies, but there is a delay in activation. They have seen this space magic more than once, and every time a magical staircase will appear in front of Charlotte, and the teleportation can only be completed when Charlotte steps up the steps. Although it's only 1,700 feet, they can't stop it in time, but Pietro, who is extremely fast, can do it. When Captain America arranged everyone's tasks, Stark had already arrived in front of Charlotte. Tony, as soon as Charlotte walked out of the tri-curved wing building, she saw a steel battlesuit flying towards this side, and thought to herself, he was sent to lure me away? But is it really good to fly here, so openly? If you look at it like this, there is a conspiracy. Who will go with you? Definitely, Charlotte is definitely going to follow, but he still wants to see how Stark is going to trick him away. Enemy attack. Charlotte was about to think about it, but the agents next to her lost their composure and immediately pulled out their weapons and guns, aimed at the steel battle suit hanging in the sky, and wanted to fire. Don't shoot, it won't hurt Iron Man. Charlotte waved her hand and stopped. Leave it to me, you just need to protect the Queen. Yes, sir. But the agents didn't put away their guns. They were still guarding against Stark for fear that the other party would threaten Lorelei now. Tony, you're here. Charlotte looked up at Stark with a smile on her face, like a host welcoming guests. However, Charlotte's smile soon froze and finally turned in a gnashing of teeth. Just because of Stark's words. Pippi Xiao, let's go. Stark! An exasperated low cry squeezed out from between Charlotte's teeth. Looking at the guilt-ridden Stark in the sky, a bit of anger flashed in her eyes. I tell you, you are finished. Charlotte's body shone with light. A set of pitch-black battle armor was put on his body. A sharp knife was clenched in his right hand, and the dull voice sounded again. Jesus can't save you today, Charlotte said. Originally based on the relationship between Stark and him, Charlotte thought about attacking Stark lightly. But now, if he doesn't dismantle the other steel battle suit, his Charlotte name will be written upside down in the future. Stark was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted. His face changed drastically. He quickly flew up and turned around, and quickly returned to the direction he came from. Definitely, Stark didn't forget his mission. He turned his head while flying, and noticed that Charlotte was really catching up. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Charlotte, he's catching up. But my heart is very complicated. I don't know whether to be grateful for successfully attracting Charlotte's hatred, or worry about being retaliated by Charlotte in the future. It's just a nickname. Stark prayed. Hope Charlotte doesn't hold a grudge. However, he obviously underestimated Charlotte's hatred this time, and Charlotte will not retaliate against him in the future. Because Charlotte. Stark didn't keep his promise. Charlotte chased after Stark murderously, annoyed. I told him clearly, I don't like people calling me Pippi. Pippi was Charlotte's childhood nickname, because Charlotte was so naughty at that time, so his parents called him Pippi. It's just that Charlotte doesn't like this nickname and never let others call him that, except for some acquaintances since childhood. No one knows his nickname. And now, Stark not only called it, but even added a word, God TM Pipixia. If Stark knew what Charlotte was thinking, he would be wronged. He just thought that Charlotte might dislike the nickname Pippi. So Stark decided to add Charlotte's surname and changed it to Pipixia, hoping that Charlotte would not be so repulsive, but he didn't expect to make Charlotte even more annoyed. But anyway, Stark's goal was achieved. Soon, the red and black suits, chasing one after the other, gradually moved away from the Sichyaldi headquarters and began to approach the battlefield where Captain America and the others ambush. I'm almost there. Are you ready? As early as the moment Charlotte caught up, Stark reconnected to the mic in the team and notified Captain America that they were ready. I saw you and Charlotte. Captain America noticed Stark galloping in the distance, followed by a dark fallen knight. Although he couldn't fly, the opponent's speed on the ground was not much slower than Stark's steel battle suit. Ready to fight. Charlotte is coming. Captain America quickly turned his head to look at his latent teammates and whispered, Remember, we must buy enough time for Natasha Romanoff and the others. Everyone stared closely at Charlotte, who was following closely behind. The atmosphere was a little tense and dignified, ready to attack at any time. It's now. Stark's steel battle suit didn't stop and flew over the sky, and Charlotte also came to the center of the crowd's ambush. Captain America quickly issued an order from the headset, Pietro. As soon as the words fell, a black figure couldn't wait to flash out from behind a boulder that Charlotte had just passed, leaving behind after images on the way, and rushed towards Charlotte's back. Charlotte didn't see me. Pietro looked at Charlotte, who was so close and unaware. He was overjoyed. This sneak attack will be successful. This is Pietro's first mission to join the Avengers, and Charlotte is valued so much by the teammates of the Avengers. If he can make a major contribution in this operation and successfully subdue Charlotte, then the teammates will definitely impress by him. But Pietro apparently forgot about the first time he and Charlotte played against each other. But it didn't matter. He quickly remembered. Love Island repeated itself. This trick again. As if he just attacked a phantom, Pietro passed directly through Charlotte's body without touching the entity, and ran for a long distance before barely stopping. Looking back at Charlotte, who didn't stop, his face was full of disbelief. The first time they fought, he sneaked up on Charlotte, and it was the same situation, and he missed it. But why did Charlotte know about my sneak attack? Last time a sneak attack failed, Pietro could explain it with Charlotte's quick response, but this time he deliberately chose to sneak attack behind Charlotte, and it failed unexpectedly. Could it be that Chong Luo also has eyes behind him? Pietro doesn't know that Charlotte has never been a person who can be attacked casually, and his spider telepathy can remind him of danger at any time. What's more, Charlotte knew about their existence from the beginning. Want to attack me? Hee. Charlotte glanced casually at the stunned Pietro, ignored him, and continued to hunt Stark nonstop. His hate value is now on Stark. It has to be said that if Stark is AT, his taunt is very successful. Sneak attack failed. Prepare to enter delaying tactics. Captain America no longer lurked and stopped in front of Charlotte, wanting to try to wake her up, and said sincerely, Charlotte, wake up. You are an Avenger. We are your teammates. We don't want to fight with you. Definitely, Captain America doesn't hold out too much hope. Sif has explained the power of Lorelei's charm magic. It's just that they're mainly trying to buy time for Natasha Romanoff and the others. It would be great if they could just chat to pass the time instead of fighting Charlotte. However, Captain America was obviously going to be disappointed. Charlotte still just glanced at him, not intending to talk nonsense with him at all, and charged towards him with a sharp knife in hand. Charlotte suddenly changed her mind. He decided to keep Stark for the last, and then treat Zhao well. After a while, Charlotte rushed in front of Captain America. The sharp blade in her hand flashed a terrifying light, and slashed at the opponent like cutting through space. Looks like we have to fight. Captain America helplessly raised the buckler in his hand and quickly raised it above his head, trying to defend against the sharp blades swung by Charlotte. Not good. It's dangerous. Captain America, who had just set up the shield, suddenly sent a few hints of danger warning from his experienced intuition. Captain, be careful behind you. At the same time, anxious reminders from teammates came from my ears, and there was a whistling wind behind me, as if something was coming. Charlotte's figure disappeared in front of him at some point, and appeared behind him, her left hand turned into a knife, slashing fiercely at the back of the captain's neck, which was full of flaws, and he had no time to dodge or turn around to block. The situation suddenly became critical. Chua, at the moment of crisis, a sharp arrow pierced the air in the distance and shot rapidly from Charlotte's right. The black arrow was still flashing red. It's an arrow that explodes. Charlotte was very impressed with this kind of arrow, so she could only temporarily give up her plan to continue attacking Captain America and took a few steps back to avoid the sharp arrow. Although Charlotte can't hurt him with the armor on her body, it doesn't feel good to explode directly next to her. Boom! The sharp arrow that passed between Charlotte and Captain America pierced deeply into the ground not far away and exploded, blasting a deep pit, and the broken mud splashed everywhere. Surround Wei and Save Zhao. Hawkeye Barton, who was standing on a huge tree trunk nearly 100 meters away from the battlefield, shot a few more arrows and exploded one after another, forcing back Charlotte, who was planning to continue attacking. Captain, it seems that Charlotte is here for real this time. Thor and Stark quickly came to Captain America and stood still, looking at Charlotte, who was 10 meters away on the opposite side, with serious eyes flashing in their eyes. Do I need to make a move? In the headsets of Captain America and the others, a timid voice asked, Do you need me to hand over that guy? Dr. Banner hid not far from the battlefield, but did not participate in the battle. He just watched the battle of his teammates worriedly. No, Captain America denied it all and said firmly, You are the last trump card, and you must not make a move until it is necessary. Hulk has too many unstable factors. To put it bluntly, 973 is a wild and untamed beast. No one knows if he will be awakened, whether the Avengers will have an extra helper or an extra opponent. In particular, Hulk is fond of Charlotte, at least more friendly than them. All right, Dr. Banner also understood the concerns of his teammates, but there was nothing he could do. He has never been able to control Hulk's thoughts and actions, which is why he has always wanted to get rid of him. Watch out, Charlotte is here again. As soon as Captain America refused Dr. Banner's request to join the battle, Charlotte charged again and had to raise her shield to fight. Thor will be the main force, and Tony and I will assist from the side. Charlotte, I've been looking forward to a fight with you. Thor took the lead, picked up Mjolnir, and swung it vigorously, and directly smashed the whole body towards Charlotte with the hammer. Stark's steel battle suit also flew rapidly, and Captain America followed closely, ready to assist Thor at any time. Clang! A deafening metal impact sounded, and Thor's Mjolnir was blocked by Charlotte's horizontal sword, and the sound shook the eardrums of everyone nearby. I wanted to test your strength for a long time. Charlotte stepped back a few steps, barely shedding the impact force, and praised, As expected of the strongest god among our Avengers, this power is really not just bragging. Although Charlotte blocked Thor's Mjolnir, in terms of power, even Charlotte, who was wearing a battle armor, was still suppressed by Thor. Definitely, Charlotte was not surprised. She had already expected it in her heart. After all, Thor, as the Thor of Asgard, was far beyond the reach of ordinary earthlings in terms of physical strength and strength. Although Charlotte's physical fitness has also been strengthened by skills, the bonus is not large, not as good as Captain America, let alone Thor. Come on, Thor has Charlotte pinned down. Now! At the same time, Stark, who followed closely, raised his hand and fired 2 palm laser cannons, and Captain America also threw out his own buckler, taking advantage of the victory to pursue and attack Jean Luo 10 times. Charlotte didn't care about the attacks of Stark and Captain America. Her body disappeared directly in place and teleported behind Thor, not only avoiding the attacks of the two, but also freed herself from Thor's suppression. Hand knife. Charlotte's left hand is still slashing at Thor's neck, and, at the same time, the sharp blade of her right hand is also swiftly slashing at Stark, trying to prevent him from intervening in the rescue. Behind, because Charlotte has already used this move once. Thor has long been on guard against Charlotte's teleportation. Eat me with a hammer. But he didn't dodge or block, and he didn't have enough time. He just swung the hammer in his hand backwards and attacked Charlotte. He chooses to trust his teammates. Want to change your injury? Charlotte noticed Mjolnir hitting her chest and couldn't help being taken aback. But she didn't have time to think too much. She still kept her offensive and resolutely swung the knife in her hand. Charlotte intends to take this blow forcefully. He has battle armor protection on his body. Even if Mjolnir hits him, he will not suffer too much damage, but his own blow can directly take Thor, so he is not at a disadvantage. Boom! Charlotte's hand knife did not hit Thor. A buckler appeared in time to block his attack, and Captain America came to the rescue. At the same time, Mjolnir slammed into Charlotte's chest hard, and huge amounts of power directly knocked Charlotte out, including her body and armor. He hit the ground with his head. Boom, boom, boom. Before Charlotte got up, two launchers popped out from the shoulders of the Stark steel battlesuit. Dozens of miniature missiles shot out continuously, and with long tail flames, they landed on Charlotte's body and the ground one after another. For a while, the ground was dusty, making it difficult to see the situation clearly. Pietro on the side was stunned. This is too cruel. Although the captain said at the beginning that there is no need to hold hands, Charlotte is also her teammate after all. As for saying hello, if Stark and the others knew what Pietro was thinking, they would definitely tell him. This is not an exaggeration at all. As far as Charlotte's ability is concerned, if they don't go all out, it will be difficult for them to deal a blow to Charlotte. Anyway, Stark brought his doctor and medical equipment this time. I heard that it is the latest nanotechnology, and even serious injuries can be treated. Did you make it? Captain America and the others looked at the dusty place vigilantly, guessing in their hearts. The series of attacks just now, it is very difficult for anyone to survive intact. But that's Charlotte, the opponent's magical ability. Stark and the others don't have the confidence to guarantee that this attack can severely damage the opponent. Obviously, they don't know the law of smoke does not hurt, but they will soon. After dozens of seconds, the dust in the air gradually fell, and the vision was restored. Where's Charlotte? Stark and the others, who had been vigilant and planned to continue fighting, were shocked to find that there was only a bombed crater where Charlotte fell, but no one was there. Everyone's eyes hurriedly searched around, wanting to find Charlotte, but found nothing. Charlotte disappeared. Barton, you saw Charlotte's teeth at KDSK. I was really careless just now. Captain America was about to contact Hawkeye Barton through the headset, wanting the other party to detect Charlotte, but it was Charlotte's voice that came out of the headset. I didn't expect you to cooperate so tacitly, and you were almost countered. Sure enough, he is my teammate. Just now, Charlotte took advantage of the cover of the dust and used the model penetration skill to dive underground, escaped the bombing, and came directly to Hawkeye Barton's side, taking the first blood. Charlotte, Captain America, and the others looked at each other, feeling bad. They all turned their heads and looked in the direction of Hawkeye Barton. A figure took his place and stood on the tree. What happened to Barton? Everyone became anxious all of a sudden, for fear that Charlotte would hurt Barton and cause casualties. Sif once said that people who are seduced by Lorelei still have previous thoughts and memories, but as long as they endanger Lorelei, the other party will mercilessly kill the threat. It's okay, he just fell asleep. Charlotte glanced at the unconscious Hawkeye Barton at her feet and half-truthfully explained, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you either. You are the future fighters of the Queen. We can still be teammates." Call. Captain America and the others breathed a sigh of relief, as long as Barton is fine. But the eyes of everyone soon became more dignified. This battle is far more difficult than they imagined. After fighting Charlotte for just a short while, they lost a battle strength directly, and the already unoptimistic battle situation suddenly became even more disadvantaged. Now it's up to Natasha Romanoff and the others. Several people looked at each other and prayed in their hearts. As long as the operation over there can be successful, Charlotte will be able to wake up, and we will not be considered a loser. But when Captain America and the others were at a disadvantage, Natasha Romanoff's actions went extremely smoothly. Under the cover of Loki's illusion magic, none of the agents noticed the group of Sif, Natasha Romanoff, and Wanda who were strutting into the building. They walked in the SHIELD headquarters openly, as if they had entered the land of no one, and no one stopped them. They really can't see us, and they can't even hear us. Wanda looked at the agents who were patrolling and passing by, and said with disbelief on her face, "Is this magic? It's so amazing." Wanda suddenly became a little curious about magic, and if she has time in the future, she must let Charlotte, who is also a magician, teach her too. Looks like we won't be able to see Lorelei for long. Wanda soon became excited again, turned to Sif and asked again, "As long as we take down that nasty witch, Charlotte will wake up." "Yes." Sif, holding a sharp sword, nodded, pointed to the gold collar hanging around his waist, and confirmed, "As long as you put this collar around Lorelei's neck, it will seal the opponent's mouth, making her unable to utter sound. I must teach that Lorelei a lesson." Wanda's wine-red eyes flashed a little bit of dissatisfaction, and she cursed angrily. "This witch named Lorelei dares to seduce Charlotte. She is definitely a bad witch." I don't know why, when Wanda thought of Charlotte being seduced by other women, she felt uncomfortable and sour. Courage, but as a warning. Sif glanced at Wanda beside her and reminded, "Lorelei is very good at fighting, and her physical strength and strength are not much weaker than mine. The strength is about the same as yours." Hearing what Sif said, Wanda couldn't help opening her mouth slightly and said in disbelief, "How is it possible? Isn't she a witch?" On the way here, Wanda has already seen the power of Sif and easily kicked a boulder that looks several tons in the way with one kick. This is simply Valkyrie. Now Sif actually said that Lorelei also has this kind of power. In the movie, aren't witches all weak in body? Then why does she still want to seduce others? Why does she encourage them to work for her? Natasha Romanoff was also a little curious. She originally thought that Lorelei needed to seduce a man to protect herself because she was a powerless witch. Sif paused, raised her head slightly to think for a moment, and replied uncertainly, "I believe this can make her feel exciting, especially when a powerful man bows down under her skirt. So she has been looking for a most powerful warrior and conquer him. I think she should have found it." Loki, who was silent all the time, suddenly interjected, "I think she is very satisfied with that Jean Luo. In that case, your teammate Charlotte may never come back." What's the meaning? Hearing Loki's gloating tone, Sif, Natasha Romanoff, and Wanda's eyes flashed badly. "What do you want to say?" "Sif, you should know that the magic item that can subdue Lorelei is my mother." Loki paused, then changed his words and said, "It was made by you Queen Frigg of Asgard, but you may not know it. Another secret. When Frigga taught me magic, she once told me a secret about Lorelei's charm magic. In addition to voice and physical contact, Lorelei also has a way to seduce her, and that is to use her virgin blood. Different from the above two kinds of charm magic, this kind of charm cannot be dispelled, and the effect exists forever. And as far as I know, Lorelei came to Earth to find powerful warriors only because she wanted to use this kind of charm. So if Charlotte is the person she is looking for, even if you arrest Lorelei, it may not help. Charlotte will not be sober. He will always be charmed by Lorelei and obey her orders." "How so?" Hearing this kind of news suddenly, the three women couldn't accept it for a while and questioned, "Loki, you must be lying. What conspiracy do you have?" If it was true as Loki said, wouldn't Charlotte never be able to wake up? And they couldn't believe this fact. No, he didn't lie. What he said was true. While the girls were staring at Loki, they didn't notice anything strange around them until a charming voice woke them up. "Lorelei!" The three girls were startled, followed the prestige, and couldn't help but turn pale with shock. Their target Lorelei appeared. "Okay, I've been found. This is not over yet. There are a lot of footsteps coming from all directions. It seems that a group of people are running. Just a moment, dozens of heavily armed agents ran out from every corner, holding all kinds of guns and surrounded them, ready to fire at any time, so that Sif and others dare not act rashly. Sif, long time no see. Lorelei was wearing a black female agent tights, standing in front of the agents without looking obtrusive at all, greeting Sif as if she was an acquaintance. If it wasn't for Charlotte notifying her before leaving, Lorelei would not have let down her vigilance, kept an eye on the situation of her palace, and noticed a trace of magical fluctuations. It was really slipped in by these rats. 0. Seeking flowers. On the other side, Captain America and Stark didn't know that Natasha Romanoff's operation had failed, and they continued to fight hard. But the situation is not optimistic. In less than 5 minutes after Hawkeye Barton, another member of the Avengers fell. Damn it, Charlotte is pretending to use space magic to leave, deliberately tricking Pietro to go there. It's too cunning. Stark glanced at Pietro, who fell on the ground not far away. His face was ugly, and there was a bit of worry in his eyes. Stark is still very concerned about Wanda and Pietro because of his guilt. Don't worry about Pietro. He's just in a coma. Thor avoided Charlotte, who teleported over with a hammer, and comforted. As Charlotte said just now, he didn't mean to hurt us. That's right. It's us who should worry now. Captain America held up his shield, guarding against Charlotte's possible attack at any time, and said, "Now there are only 3 of us left. Without Pietro to check us in, Charlotte can attack us unscrupulously, and the battle will be more difficult." As Captain America expected, without Pietro's threat, Charlotte's attacks became more frequent, making them a little overwhelmed and dangerous. And in order to prevent Charlotte from teleporting behind her to attack, the 3 of them were back-to-back, unable to take the initiative to attack. Before, Charlotte was very reliable as a teammate, but this time as an opponent, she was extremely difficult to deal with. They finally experienced the feeling of those enemies. No, going on like this is not an option. We can't put all hope on Sif's side. Thor fended off Charlotte's sword strike, suddenly became a little impatient, raised the hammer above his head, and shouted, "I'm sorry, Charlotte. I have to strike with all my strength." As Thor's combat power is not only strength. He can also control thunder and lightning through Mjolnir. It's just that he was always afraid of causing too serious harm to Charlotte, so he didn't use this move. Cover Thor. Seeing Thor's action, Stark and Captain America immediately understood his plan and immediately protected Thor back and forth to prevent Charlotte's attack. However, to their surprise, after seeing Thor's movements, Charlotte stopped attacking and stood still. "Thor, have you finally used this trick?" Charlotte looked at the dark clouds gradually gathering in the sky through the pitch-black battle armor. With a triumphant smile on the corner of her mouth, she thought to herself, "Then, I declare the battle to be over. You lose." The thunder clouds in the sky are violently condensing and shrinking. The electric snakes are constantly shuttling and tumbling in the clouds, exuding a destructive aura. Occasionally, a few electric snakes that fall directly hit the ground, splashing countless scorched earth, leaving deep pits one after another. "What?" Thor roared, and the Mjolnir in his hand burst out a dazzling blue electric light, shooting into the dark clouds in the midair. This time, as if a chemical reaction had been triggered, countless electric snakes poured out like wild horses, chopping down densely, as if the end was coming. This is not over yet. All the lightning attacks suddenly changed in the middle and unexpectedly integrated together all of a sudden, turning into a thunder python several meters thick. The roaring thunder python cut through the air quickly, and with the aura of destroying everything, it attacked the ground, and its target was Yuan Luo. Coming. Ordinary people would have been terrified and at a loss when faced with this scene, but Charlotte just smiled slightly. No, 803 not only did not retreat to dodge the attack, but bent her knees slightly and bounced her body up. Charlotte actually held a sharp knife and went towards the thunder python in the sky. Charlotte, he wants to fight hard. Thor had just finished holding back his big move and was about to take a breath to recover When he noticed Charlotte, who was not retreating but advancing, he couldn't help showing a surprised look. Thor used all his strength to hit Thor. With such power, even if the Hulk ate the whole amount, he would suffer a lot of trauma. Charlotte was actually preparing to face him head-on. Judging by her posture, was she planning to split his lightning? Activate the inherent magic, Dusk Fu. Charlotte's eyes reflected the thunder python that was getting closer and closer, but she didn't panic and tense. Her hands holding the silver oak sword slightly tightened, and she began to chant rapidly. Who killed Cook Robin? Who killed Cook Robin? With my lance and sword, with my lance and sword. I killed the mockingbird. I killed Cook Robin. Strange incantations hide inexplicable charm, echoing in the battlefield. At the same time, Charlotte in the air suddenly outlined 5 mysterious magic circles, which quickly converged on the sharp blade in his hand to form a new magic circle. The demon's flame in blue flickered on the sharp blade. Cut! Under the inconceivable eyes of Thor and the others, Charlotte slashed at the violent thunder python head-on with a sword, and a magic circle composed of 5 magic circles instantly appeared at the intersection of a sharp sword and the thunder python. The two stalemate for just a moment, and thunder python directly disappeared into the magic circle defenselessly, without causing the slightest harm to Charlotte. Impossible. My attack was chopped up by Charlotte. Thor froze in place, his eyes full of disbelief. That was his full blow, and it was resolved by Charlotte, just like that. No, but Stark seemed to have discovered something, and said in an inconceivable tone, Charlotte doesn't seem to have chopped your attack, but absorbed it. Veracani told me that the moment your attack disappeared, the energy of Charlotte's armor suddenly rose. Since the program of JRVS was destroyed by Ultron, Stark can only temporarily use Dr. Banner's Veracani to be in charge of the auxiliary system of the steel battlesuit. Look, Charlotte's sword and armor have changed. Captain America pointed to Charlotte, who had just fallen back to the ground, his eyes full of surprise. At some point, the silver oak sword in Charlotte's hand turned golden, emitting a frightening light, and seemed to become sharper and unstoppable. And the mysterious runes on the pitch-black armor also light up with energy, just like the muscle lines on the armor, outlining an illusion of power. This feeling is so cool. I feel like I can compete with Hulk for arm wrestling. Charlotte felt the change of the armor, and the soaring power flowed around her body, and she couldn't help but praise, swallow the magic energy touched by the blade, and convert it into the output source of the armor. This Twilight Fu is really powerful. This is the inherent magic of the holy relic silver oak sword in Charlotte's hand. Twilight Charm can split magic and swallow magic power to temporarily strengthen the armor, or directly swallow magic and store it, and release it when needed. Moreover, under the strengthening bonus of Charlotte's other skill, Knight's Immortality Unarmed, the silver oak sword, which originally could only absorb magic energy, Twilight Charm, has also undergone a mutation, which can absorb most of the energy elements. The strengthening effect is also stronger. Then, let's use you to try the effect after strengthening. Charlotte cast her eyes on the uneasy Captain America and the others not far away, with a confident smile on the corner of her mouth. The farce is almost over. The next moment, Charlotte's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving an afterimage on the spot, and rushed towards the other 3 who were tens of meters away. Charlotte disappeared. Is it teleportation again? Noticing that Charlotte disappeared from the field of vision, Thor and Stark suddenly became vigilant, guessing who the other party will appear behind this time, so as to rescue in time. No, it's not teleportation. Captain America suddenly felt a strong wind blowing in front of him, and before he had time to think about it, he quickly prepared to raise his shield to defend, trying to block Charlotte's attack. Clang! A dull metal impact sounded, and Charlotte's gauntlet slammed into Captain America's buckler, and a wave visible to the naked eye spread out, directly driving Stark and Thor, who wanted to come to rescue. What a strong force! Captain America took a few steps back to remove the impact force. The shield in his hand almost fell out. He couldn't help but was full of shock. He had only seen this kind of situation when Thor's Mjolnir collided with his own shield, and Charlotte actually achieved the same effect just by relying on the fist of the armor. While Captain America was thinking, Charlotte obviously didn't intend to let him go like this, and followed closely behind without attacking other places. The jet-black gauntlets bombarded Captain America's shield one after another. Clang, clang, clang. The high-speed attack frequency, coupled with the huge amounts of power, kept forcing Captain America to retreat in embarrassment, and he had no time to fight back. His hands holding the shield were already bleeding and numb. In the end, Captain America was forcefully suppressed by Charlotte in front of a boulder, unable to retreat, and passively withstood Charlotte's frequent attacks. Due to the shock waves generated by the continuous impact, Thor and Stark were unable to approach for a while and rescued the captain. Click! In the end, there was a sound of broken bones. 1.4. Captain America's hand bones couldn't bear the impact and broke directly. It's over. Captain America watched Charlotte's fist hit the shield, and the shield hit his chest together. His chest felt tight, bloodshot from the corner of his mouth, and his consciousness became blurred. Are you going to die? Captain America's hazy eyes could vaguely see Charlotte's fist still carrying an unstoppable momentum, continuing to hit his face. Charlotte noticed that Captain America, who had lost his ability to resist, tilted his wrist, and his fist narrowly brushed past Captain America and hit the boulder 5 or 6 meters high behind him heavily. The whole boulder. In the end, Charlotte turned her fist into a palm and slashed Captain America's neck with a knife. Captain America takes it. The captain has fallen. Do you still need to resist? Charlotte turned to look at Thor and Stark. The boulder behind her suddenly shattered and turned into rubble of different file sizes, falling to the ground. This kind of power is not weaker than Hulk. And what's even more frightening is that Charlotte's speed is so fast. The corners of Thor and Stark's mouths couldn't help showing a bit of bitterness. They didn't expect that Charlotte, who usually messed around and didn't have a regular shape, would be so powerful when she was serious, so powerful that it made people despair. This is simply an invincible big boss. However, Stark and Thor had no way out and had to fight. They didn't want to be captured by Charlotte and become Luo Lei's subordinates. Veracani, send over the armor I prepared for the big guy. Stark's face was full of solemnity. He didn't expect that the anti-Hulk armor he originally prepared for Hulk was actually used for Charlotte for the first time. Okay, sir, anti-Hulk armor is starting to send. It is expected to arrive in a minute. At the same time, outside the Earth's atmosphere, on a certain Stark private satellite, a super-large container broke away from the satellite, broke through the atmosphere, and launched towards the Earth. Tony, it looks like you need a little time. Thor on the side also heard the conversation between Stark and Veracani, and looked at Charlotte, who was slowly stepping forward, and said, "Then I will fight for you. But you're Thunder 08. Stark was a little worried that Thor's lightning would not work on Charlotte at all, but instead would become the energy source for the opponent's strengthening strength. Even if I, Thor, can't use lightning, I'm still Thor, the god of war in Asgard." Thor flicked Mjolnir and threw the hammer towards the Black Knight in front of him. "I'm not who I am now." Looking at Thor, who was attacking, Charlotte calmly raised her left hand, spread her 5 fingers, and said calmly, "Your strength can no longer suppress me, Thor." Charlotte's palm precisely touched the attacking Mjolnir, holding it firmly in her hand, and Thor's advancing figure stopped suddenly, unable to take another step forward. Even as Charlotte continued to walk slowly, Thor couldn't stop at all, but was forced to retreat again and again. Damn it! Why are you sleeping like this? Although it was expected, when Thor really felt Charlotte's current power, he still felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He is a majestic Thor, but he was suppressed again in terms of strength. Wait, why did he say again, "I won't play with you anymore. I have to teach that guy Tony a lesson"? Charlotte glanced at Thor, who was struggling to stop her, and disappeared in place in a flash. Not good. Charlotte's sudden disappearance caused Thor to lose his balance, staggering and rushing forward, almost falling. Go to sleep, too. After finally stabilizing his figure, before Thor could defend himself, The back of his neck suddenly hurt. His consciousness began to blur, and Charlotte's voice could be heard faintly in his ear. "When you wake up, everything will be over." Thor takes it, but Thor's efforts were not in vain. At least it bought time for Stark. Anti-Hulk armor arrived. Start to equip. At the moment, Stark's anti-Hulk armor has been delivered and equipped. A nearly 10-meter-high steel giant taller than Hulk appeared in front of Charlotte, still in the style of gold and red, shining with a faint, strange metallic light in the sun, full of mechanical power. It's just a mech. Compared with Stark's tall and burly anti-Hulk armor, Charlotte's pitch-black armor looks so thin, like a child in front of a muscular wrestler, in stark contrast. But Stark didn't dare to underestimate Charlotte. Looking at Charlotte approaching, even though Stark was protected by thick armor, he still couldn't make him feel a little bit safe, and his comrades were still on the battlefield. "Charlotte, you were just charmed and manipulated by that witch. You shouldn't be like this." Maybe it was the last fluke. Stark tried to wake up Charlotte again. "We are your teammates." "That's right. I'm fighting friendly troops." Charlotte tightly held the gold and silver oak sword with both hands, raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and, comforted, said, "Don't worry, Tony. You don't have to be afraid. Even if you call me the most annoying name, but with the relationship between the two of us, I won't be too hard on you." Before Stark breathed a sigh of relief, Charlotte glanced at the anti-Hulk armor and continued, "It's not too much to dismantle a set of your armor." "Why not too much?" Stark almost cursed. This is the steel armor he invested the most money and effort in. However, Stark still has a glimmer of hope for suppressing Jean Luo. Just now, Veracani reported that after the battle with Captain America and Thor just now, the energy response on Charlotte's armor has dropped a lot. This shows that the strengthening of Charlotte's armor is only temporary. As long as the energy provided by Thor is exhausted, Stark still has a lot of chances of winning. After all, in terms of strength, anti-Hulk armor is worthy of Charlotte. But it turned out that Stark was overthinking it. Where's Charlotte's people? Stark, who was about to fight back, suddenly lost sight of Charlotte, losing sight of Charlotte again. Swish! Before Stark was alerted to his defense, a saber light suddenly appeared, and Charlotte's jet-black battle armor swept past the anti-Hulk armor in an instant and stood still not far behind Stark. What happened just now? The speed is so fast. Stark was stunned for a while, trying to control the anti-Hulk armor to turn around, but was shocked by Veracani's prompt. The war power has been damaged, and the entire mechanical arm of the Cloth City fell off. What? Stark subconsciously looked to the right, just in time to see the right mechanical arm of the anti-Hulk armor slowly slipping down, falling heavily on the ground, splashing a lot of dust, and the incision of the right arm was as smooth as a mirror. How is it possible that my anti-Hulk armor was cut off so easily? Stark couldn't believe what he saw. This is a steel armor developed for Hulk. The hardness of the material is naturally needless to say. My armor improves more than just strength. Charlotte turned around slowly and explained to Stark, there's also the speed and defense of the armor and the sharpness of the sword. As soon as the words fell, Charlotte's figure disappeared again, and with the same knife light, another mechanical arm slipped down. 323 Veracani. Activate the repair plan. Stark quickly issued an order, and in the midair, a height of 100 meters, a dozen large mechanical parts were ejected from a floating metal container, heading toward Stark. The remaining mechanical joints on the arms of the battle armor fell off, and the fallen mechanical parts were inserted, and the anti-Hulk armor was intact again. Schwa! Schwa! But before Stark could heave a sigh of relief, the two knife lights lit up again, and the mechanical arm that had just recovered fell down again. You take your time to fix it. I'm not in a hurry. A smile emerged from the corner of Charlotte's mouth. You repair it once, and I will take it apart once. I want to see how many spare parts you have for you to repair. Charlotte is going to teach Stark a lesson this time, and make him bleed. Anyway, Stark has plenty of money, and Charlotte is not afraid that Stark will run away directly. The plan of the Avengers is to hold her back, wishing Charlotte would waste more time here, afraid that he will return to Lorelei. Stark will definitely cooperate with her. It is estimated that one repair box is not enough for Charlotte to play. So let's launch a few more. Stark grimaced while defending Charlotte, and at the same time asked Veracani to launch a few parts boxes from the satellite again, wanting to fight a protracted war. As Charlotte expected, Stark no longer had any hope of suppressing Charlotte, but just wanted to delay as long as possible and prayed that Natasha Romanoff's side would arrest the witch quickly and bring Charlotte to her senses. Natasha Romanoff, hurry up. I'm going to be ruined by Sia. As for Natasha Romanoff, who Stark had placed high hopes on, the situation was even worse, and they had already destroyed SHIL, tri-curved wing building, special detention area. Bang, bang, bang. Sif angrily smashed his fists on the tortoise-like metal wall in front of him, trying to break open the cell where they were held. But obviously, this had no effect. Sif's Valkyrie power bombarded the wall, but it seemed to be hitting a stone with a pebble, without causing any damage to the metal wall. It's useless. Don't waste your energy. Natasha Romanoff leaned against the corner to recharge her energy and said with a flat face, "This special prison room was specially built by SHILD to detain people with super abilities. The super adaptive metal materials used can not only withstand extremely strong blows, but can even change according to energy attacks and strengthen defense in a targeted manner. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Hulk or Thor were imprisoned, it would be difficult to break out of the prison for a while, let alone them." Hateful. Sif hit the cell again several times before giving up helplessly, angrily inserting the sharp sword in his hand into the bed beside him. What should I do now? Finally, Sif sat down on the bed in frustration, reached out and touched his waist. His expression was full of frustration and worry. Not only were they caught by Lorelei this time, even a magic item used to subdue each other fell into her hands, so they were really in danger. Don't be so discouraged. There will always be a way. Natasha Romanoff continued to sit in the corner, looking at Sif and comforting. When the enemy is full of advantages, it is often the time when they show their weaknesses. Really? I don't think so. A seductive voice came, and Lorelei came out of the cell alone at some point, opened an iron plate on the cell door, and proudly looked at them. The prisoners in the cell. You're already in the cage. For me, what kind of threat can arise? Pausing, looking at Natasha Romanoff, Lorelei said with a little interest, "A beautiful and hard-hearted female warrior, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, agent. I heard Charlotte mention you. He spoke well of you, and he told me to be careful about you. However, he obviously overestimated you, or underestimated me." The tone was provocative, and Lorelei didn't like the soldiers she valued to praise other women. Lorelei. As soon as Lorelei appeared, Sif, who had just calmed down, stood up angrily again, glaring at her fiercely. "Asgard will not let you go. Can you please leave me alone?" Hearing what Sif said, Lorelei's face darkened, and she said excitedly, "Sif, I am no longer a threat to Asgard. Can't you let me go? I can release you now, and even disenchant everyone here, as long as Asgard stops hunting me." She had long since given up on conquering the 9 kingdoms. Lorelei just wanted to find a place to live a free life. "I have orders. I must take you back." Sif has a cold face and stubbornly rejects Lorelei's proposal. This is an order from Odin, and she must take Lorelei back. "After all these years, you are still like this." Lorelei looked at Sif and said with disdain, "Do as you please, obey the person who gave you the order, and ignore your own needs. This is the biggest difference between me and you. I never obey others, let alone obey men. Even if you defeat me, you will not escape the judgment of Asgard." Sif gritted his teeth and stared at Lorelei, and said in a deep voice, "Sooner or later you will be caught and returned to the dungeon." Hearing that Sif mentioned the dark dungeon, Lorelei's eyes flashed a bit of anger, but she quickly regained her composure, threw the gold collar in her hand, and said sarcastically, "So what? At least now I catch you instead of you catch me." "Not always." Natasha Romanoff's voice sounded by the prison door, and, at the same time, the prison door of the prison room suddenly opened under Lorelei's incredulous gaze. Before Lorelei could react, an inexplicable force of reddish light instantly wrapped her body, dragged her into the prison room, and fell heavily on the ground, right in front of Sif. Sif and Lorelei stared at each other for a while. Both of them were stunned by the sudden change in front of them. What's the situation? However, Sif is a Valkyrie who has experienced many battles after all. So he quickly recovered his senses, quickly pulled out the sharp sword stuck behind him with his backhand, and put it around the neck of Lorelei, who was just about to resist, restraining the opponent. As I said, often when the enemy thinks they have the upper hand, it is actually the time when they have the most flaws. Beside the cell door, where there was no one there, two figures slowly appeared, Natasha Romanoff and Wanda. Natasha Romanoff, who was leaning against the corner, and Wanda beside her, were turning into spots of light and dissipating, leaving only Loki with an innocent face. Phantom. Seeing this scene, Lorelei immediately understood that it was Loki's illusion magic that deceived her. But how did they open the prison door? The agent level of our SHIELD is not a decoration. It determines your system authority in SHIELD. Even this special cell is no exception. Seemingly seeing Lorelei's doubts, Natasha Romanoff explained to her, "So, this kind of prison can't trap my SHIELD agent, unless there's another high-level permission to close the eyes. But it just so happens that my authority level is one of the best in SHIELD, at least among the agents you have seduced, the ones you got promised. There is no one higher than mine. Even for the special level Charlotte, his agent authority is not much higher than Natasha Romanoff of the 10th level agent. Charlotte's authority is more to check internal information, and even some secret information that only the director can know, but in terms of operating system authority, Natasha Romanoff's authority is much higher than Charlotte's. After all, a 10th level agent is not Huxia cabbage. Even the group of high-level SHIELD personnel who were wiped out by the Charlotte group not long ago did not have a 10th level agent. Also, Charlotte was right in warning you. You shouldn't underestimate me. Natasha Romanoff looked down at Lorelei on the ground. What she is best at is showing weakness to the enemy. When the enemy is most proud, she can stab the fangs at the opponent silently and get the prey this time with Black Widow. Lorelei, you're under arrest. Holding a sharp knife, Sif snatched the gold collar from the opponent and announced, "You lose." Did I lose? Unexpectedly, facing the shackles approaching her, instead of being afraid, Lorelei smiled and said calmly, "No, I didn't lose. Have you forgotten? Even if you wear this magic item on me and remove most of my charms, you can't make my best fighter leave me." Charlotte. Sif stopped what he was doing, turned his head and looked at Natasha Romanoff and the others, not knowing what to do. If what Loki said at the time was true, then Charlotte's charm cannot be undone at all. Say, how can Charlotte wake up? Sif asked Lorelei viciously. As a charmer, you must be able to undo Charlotte's charm. Natasha Romanoff and Wanda are also staring at Lorelei closely, hoping to learn from her how to undo Charlotte's charm. It seems that my best fighter is still very sought after. Lorelei noticed the concerned eyes of the three girls, and a smug expression appeared on the corner of her mouth. But unfortunately, even I can't help it, this kind of charm is irreversible. Definitely, even if there is, I will not lift it. His heart will always belong to me. The sharp blade in Shiyun's hand subconsciously lowered a little bit, and a few traces of blood overflowed from Luo Leilai's snow-white jade neck, but she didn't stop her from speaking and continued to say proudly, "You can think about every time he touches me, every time he a kiss, and every time he looks at me affectionately." Lorelei's words stopped abruptly. Wanda snatched the gold collar from Sif's hand and patted Lorelei's neck. The gold collar began to expand and seal Lorelei's mouth, making her unable to speak. 11. The atmosphere in the prison room fell silent for a while. Sif, Natasha Romanoff, and Wanda looked at each other silently, with heavy hearts, worrying about Charlotte's situation. Although they successfully arrested Lorelei, Charlotte still can't wake up, which is still a big problem. Maybe it's not that bad. When the three girls were depressed, Loki, who had been watching the show, suddenly rolled his eyes and said, "I have a way to try." Any solution? As if grasping at straws, the three of Sif looked at Loki in unison. As the #1 magician of Asgard, Loki might really have a solution. Definitely, The eyes of Lorelei, who couldn't speak, were full of contempt and disdain. Even Asgard's #1 witch, Frigga, couldn't undo her charm magic. What could this sinister Loki do? Generally speaking, when the caster dies, the effective part of the charm magic will be lifted. Loki said maliciously, so as long as you kill Lorelei, maybe that Charlotte will wake up. No. When Natasha Romanoff and Wanda considered the feasibility of Loki's proposal, Sif denied it. My task is to take Lorelei back. This is Odin's order. She must not die. But if not, what should Jinloa do? Natasha Romanoff and Wanda were in a hurry and quickly persuaded. Couldn't Charlotte never wake up? Once Sif brings Lorelei back, it will not be them who decide Lorelei's life or death, but Odin, who will not necessarily execute Lorelei for Charlotte. Even Natasha Romanoff thinks a little deeper. What if Odin wants to use Lorelei to control Charlotte? But Sif's eyes are full of hesitation. She also wants to save Charlotte, but she still has the order to leave. If you don't do it, I'll do it. Natasha Romanoff reached out to snatch the sharp blade from Sif's hand, but Sif's hand just shrank slightly like a conditioned reflex and let the other party grab the sharp blade. As one of the 4 warriors of Asgard, it is naturally impossible for Sif to be taken away by Natasha Romanoff so easily, which almost acquiesced in the other party's actions. Yeah. Excuse me, I'm just here to save Charlotte. Natasha Romanoff said sorry casually, and then swung his sword to attack Lorelei. In order to save his teammate, Natasha Romanoff did not soften his heart, let alone the opponent was an enemy in the first place. Now, it's really a good show to watch. Loki on the side saw this scene. His eyes were full of gloating. He just made it up, and the purpose of making this suggestion was very sinister. What would happen if Lorelei died, but Charlotte's charm was not released? Loki could already foresee it. For example, if the god of the fanatic is killed by someone, what will happen? Naturally, he will never die. The war between the Avengers and Charlotte will break out, and by then, the Avengers caught in the Civil War will have no time to deal with themselves. Lorelei's eyes reflected the approaching sword edge, but she didn't show the slightest fear. Better dead than sending her back to that cold, dark dungeon. It's just a pity that I can't see Charlotte anymore after I die. She finally found such an excellent fighter. As for why she can dispel the charm after she dies, that is impossible. What she used on Charlotte is not ordinary charm magic. The sharp sword swung down rapidly. Lorelei was in crisis, and when she was about to die, a voice suddenly sounded. Keep people under the knife. A figure flashed behind Lorelei with a swish, and a golden blade stretched out, dangerously blocking the sharp sword in Natasha Romanoff's hand. Call. Charlotte touched her helmet as if wiping cold sweat, breathed a sigh of relief, and said with lingering fear, "It's so dangerous. I almost missed it." Charlotte. The sudden appearance of the lacquer black knight made Sif, Natasha Romanoff, and Wanda exclaim in surprise and hurriedly put on alert. They haven't forgotten that Charlotte is still an enemy now. Don't be afraid. I'm not your enemy. Charlotte quickly waved her hand and stepped forward a few steps to comfort them, but it obviously had the opposite effect, and the Circle Beauty became more vigilant. Trust me, I'm really not the enemy. Charlotte blinked her big, sincere eyes, hoping to win the trust of Sif and the others, and explained honestly, "Actually, I was not seduced by Lorelei, and I have always been awake. Not charmed. How is it possible?" Sif and Natasha Romanoff exclaimed, their faces full of disbelief and doubt. Lorelei in front of Charlotte also suddenly opened her eyes wide and turned to look at Charlotte, her eyes full of doubt and shock. "Really, I am Charlotte, a magician from Kamartaj, a disciple of the dignified Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One," Charlotte said narcissistically. "How could a little charm magic trick me?" After a pause, Charlotte put away the armor on her body, expressing her friendliness. "If I'm really charmed, why bother to explain this to you? I really want to save Lorelei. Can you stop me? And I always thought that you would know that I was not charmed." A hint of disappointment appeared on Charlotte's face, as if no one could figure out the riddle she had prepared with all her heart. Question marks hung on the faces of Natasha Romanoff and the three daughters. How could they know that Charlotte was not charmed? It turns out that my IQ is so low, in your opinion, Dash. Charlotte explained helplessly. If I was really charmed, then why did I find a crappy place like SHILD headquarters when I was looking for a palace? I obviously have a better choice. What choice? The three women are unknown, so SHILD headquarters is still a bad place. TV station. Charlotte continued to explain. Think about it. With Lorelai's ability, I can find a few popular TV stations and let Lorelai speak live. It won't take long. It won't be a problem to fall into a country. Natasha Romanoff and Wanda couldn't help but gasp. Charlotte's method was simply too brutal. If you really do as Charlotte said, you will be caught off guard, let alone a country. The whole world may be recruited. This, after Charlotte's fooling, Sif and the others couldn't help but believe a little bit, but still had some doubts. Then why did you bring Lorelai into the SHILD headquarters? Since she wasn't charmed, why would Charlotte pretend to be charmed? It doesn't make sense. Could it be that Luo Xian's a asterisk hurts? Well, you can ask Hill later. I've explained it to her. Naturally, Charlotte wouldn't say it was a system task and change the subject. We just need to unify our voice and say that Director Hill showed his might, subdued Lorelai, and saved the entire SHILD headquarters. Charlotte got bored after playing with Stark for a short time, so she dismantled his anti-Hulk armor and took Stark down. Then, Charlotte went to find Hill to explain the situation. After all, Charlotte made so many things all at once, and it still needs someone to end it. Why? However, Charlotte's words made Wanda on the side feel confused, and she couldn't help retorting, "Obviously, we arrested Lorelai. Why did the credit go to Commissioner Hill? This is to strengthen the prestige of the director for Hill." Natasha Romanoff seemed to think of something, and asked with a sense of comprehension, "Charlotte, what did you do to those guys? Was this your plan with Hill from the start?" As a high-level person, Natasha Romanoff also understands the discordant voices and contradictions within S.H.I.E.L.D. Could it be that this was an arrangement made by Hill to beat those guys? This is not the arrangement of Sister Hill. She just found out that this is my plan. Charlotte raised her eyebrows and continued, "As for those restless guys, it is estimated that SHILD will need to spend a lot of pensions because they have already heroically sacrificed in order to defend SHILD headquarters. I feel sorry for them, and we will remember their contribution." This, although it had been expected, Natasha Romanoff did not expect Charlotte to make such a decisive move. But she didn't understand the situation at the time, and Charlotte changed her mind temporarily. Charlotte was just thinking about beating it first, but who made those guys too ambitious? What the hell are you talking about? Wanda interrupts the conversation between Charlotte and Natasha Romanoff and asks with a bad face, "What plan? What sacrifice? I can't understand it." What Wanda is more concerned about is the problem of her own credit disappearing inexplicably. Both she and her younger brother had just joined the Avengers, so they had no sense of security and hoped to make some contributions to be recognized by others. "Wanda, trust me, Charlotte, will not cheat you." Charlotte patted her chest and assured her, "At that time, with Director Hill covering you, no one in SHILD will dare to bully you again. Even if people outside bully you, SHILD will back you up." "That's right, Wanda," Natasha Romanoff explained for this simple teammate. "This is not to kill your efforts, but to give the limelight to the director. You have a lot of credit, and we all know it." To be honest, Natasha Romanoff was a little envious of Wanda. She just joined the Avengers and had such a good chance to stand in the team. She didn't know how long she worked hard to be included in the list of the director's cronies. As for Charlotte's plan, Natasha Romanoff will naturally not object, and it is easy to reach a consensus. She also understands that SHILD needs an authoritative voice so that the Council cannot interfere within S.H.I.E.L.D. Especially for Natasha Romanoff, a former Soviet agent, protecting the independence of SHILD is what she likes to see. There are too many secrets in her past that are not easy to disclose, and SHILD is also protecting her secrets. And the stronger Hill is in the position of S.H.I.E.L.D. director, the more freedom will be for these cronies. What about the captain and Tony? Natasha Romanoff seemed to think of something and asked strangely, "Aren't they going to stop you? Since you were only pretending, didn't they come back with you?" "Oh, I sparred with them." Charlotte shrugged and continued. "As soon as I exerted force, they all fell down. Now, I let Hulk take care of them." As soon as Charlotte knocked Stark unconscious, a green giant appeared, but it didn't come to fight with him, but to invite Charlotte, a friend, to go out and smash things together. 0. Captain America guessed right. Hulk's impression of Charlotte was too friendly. If Dr. Banner had called Hulk out to join the battle, then they would definitely have one more opponent. "What? You let Hulk take care of them?" Natasha Romanoff's eyelids twitched, feeling speechless. How big is Charlotte's heart? He is not afraid that Hulk will smash the captain and the others as toys. "Fine." Charlotte didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at all, waved her hand casually and said, "When I left, Hulk was wrestling with Thor's hammer. Besides, can you have some trust in Hulk? He has also fought with us. He is a trustworthy combat partner and teammate." Natasha Romanoff stared blankly at Charlotte, and suddenly understood why Hulk was friendly to Charlotte and regarded him as a friend. 0. They have always regarded the rational Dr. Banner as a teammate of the Avengers, but they are full of defenses against the Hulk who may lose control at any time. Naturally, the other party will not regard them as friends. As for her, Charlotte glanced at Lorelei, whose mouth was sealed, then turned to look at Sif and said, "Actually, Lorelei has no ambition for the 9 kingdoms. Why don't you give her to me, and I'll keep her in check?" Lorelei raised her head in an instant. Her originally dull eyes were full of surprise and astonishment. She also listened to the conversation between Charlotte and Natasha Romanoff just now, and with her wisdom, it is easy to understand some situations. Although this seems almost impossible to Lorelei. But the fact is that Charlotte is not charmed by her at all. She just pretends to be in her name for some reason. She was tricked by Charlotte. However, Lorelei did not expect that Charlotte would actually want to intercede for her now, which gave her a glimmer of hope when she thought she would return to that desperate dungeon. "No, Charlotte, this is my job." Unfortunately, Sif broke Lorelei's hope and refused. "Bring Lorelei back to Asgard for trial. This is an order from Odin." Sif's attitude is very firm. As a subject of Asgard, he must fulfill the king's order. "If that's the case, well, then I won't embarrass you." Charlotte scratched her head and said without force, "I'll talk to Odin directly. I believe he will give me a face. It seems that I have to take a trip to Asgard, which is also good, so that I can deal with the matter thoroughly once and for all. Asgard, the palace of Odin. That's the way it is." In the main hall, Charlotte looked up at the majestic god of Odin on the throne and said slowly, "Lorelei no longer has the ambition to get involved in the 9 kingdoms. Why don't she let her go? And you can rest assured that I will take Lorelei to Camartage and let my teacher, Ancient One, take care of her." Charlotte didn't delay Lorelei's matter. Anyway, he had the space to teleport, and while Hill was still dealing with the SHILD mess, he came directly to Asgard and explained it to Odin face to face. "Since Charlotte Magician has come forward to plead for Lorelei, I will issue an order to withdraw the pursuit of Lorelei." The god of Odin sat on the golden throne, nodded slightly, and his rich voice resounded throughout the hall. As Charlotte is Asgard's benefactor and ally, Odin naturally has nothing to refuse this request, and his 930 is also willing to sell a favor to a disciple of Sorcerer Supreme. For Lorelei, Odin actually didn't take it too seriously, otherwise he wouldn't have sent Sif alone to hunt her down. Odin is now even more worried about another impending threat. His time is numbered, and once he is gone, the cage will be opened, and Asgard will be in danger. Thinking of this, Odin looked down at Charlotte and said, "Charlotte Magician, I actually have some things I want to trouble you, and I hope to get your help." "My help?" Charlotte was rejoicing that her visit went smoothly this time, and she couldn't help being taken aback when she heard Odin's words. As the king of Asgard, what else should Odin bother himself with? If there's anything I can do to help, it's my duty. The doubts were all doubts, and Charlotte didn't refuse. It is always beneficial to have a good relationship with Asgard. Definitely, Charlotte didn't promise anything, She just said that if she could help, she would try her best, and if she couldn't help, there was nothing she could do. After all, God knows what kind of trouble it would be to make Odin of the King of God ask for other people's things. Go down first. Seeing that Charlotte agreed, Odin raised his head and waved away the guards and attendants in the hall. I need to talk to Zhuan magician alone. Yes. Dozens of Asgard soldiers in full-body armor responded in unison, without any doubt about Odin's order, and walked out with weapons in hand. It's a big deal to talk about alone. Charlotte showed an expression of interest. Big events also mean big gossip. There are stories to listen to. After the soldiers had all walked out of the hall and closed the door, Odin spoke again and said slowly, "This matter is not suitable for too many people to know. Please don't mind Charlotte magician." After a pause, Odin continued, but his voice was not as majestic as before. To tell you the truth, I can actually feel that my time is running out. Charlotte was startled in an instant. Was it so heavy when she came up? It's no wonder that Odin wants to dismiss the guards. The king's lifespan will affect the hearts of the people. But Charlotte didn't doubt Odin's words. His teacher, Ancient One, said that when they reach their level, they all have the ability to vaguely perceive their own death. Actually, life, old age, sickness, and death, everything perishes. This is the law of nature. Even gods are no exception. I see it away. Odin raised this question very calmly, but there was still a hint of worry in his eyes, and he said heavily, "But what I worry about the most now is Asgard and Thor." Thor. Charlotte was taken aback. As if remembering something, she thought she understood what Odin meant and asked, "Do you want me to persuade Thor? Let him come back to inherit the throne of Asgard." Thor has never been keen on inheriting Odin's throne. Charlotte thought that Odin was troubled by this problem and wanted his friend to persuade Thor. "No, I never worried about that." To Charlotte's surprise, Odin shook his head and said in denial, "I believe Thor will not abandon the people who need him, and will definitely take on the responsibility of leading Asgard in the end. What worries me is the trials that Thor will face and the disasters of Asgard after I leave." Trial? Disaster. Charlotte felt that she understood again and suddenly realized. "You were talking about Ragnarok. I heard Thor mention it. It seems to be a flame giant called Surti. Ragnarok, said to be the first witch of Asgard, Thor's mother Frigg's prophecy. It is said that in the near future, the end of Asgard will come, and Asgard will be destroyed in a sea of fire. However, Charlotte is very strange. There is nothing to worry about. Thor didn't say that he has solved the guy who predicted that Asgard would be destroyed. In order to break the prophecy, Thor not only raised the ashes of the opponent, but even hung his head in Asgard's treasure house as a collection. If Surti hadn't had a grave, the grass on the grave would have been 3 meters high. Prophecies are not so easy to break. Odin seemed to say something meaningful, but Charlotte was full of disbelief. How could a dead man destroy Asgard? Could it be that who was idle and bored and accidentally ordered Asgard when burning paper money for Surti? It's not Ragnarok that worries me, though. Before Charlotte could refute, Odin changed the topic, returned to the topic, and continued solemnly. "It's my daughter, Hela. I worry about her." And many more. Charlotte quickly interrupted Odin's words, doubting. "Did I hear wrong just now? Your daughter, isn't Odin just 2 sons? Thor and Loki, although Loki is adopted. Could it be?" Suddenly, Charlotte's eyes became ambiguous, and she looked at Odin with a wicked smile and said, "I really didn't see it. As expected of the king of God Odin, he's always growing stronger. Odin and Frigga are both at this age, but they can still be old girls, not bad. Still old and strong." Noticing Charlotte's adoring eyes, Odin was just stunned for a moment to realize what he meant, and a black thread hung from his head. "Charlotte Magician, please don't get me wrong." A 1.2 ding resisted the urge to slap Charlotte to death, and explained to Charlotte with the corners of his mouth twitching, "The daughter I'm talking about is Thor's sister." "Elder sister?" Charlotte tilted her head, her face full of doubts. "Thor also has a sister? Why haven't I heard him mention it?" "Because he doesn't know the existence of Hela, nor does he know that he has a sister." Odin breathed a sigh of relief and continued to explain. "To be precise, In fact, in Asgard, there are not many people who know her. Why? Charlotte suddenly became more puzzled. If this Hela really existed, it would be the great princess of Asgard. To some extent, her status is no lower than that of Thor, the crown prince. How could no one know her existence? Hela used to be my proudest child. Even now I feel that way, but she changed later. Odin seemed to recall the memories he didn't want to recall, sighed deeply, and began to talk about the past. Before Thor was born, Hela was already the best fighter in our Asgard. She fought with me in the east and west and defeated powerful enemies one after another for Asgard. It can be said that Hela has contributed a lot to Asgard's leadership in the Nine Kingdoms. And Asgard advocates martial arts and treats princes and princesses equally, and she was my only heir at the time, so Hela became my ideal heir, and I even gave her Mjolnir. But then I found out that Hela seems to be in love with war, and her ambitions are getting bigger and bigger. Hela is no longer satisfied with the Nine Kingdoms. She wants to expand her territory in an attempt to continue to provoke wars and conquer the entire universe. I wanted to stop Hela and take back the power of the Asgard Legion, but she took advantage of my absence and bloodbathed the entire palace, trying to plot a rebellion. Finally, in desperation, I could only seal Hela and bury her 08 existence. Speaking of this, Odin couldn't help being a little sad. In fact, as a king, who wouldn't want his country to be wider? But Odin is equally clear that there are too many powerful people in this vast universe. Even a backward Midgard has a powerful Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One Guardian, not to mention the unknown country outside the Nine Kingdoms. With the strength of Asgard, it is not easy to protect the Nine Kingdoms. Charlotte didn't open her mouth. He was not good at commenting on Odin's family affairs. What I'm worried about now is the test that Thor will face. Odin pondered for a while, then returned to the topic and continued. Although Hela is sealed, once I die, she will be unsealed. I know my children. Hela has never given up her ambitions, and she will come back to Asgard. So, Charlotte Magician. Odin stood up, walked down the throne slowly, and came to Charlotte, sincerely begging. I hope you can help Thor in Asgard. Charlotte is willing to help Thor deal with Hela together, and the chances of Asgard overcoming difficulties will be much higher. After all, Charlotte's strength is also recognized by Virgo. More importantly, as Kamartaj Magician, Charlotte stands behind his teacher, Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. This is the real reason why Odin values Charlotte. Charlotte thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Thor is my teammate and friend. If he needs help in difficulties, I will naturally help. With affection, friends need help, and Charlotte naturally cannot shirk. Reasonably, in order to prevent Hela from eyeing the earth after ruling Asgard, Charlotte also needs to take action. A foreign king who is close to his own country is better than 10 ambitious ladies. More importantly, I have a king friend, and it will be so cool to talk about it in the future. As for Hela's strength, Charlotte hasn't considered this issue yet, let alone the support of his teacher, Ancient One, standing behind him. Let's just say that the few skills Charlotte gained from defeating his teammates today also gave him the confidence to explode. Especially one of the skills, even if Charlotte fights with Odin now, he is worthy, at least 50-50. Asgard will never forget your kindness. After receiving Charlotte's guarantee, Odin immediately relaxed a lot and said gratefully, Asgard will never refuse anything Charlotte Magician needs in the future. Friendship of Asgard. Charlotte was happy in her heart, but on the surface, she said modestly and calmly, You're welcome. Friends should help each other. I, Charlotte, am not one to reciprocate. The voice has not yet fallen, and the system task is coming. Ding. Release the mission Secret of Self-Space. Obtain Cosmic Magic, Space Gem. Reward. Strengthening all existing and future space-based skills. Charlotte's face froze. Tesseract? Isn't that the treasure curry in Odin? As soon as I finished being humble, the system came out and slapped me in the face. This is too much. Well, speaking of it, I really needed a little bit. Charlotte was a little embarrassed. But embarrassment is embarrassment. System tasks still have to be done, Charlotte can't live with rewards. Charlotte Magician, if you need anything, just tell me. Odin didn't expect Charlotte to ask for it so soon, but he didn't care. Instead, he was a little happy. After all, it is more reassuring to entrust a task that requires a deposit. That what? Charlotte organized her language and said tactfully, I heard that cosmic magic is in Curry, Asgard's collection treasure. I don't know if you mind if it changes its owner. You want Tesseract? Odin froze, not expecting Charlotte to ask for this. Can't you? Charlotte also thinks that such an expensive deposit seems a bit too much. In his opinion, even if that Hela is really strong, the child of Odin should not be much stronger than Thor. That's not true. I'm just curious why Charlotte Magician wants Tesseract. What Charlotte didn't expect was that Odin didn't refuse immediately, but instead asked about his purpose. Oh, I'm a bit of a collector. When I see something I like to collect it. The last time I saw Tesseract, I felt that I was destined for it. Charlotte made an excuse casually. He couldn't say it was a system task. Fighting Jump the Effect is activated automatically. Charlotte Magician's hobby reminds me of someone in the universe. He also likes to collect all kinds of things. Odin pondered for a moment, but without any doubts, he agreed. Although the Tesseract is Asgard's treasure, if 713 Charlotte Magician really wants it, you can take it. Although Odin also knows the secret of Tesseract, in fact, he doesn't value it, and Odin doesn't really need this power. The reason why Odin collects the Tesseract is just to prevent it from falling into the hands of some malicious people. You must know that there are many guys who are eyeing this kind of thing. It's just that Odin's strength is also good. No one dares to come to Asgard to win the treasure, but once he passes away, it's uncertain. Charlotte wanted this hot potato, and Odin was eager to give it away. After all, Asgard's current situation has enough troubles, but it can't stand the trouble. And Charlotte, as the disciple of Sorcerer Supreme, the magician of Kamartaj, is trustworthy both in terms of strength and character. Definitely, Odin himself can see that Charlotte is not that kind of ambitious person, so Odin is very relieved to hand over the Tesseract to Charlotte for safekeeping. In this case, Jinlaw Magician will go to treasure with me. Odin invited. As a friend of Asgard, you are eligible to visit the collection of Asgard treasure Curry. Saying that, Odin did not return to the throne and directly led Charlotte to Odin's treasury. This time it's going to be an eye-opener. Charlotte followed behind Odin and couldn't help but look a little excited. This is the treasure house of Odin, king of Asgard, the head of the 9 kingdoms. After a while, Odin and Charlotte came to a heavily guarded treasure house, where a tall palace gate made of pure gold stood. My king! When the guards saw their king, they immediately saluted and said hello. And Odin just nodded lightly as a signal, and the spear of Odin in his hand shot a yellow light, opened the door of the treasure house, and then walked into the treasure house with Charlotte. These are the treasures in my collection. Odin noticed Charlotte, who kept looking left and right behind him, and a hint of pride appeared in the corner of his mouth. Although many things here are only of collection value, they're also the glory of his expedition to the 9 realms. What is this? Charlotte suddenly pointed to a display case and asked suspiciously, the gloves of the giants of Jotunheim? A glove made of pure gold, with 6 gems inlaid on it. But this glove is really too big. Charlotte compares it with her own hand, and thinks that Hulk might be able to wear it. This is not a gauntlet from the giants of Jotunheim. Odin introduces Charlotte. It's just a replica of the Infinity Gauntlet. Odin looked a little embarrassed. Infinity Gauntlet? What's it for? Charlotte didn't care about imitations, but it made him even more curious. If a fake product can enter Odin's treasury, wouldn't the genuine product be even more powerful? The Infinity Gauntlet is used to collect the infinite gems socketed on it. Odin pointed to the gemstone that Charlotte thought was just an ornament, and continued. It can bless the wearer with the power of infinite gems. Infinite gems? Charlotte showed a curious baby expression, as if waiting for Odin's story. Didn't your teacher tell you the secret of infinite gems? This time it's Odin's turn to be weird, and the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, also knows this secret. But Odin soon ignored it, And he didn't tell Thor the secret of infinite gems, not intentionally concealing it, but it was unnecessary. And it also proves that Charlotte is not lying. This guy wants Tesseract. Maybe it really is just for collection. Infinite gems. Now that Charlotte asked, Odin didn't intend to hide it and started to popularize science directly. As you can see, there are 6 infinite gems, namely the Emperor Gem, the Time Gem, the Space Gem, the Soul Gem, the Reality Gem, and the Mind Gem. It is rumored that they appeared when the universe was born, possessing abilities beyond imagination, representing 6 different laws, namely power, time. Odin introduced himself, but didn't notice the change in Charlotte's expression. Aren't these the gems mentioned in his Secret of Myself series of quests? Although there are only 3 such missions now, they are Tie Particles, Tesseract, and Tesseract. In other words, this task will appear 3 times. Charlotte's thoughts flowed quickly, and she didn't let go of Odin's popular science. And the 6 infinite gems are now scattered and sealed all over the universe. Not many people know where they are. Odin's voice continued. I only know the whereabouts of the 3 infinite gems. The Tesseract is the space gem, the Tie Particles in your body are the reality gem, and the Time Gem is in your old ancient 1-inch. Time Gem. Charlotte's eyes lit up, and she got a good clue. Time Gem is actually in Kamartaj. It seems that I need to visit the teacher more often when I have time. Since you know that Tesseract is infinite gems, why did you agree to give it to me? Charlotte quickly remembered a puzzled question. Since infinite gems is so powerful, why did Odin give him the Space Gem? Space Gem is not the power I need. Odin felt the need to remind Charlotte, and said, and infinite gems are not so easy to use, and there is a price to be paid for borrowing their power. Although me and your teacher have infinite gems, we don't want its power, but they are Asgardian. We just want to keep them from falling into the hands of evil people. As far as I know, there is a powerful overlord in the universe who has always wanted to collect all infinite gems to realize his evil plan. The overlord of the universe? How strong is it? Charlotte immediately became vigilant. Since the other party was also collecting infinite gems, there might be conflicts in the future. Very strong. When Odin mentioned that existence, a trace of seriousness appeared on his face. When I was young, he once invaded Asgard and tried to steal the Tesseract. What's the result? Because the battlefield is in Asgard, and as the royal family of Asgard, my testosterone is the strongest when fighting in Asgard. Odin continued, but I just barely suppressed him. As of now, I'm old. It is precisely because of this that Odin hid the Tesseract's secret on the earth at the beginning. In fact, he had already meant to ask Ancient One to help him guard the infinite gems. So strong. Charlotte was dumbfounded. Odin's meaning was very clear. He was fighting at home, but he barely repelled the opponent. If it came out of Asgard, it was obvious that the opponent was stronger. Charlotte suddenly felt that she had collected so many infinite gems, the other party would not get the attention of the earth. You know, now, I have 3 infinite gems in my hand, which accounts for half of it. If you add the one in the hand of his teacher, Ancient One, there are 4 infinite gems on the earth. If Charlotte is the overlord of the universe, I'm afraid my heart will burst into laughter. There's so many goals on a backward planet, and there is no need for him to run around. Seems that Charlotte is not shocking enough. Odin throws out a bad news again. Actually, the Chitauri who invaded your country a while ago is also one of that guy's subordinates. Well, it seems that the other party is indeed eyeing the earth. Half an hour later, Charlotte, who got the Tesseract, stood again in the main hall of the Odin Palace, ready to say goodbye. Charlotte Magician, please don't tell Thor about Hela just yet. Odin sat on the throne and said slowly, I will talk to him personally. Odin needs to have a good talk with Thor. It is not only a father's entrustment to his child, but also the responsibility entrusted by the old king of Asgard to the new king. No problem. Charlotte gave a magician salute. Well, let me take my leave first. He needed to hurry back and digest the news of his trip to Asgard. Walk the stair. An illusory staircase appeared at the foot. Charlotte stepped on it and disappeared into the hall. Although I've seen it once before, Odin couldn't help sighing. But seeing Charlotte Magician's space magic again, I still feel amazing. Yeah, it's also the first time I've seen such magic fluctuations. In the empty hall, a woman's voice sounded out of thin air. Is this the space magic of Kamar Taj? It is worthy of the holy place famous for space magic. A gracefully dressed woman appeared next to the throne. It was Odin's wife, Queen Frigg of Asgard. Frigga, I have listened to your advice and asked Charlotte Magician for help. Odin stood up, took Frigga's hand, looked at him with some doubts, and said, "But do you really think that Charlotte Magician can make Asgard survive Ragnarok? This is your prophecy. Don't you always say that prophecy cannot be changed?" The reason why Odin asked Charlotte to help Thor this time was more because of his Queen Frigga's suggestion. I'm just saying we can't change the prophecy because it's destiny. Frigga looked in the direction where Charlotte disappeared, and the light of deep wisdom flashed in her eyes. But some people can break the existence of fate good, as long as he is willing. You mean Charlotte Magician? How is that possible? Odin was a little startled. If it was said that the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, who holds the time gem, had this ability, he would not be surprised, but her disciple Charlotte. Destiny is not so easy to resist, especially at Odin's level. He has a deeper understanding. Remember the death prophecy I gave myself? Frigga did not directly refute, but brought up another topic. I foresaw my own death, but until now, I am still alive. You think Charlotte broke your fate? That's right. The time of my death should be when the dark elves invaded. Frigga nodded and continued. For confirmation, I made a prophecy for Charlotte Magician, but I was surprised to find that his future is invisible, and I didn't see any kind of prophecy that might happen. Having said that, Frigga's eyes flashed in disbelief. In fact, she is not the first person to see such a thing in Charlotte. Even the Ancient One who holds the time gem cannot see through Charlotte's future. Kamar Taj, the training ground, is still the same. Dozens of magician apprentices are practicing magic in full swing, and several senior magicians walk among them, guiding the apprentices from time to time. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed, and a man and two women appeared beside the training ground out of thin air, attracting the attention of several magicians. But when they saw the man, they relaxed their vigilance, and at the same time gave a magic salute to him. This is Charlotte, a disciple of Sorcerer Supreme, and they are already familiar with each other. Charlotte, have we reached Kamar Taj yet? A girl in a tight red jacket, after adapting to the sudden change of environment, noticed the scene in front of her and was immediately full of interest. She quickly pulled Charlotte, who was returning the salute, and asked excitedly, "This is what you learned? Is it a magical place? There are so many magicians. As expected of a place that can cultivate excellent fighters like you. Charlotte, I didn't expect such a backward country to have such a holy land of magicians." A lady in a green gauze dress looked around and sighed. "I really underestimated this country." "Wanda, Lorelei, calm down." Charlotte quickly motioned, and while leading the two girls through the training ground, she introduced, "That's right, this is Kamar Taj, the holy land of magicians on Earth. But this is a training ground. Most of them are just magician apprentices. The truly powerful magicians are stationed in other holy places, except my teacher." Originally, Charlotte just planned to take Lorelei to Kamar Taj for a trip, but after 200, Lorelei suggested to bring Charlotte's teammate Wanda along. She told Charlotte, "Wanda's magic ability is very high. It is a piece of learning magic good material." Definitely, Lorelei's original intention was to let Wanda learn magic from her, but Wanda didn't like Lorelei at all, and didn't even intend to ask her to be his teacher. However, Wanda was quite interested in Kamar Taj, and asked Charlotte to take her with her. This request is not troublesome anyway, so Charlotte didn't refuse. He just used "take the stairs" to bring it along. Because of getting the Tesseract, Charlotte's space skills have been strengthened. Originally, she could only teleport herself, take the stairs, but also strengthened to allow group teleportation. The teleportation range of Happy Wind Man has been strengthened. Definitely, this is not the point. The point is the third space system skill. That's right, there is a third space-based skill. Charlotte always thought that he only had two space-based skills, but the fact of strengthening told him that he had 3 space-based skills, and the third was his magical skill, molding. After this skill was strengthened, it did not change any skill effect, but it triggered a combined effect with the 2 skills, Stair Walk and Prison Break, and there was an additional passive effect, Travel. According to the skill explanation, Charlotte can not only penetrate any material, but also penetrate the world constraints. With the skill, Walk Stairs, Charlotte can travel through the world and teleport to other worlds. It's a pity that there are restrictions, which are the original restrictions of the skill, Walk Stairs. Charlotte must be clear about the information she wants to travel through the world, or at least have a general understanding. Otherwise, she may fall into the turbulence of time and space and be sent to other worlds by mistake. This is very cheating. How could Charlotte know information about other worlds? He doesn't even know about his own world. But Charlotte didn't care about anything. Anyway, he didn't have the idea of going abroad in the short term, and he didn't have enough fun in his own world. Be more respectful when you see my teacher later. Charlotte took Wanda and Lorelei through the training ground and said with a worried voice, "Especially you, Lorelei, don't be rude to my teacher. This woman is so arrogant that she might offend her teacher." "Relax, Charlotte." Uncharacteristically, Lorelei said obediently. "Since she is Charlotte's teacher, she is also my elder, so I will definitely respect you." Ever since Charlotte interceded for Lorelei, her attitude towards Charlotte has changed, especially the fact that Charlotte is immune to her charm magic, which arouses her interest. Although Charlotte explained that it was because of her mental defense against magic. As a witch, Lorelei was no stranger to magic. She is very aware of her charm magic. If Charlotte can use the mental defense magic to resist her voice and touch, it is not impossible, but she even used that trick on Charlotte. Charlotte has not been charmed yet, which is amazing. That's what Lorelei was curious about. Forehead. Charlotte looked at Lorelei, who was a little bird and was not used to it, and said in a low voice, "To be honest, I still like your unruly look at the beginning. Otherwise, when we get along alone in the future, you can recover." He felt that Royal Sister Queen fan was more suitable for Lorelei. "Definitely can." Lorelei gave Charlotte a coquettish roll of eyes, and her temperament changed instantly, giving off a cold and arrogant feeling. "Charlotte, what I just told you, do you think is possible?" Wanda on the side suddenly interrupted the interaction between Charlotte and Lorelei sourly and changed the subject. "I also want to learn magic. Do you think your teacher will accept me?" "Wanda, if you really want to learn magic, I can intercede for you." Charlotte turned her head to look at Wanda and continued, "Definitely, I can't guarantee that my teacher will accept you, but if you just learn magic in Camartage, I think it's fine." "No, Charlotte, I can guarantee that your teacher will accept Wanda." Lorelei shook her head and retorted, "I said, Wanda's magic ability is really high. I've never seen such a magic attribute. Your teacher will definitely not reject her." After a pause, Lorelei turned her head to look at Wanda and said seductively, "You really don't consider learning magic with me? I can teach you all my charm magic. Think about it. When the time comes, all men will bow down at your feet, and you can choose." "Bah, who wants to learn your dirty magic?" Wanda retorted. "And all men, your magic doesn't work on Charlotte. What's the use of me learning?" Wanda noticed the strange eyes of Charlotte and Lorelei and instantly blushed, wanting to defend herself. "Charlotte, don't get me wrong. I didn't mean that." "It's okay, I understand." Charlotte's inexplicable smile made Wanda's face even more flushed. Not long after, Charlotte brought Lorelei and Wanda to the outside of the ancient one holy place. Just as she was about to enter, she found an acquaintance standing at the door. "Mo, long time no see." Charlotte patted a black magician on the shoulder from behind and said hello. "What are you doing here? Why don't you go in?" Exclamation point. Moda was a little surprised by the sudden appearance of Charlotte, but soon showed a friendly smile. "It's rare for you to come to Camartage. It's been a long time since we met. Let's see you guys. Come on, you Charlotte has always been in the Three Treasures Hall for nothing. What's the matter here this time?" Obviously, Mordo also has some understanding of Charlotte's character. This little guy usually doesn't run here if he has nothing to do. Especially when Charlotte came to play last time, she was reprimanded by Ancient One because of her slow cultivation progress. Hey, I was seen through by you. There is indeed something wrong here this time. Charlotte scratched her head in embarrassment, but quickly recovered her playful smile, looked at Modu with a smile and asked, "Is my teacher there?" Ancient One Magician is receiving guests inside. Modu also seemed to remember something, pointed to the holy place, and signaled Charlotte to keep her voice down. Guests who need to be met by my teacher in person? Charlotte's curiosity was suddenly aroused, and she opened the hands that Modu wanted to stop and looked inwardly. Hey, this guy? Can my teacher receive it in person? What caught Charlotte's eyes was a gray-faced, curly-haired middle-aged man like a homeless man, holding a cup of tea and standing in front of Ancient One, as if he was talking about something. Definitely, Charlotte does not underestimate each other because of their clothes. In the ranks of magicians, it is not uncommon for them to dress uniquely. Charlotte has seen many sloppy high-level magicians, but these people can still faintly see some strong people. Temperament. And this curly-haired man is not only sloppy all over, but more importantly, he is full of self-confidence and timidity, as if he is afraid of losing something. Don't underestimate him, Modu said mysteriously. He might be your future junior brother. Stephen Strange, a well-known medical doctor and surgical expert in the industry. He can often publish papers in some authoritative medical journals and attend various medical academic banquets. At the same time, he also has a beautiful cohabiting girlfriend. Unfortunately, all this was broken by a sudden car accident. On his way to a lecture dinner at a neurological association, Stephen's high-speed sports car skids in the rain and falls off a cliff. Although he was lucky to save his life, his proud, dexterous hands had to insert 11 stainless steel nails into the bones of his palms because of multiple torn ligaments and severe nerve damage. When he woke up from a coma, he almost collapsed when he saw his unrecognizable hands. Stephen knew that he had bid farewell to his scalpel and his life on the operating table was over. Now, with these trembling and weak hands, let alone operating on patients, he could even cut himself when he shaves his own beard. The entire medical community is mourning the fall of this surgical genius, definitely, and it hasn't been too long. After all, things are irreversible. But Stephen is not reconciled. He wants to find a cure for himself. He wants to get back his dexterous hands and return to the operating table and career. Stephen seemed to be in a daze, looking for solutions again and again, asking colleagues for help, and consulting various similar cases, but all were unsatisfactory. His colleagues, doctors, and even his girlfriend persuaded him to give up. Stephen's condition has no possibility of being completely cured. It is very difficult to make his hands act like an ordinary person. Not easy, can't be touched. There is a new technology in Tokyo that cultivates upgraded donor stem cells and then uses three-dimensional printing of the chromosome skeleton. In this way, although Stephen still cannot return to the operating table, he can at least return to normal levels. However, this fee required $200,000, which Stephen couldn't afford at all. Although Stephen is an excellent surgical expert with generous remuneration, he always spends as much as he earns and has no concept of saving money at all. In addition to this accident, he is already heavily in debt, and all his properties have been mortgaged. Even Stephen's girlfriend had already fallen out with him because of his bewilderment. He has nothing left. Just when Stephen was full of despair, hope still favored this poor man. He really found a case similar to his and was cured. Stephen couldn't wait to find this miracle, a patient who had asked him for help. However, the other party's condition at that time was more serious than Stephen's. The nerves of the whole body had been severely damaged. From a medical point of view, there was no possibility of healing. He could only spend the rest of his life paralyzed in bed. Therefore, for the sake of his success rate of surgery in medical journals, Stephen refused his request for help without even meeting the other party. When Stephen saw the other party, the healer named Jonathan Pangborn was playing basketball. This seemed incredible to Stephen, but it also made him see hope. Although Stephen was not accidentally ridiculed, the other party still told him a place called Kamar Taj. Although Jonathan claimed that a group of magicians healed his injuries, Stephen, who firmly believes in science, didn't think much about it. In his opinion, this may be similar to the white-clothed nuns of the Red Cross Church back then, nothing more than mastering unique medical technology church institution. With the last hope, Stephen spent all the money he had, bought a one-way ticket, and flew to the place given by the other party, the birthplace of Buddhism, Nepal. He wandered like a beggar in Nepal for nearly a month. If it weren't for this being the birthplace of Buddhism, and many kind local residents and pilgrims generously helped him, Stephen would have starved to death in a certain place before he found Kamar Taj. Out of place. During this month, Stephen asked countless people about Kamar Taj's whereabouts. However, this place didn't seem to exist, and no one had ever heard of it. Stephen even wondered if Jonathan deliberately took revenge on himself. After all, this backward and barren country, no matter how you look at it, does not seem to have medical institutions that surpass the world's medical level. But he had no choice but to continue to pray for hope. But fortunately, hope did not abandon him. Today, as soon as Stephen came out of temple, he was targeted by a group of gangsters who wanted to rescue him. It's a pity that Stephen was already penniless, and the angry gangsters surrounded him, wanting to beat him up violently, and even robbed him of his only property, the only ordinary watch that had not been mortgaged. Fortunately, a mysterious man rescued him, and even luckier, this man came from Kamar Taj, whom Stephen had been looking for. Stephen was full of hope to follow this man here, and wanted to seek help from the Ancient One magician that the other party said, but after a brief exchange with this Ancient One magician, he is now very disappointed. Stephen felt as if he had been cheated. This Ancient One magician was not a doctor with superb medical skills as he had imagined, but she was a deceiving person. The other party actually wanted to tell him that the soul should heal the body. The soul heals the body. Yes. Stephen looked at the swearing Ancient One with the eyes of a magic stick, and his face was full of collapse. I went bankrupt and bought this one-way ticket, but now you tell me that I can be healed by faith. You are a man who sees the world through a hole. There is a strange light in Ancient One's eyes, as if he could see through Stephen. You have been trying to make this hole bigger all your life so that you can see more. However, now that you know that this hole can be bigger than you can imagine, you reject this possibility. I refuse because I don't believe in any myths about souls and spiritual power, nor do I believe in the power of faith. Stephen approached Ancient One slowly, shouted hysterically, and the last sentence was almost a roar. There is no soul at all. Though, seeking flowers, after a pause, Stephen continued to explain his worldview. Human beings are material. That's all. You are just a tiny and insignificant dust in this universe. You underestimate yourself. Ancient One's face was full of patience. She knew that most people would react like this when they asked them to overthrow their original worldview, except for some nervous guys. You think you've seen through me, don't you? Stephen noticed Ancient One's calm and watery eyes, and he couldn't get angry. When he thought that his only hope was shattered, his tone couldn't help but become even more angry. Actually, I saw through it. Before the words fell, Ancient One shot suddenly, and in Stephen's unprepared eyes, he slapped his chest with a palm. Immediately, the surrounding space froze as if time was almost at a standstill. What frightened Stephen even more was that he saw that there was another person in front of him who was slowly falling down. He stretched out his palm to look, and he found that he was in a translucent state, and his whole body was also light, like a legendary soul. Suddenly, Stephen felt a suction force coming from in front of him. Before he could react, he woke up instantly and returned to his body. What did you just do to me? Stephen was panting heavily with disbelief and panic all over his face. I pushed your soul out of your body. What's in the tea? Stephen glanced at the teacup he drank just now on the table and guessed, pectin hallucinogens. He still can't believe in the existence of the soul, which is completely inconsistent with his scientific worldview. Just tea. Ancient One's face is full of innocence. It's just adding a little honey. Then what happened to me just now? For a split second, you enter a spirit world, which is where the soul leaves the body. Why are you doing this to me? There are too many unknowns to tell you. Ancient One patiently explained to Stephen. Open your eyes. Another sudden attack. Ancient One's right palm pressed against Stephen's forehead. This time, Stephen felt that the whole person seemed to have broken through the limitation of space and had the illusion of passing through strange otherworlds. Oh! Stephen kept shouting in surprise, and at the same time, the hollow voice of Ancient One came into his ears clearly. You think that the world is running smoothly, and you think that the material universe is everything. What is the truth? What kind of secrets are hidden behind what you know? At the source of reality, spirit is connected with matter, and thought shapes reality. This universe is just one of the infinite universes, and the world is infinite. Some are beautiful and vibrant. Some are evil and full of killing. In those dark corners, the forces of darkness are greedily waiting. He can last for so long. His mental power is very strong. He really is a born magician. Inside the holy place, Ancient One looked at Stephen, who had fallen into a deep sleep, but his consciousness fluctuated violently, and he whispered something from time to time, as if he was experiencing some kind of nightmare. This is Ancient One transmitting the images in her consciousness to Stephen's mind, allowing him to experience the various worlds she has seen with empathy. But this requires a very strong soul. The mental strength of an ordinary person will definitely not be able to last for a few minutes. After all, the malice emanating from many powerful beings in the world is enough to easily annihilate a person's soul. Seeing that Stephen was still accepting the change of worldview and it couldn't end for the time being, Ancient One turned around and looked out of the hall with deep eyes. Charlotte, since you are here, come in. As soon as Charlotte approached the holy place, Ancient One had already perceived it, but she was leading the way for future disciples, so she didn't say anything. "Ha! Teacher, long time no see." Charlotte, who was peeking at the head of the thief, 983, was caught straight away and walked into the holy place with a face full of embarrassment. "Is there anything else in my holy place that you haven't seen?" Ancient One looked at Charlotte, and the corners of his mouth could not help but draw an arc, jokingly said, "You are still playing with those guys, right? You want to be locked up again." Those guys in Ancient One's mouth are the otherworld invasion monsters sealed by her. Some time ago, Luo started to focus on them for some reason. Last time, Charlotte was still holding the nightmare sealing altar. His face was full of confusion, and he was still chanting words such as capture and pet. If Ancient One hadn't happened to pass by, maybe this little guy would really break the seal and cause chaos in the world. You know, that nightmare is a powerhouse from another dimension. If it wasn't for being careless when it invaded the Earth, Ancient One might not be able to catch it. So, Ancient One got angry and put Charlotte, a brat, in confinement for a week. Definitely, in order to prevent other high-level magicians from Kamartaj from having any objections to Charlotte, they only claimed that Charlotte did not work hard in cultivation. "Teacher, I already knew I was wrong." Charlotte hurriedly begged for mercy. "I have other things to do this time, and I have absolutely no intention of hitting those monsters. I'm here to find you." It's just that Charlotte's rolling eyeballs have seriously betrayed him. When she saw that the sealed items were gone, a little disappointment flashed in her eyes. The reason why Charlotte became interested in those monsters was entirely due to his skill, a skill rewarded by Charlotte for destroying Hydra undercover agents. Master Ball, active skill. Effect: select a non-human unit determined by the system. As the target, after activating the skill, you can throw a Master Ball to catch it. As long as it hits, it must be captured successfully and become the host's pet. Note: there is only one Master Ball. If there is no hit, it can be regenerated, but once the capture is successful, the skill will disappear, leaving only the Master Ball and pets. Please use it with caution. Evaluation: let's become a Pokemon Master. This is why Charlotte will take a fancy to the monsters in Ancient One Holy Place, because he found that there are not many units that could be judged as inhuman by the system. At least Thor, the Hulk, and Hulk are not considered inhuman units, while Ancient One most of the alien monsters sealed in the Holy Place are non-human units. Definitely, the circle hit their business. Unfortunately, when Charlotte was wondering which pet is more popular, the succubi or the black dragon of the devil world, he was caught by the passing Ancient One. Although Charlotte repeatedly explained to the other party that she wanted to try his newly created magic, Ancient One ignored him and locked him up for a week. What Charlotte didn't know was that if it wasn't for his explanation, Ancient One's punishment for him would not be as simple as a week of confinement. Still, the 1-week confinement has worked. At least it has brought Charlotte to her senses. I am so stupid. How could he have the idea of these seal monsters? He should leave this only chance to that guy named Dormammu. How could these weaklings who were sealed by Ancient One be as powerful as the great Demon King, an existence that even Ancient One feared? Charlotte heard from Ancient One that Dormammu was originally a powerful necromancer, but after straying into a dark space, he stopped being a human being in order to gain strength and chose to give up his body and integrate with the world. Charlotte doesn't even believe that such a guy will not be judged as an inhuman unit by the system. So now, Charlotte will not stop Dormammu from invading the Earth. On the contrary, he welcomes Dormammu to come to the Earth for fear that the other party will not come. If it wasn't for fear of Ancient One's anger, Charlotte would have planned to destroy Kamartaj's Guardian Circle. At the moment, a certain dark dimension boss shivered unconsciously, feeling as if he was being targeted by someone with malicious intentions. Then what are you doing here? Ancient One noticed Charlotte's eyes and shook her head slightly. But let's not tell the truth. Anyway, she has already kept those monster seals well. Oh, it's like this. I came here to find you, teacher, for 2 things. The first thing is, Charlotte hastened to tell Lorelei something quickly. That's the way it is. I want Lorelei to stay here in Kamartaj. After explaining the situation, Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Ancient One expectantly. Kamartaj is responsible for the defense of the Earth's magic. If Lorelei wants to stay on the Earth legally, he still needs the consent of Ancient One. You're Lorelei, right? Ancient One looked at Lorelei, who had already walked in and stood beside Charlotte, thought for a moment, and said, "You don't have a problem if you want to stay in Kamartaj. As long as you don't have the idea of harming the world. As a magician, I welcome you to Kamartaj." "Thanks." Lorelei nodded, expressing her thanks. "What about your second thing?" Ancient One looked at Charlotte again, pointed to Wanda behind Charlotte, and joked, "This girl is not from another country. She wants to stay in." The words stopped abruptly, and Ancient One looked at Wanda in amazement, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Oh, the second thing is indeed about her. Charlotte didn't pay attention to Ancient One's expression and said to herself, "This is my Avengers teammate Wanda." Lorelei said that her magic ability is very high, and she herself became interested in magic and wanted to come to Kamartaj to learn magic, so no problem. Halfway through Charlotte's words, she was suddenly interrupted excitedly by Ancient One. "I can take her as an apprentice." Forehead. Charlotte couldn't help being a little surprised. "What's going on? If you want to learn magic, I can be your teacher." 0.8 Ancient One looked at Wanda, and his eyes, which were originally plain as water, fluctuated. What did she see? The magical ability of the Chaos attribute. She must teach her such a magical ability in person and not let the other party go astray. Even this girl named Wanda will be better than Steven, the natural magician she has been paying attention to for a long time. "Wanda, you will be my junior sister from now on." Although I don't understand why Ancient One is so excited, it is obvious that Ancient One wants to accept Wanda. Forehead. "Wanda, why do you have such an expression?" Charlotte was about to congratulate Wanda, but found that Wanda was hiding behind her with a face full of fear, looking timidly at Ancient One. "Your teacher won't do the same to me, right?" Speaking, Wanda also pointed to Steven, who was still unconscious, and shouted from time to time. Obviously, she was intimidated by the scene where Ancient One just educated Steven. On Friday, Empire State University, the school bell rang, and the students walked out of the school one after another, preparing to spend their free time on Saturday and weekend. So boring. Charlotte lay listlessly on the desk, watching the classmates leave one after another, leaving herself alone in the end. It has been more than a week since he came back from Camartage, and he came back on the same day. To be precise, Charlotte was driven back by Ancient One. Since Ancient One has newly recruited 2 new disciples, Wanda and Stephen, they need to be taught well, but Charlotte always comes to make troubles, and even says that she's a special counseling for the younger brothers and sisters, almost leading Wanda and Stephen astray. In the end, Ancient One couldn't take it anymore, and directly ordered Charlotte not to enter Camartage for the time being, or she would be put in confinement. Thinking of this, Charlotte couldn't help complaining that Ancient One loved the new and disliked the old, that she forgot the old love when she had a new love, and ignored him after taking in her juniors and younger sisters. Although Charlotte has always belonged to free range. Hey, what are the arrangements for the evening? Charlotte changed her arm and continued to lie on her stomach, thinking about where she could spend her time. He's been so idle lately. Back to the apartment? Charlotte directly vetoed this plan. It's boring. Gwen is not in the apartment, and she will be alone when she goes back. Gwen's ability training will take some time, and he is still training in Phil Coulson's department, and his Aunt May is still teaching him. Have a party with Tony? Charlotte still shook her head. Forget it. I won't look for him for now. Although Charlotte told Natasha Romanoff and the others not to tell 08 and other teammates that they were not charmed in the last charm incident, Charlotte still has a little guilty conscience and hasn't visited those victim teammates recently. Not only that, although Charlotte is helping Hill, even if it is clearly explained that he was charmed by Lorelei, it is an indisputable fact that he invaded the SHILD headquarters. So, Charlotte is currently on leave of absence. Definitely. It's not bad. Charlotte seldom does SHILDS agent tasks. Yes, Charlotte thought about a lot of arrangements, but rejected them one by one, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I could go to Peter and see what he is up to recently, and if he needs help. Since Peter became a Spider-Man, he has been fighting criminals everywhere. It can be said that the nightlife is very rich and exciting, and Charlotte went to play. With him, it can definitely pass the time. As soon as she thought of it, she acted immediately. Charlotte immediately took out her mobile phone, found Peter's number, and dialed it. Hey, Peter, what's going on tonight? Fighting criminals? Catching thieves? How about taking one with me? At night, on a certain building in New York City, a man in a red uniform is sitting on it, which is Spider-Man Peter. New York City. Looking down at the city, Peter couldn't help sighing. If only this city were as peaceful as it seems. Since he became a Spider-Man, Peter really understands the darkness and evil hidden under this bustling city. A large number of criminal worlds are breeding in a certain corner like germs, which makes people feel frightened. Even 1 or 2 incidents of superpowers can occasionally be encountered, which makes people feel even more headaches. Peter was physically and mentally exhausted from these troubles almost every night, and he didn't have much time to accompany MJ. For this reason, MJ has complained to him more than once. Several times, Peter wanted to give up being a Spider-Man, but he would always think of what happened that night, making him understand the responsibility of his ability, and Ben Uncle's encouragement supported him. However, tonight will probably be the most relaxing night since I became Spider-Man. Today, his good friend Charlotte actually called him, saying that he would come to help and act together at night. Although I don't know what the situation is, there is no need to question Charlotte's strength. Not only did Charlotte enter the industry earlier than him, but she was also a powerful Avenger, especially the Avenger, which Peter was very envious of. Charlotte could become a teammate with his idol, Mr. Stark. Strange, why hasn't Charlotte arrived yet? A gust of cool wind hit. Peter recovered from his contemplation, turned his head to check suspiciously, and murmured in a low voice, "Also, I forgot to tell him when I was on the phone, I need to prepare a uniform to hide my identity. If he forgets, I don't want Jonathan's paper to have a 2 wall crawlers report tomorrow, although I have a spare set of spider uniforms in there." While talking, Peter's talkative attribute was triggered, and he began to complain, "Sometimes I really don't understand. Spider-Man is clearly fighting criminals. But why did Jonathan hate Spider-Man so much? It's because he hates all masked people. Peter was talking to himself when a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him, which startled him and turned around to look. "Charlotte, here you come." Peter saw the person coming, so he relaxed his body, greeted the person, and asked curiously, "When did you come?" My own spider telepathy didn't notice anyone appearing behind me. But Peter is relieved when he thinks that the other party is Charlotte. Charlotte also has spider telepathy, and she plays mysterious magic. Everything is possible. Just when you said alternate uniform, Charlotte rolled her eyes and replied, "Don't worry, I have my own battle suit." There was a flash on Charlotte. A white magic dress appeared. A white cloak fluttered in the wind, and the bright moonlight fell on Charlotte's body. A mysterious and elegant temperament emerged spontaneously. "Wow, Charlotte, your magic is amazing." Peter was full of envy. "It's so troublesome for me to change the spider uniform every time. Coach, I want to learn too." But Peter quickly frowned. "But what's the use of your battle suit?" Peter pointed to Charlotte's face, which was barely covered by wearing only a monocle. "You didn't cover your face at all. If the superhero doesn't cover his face, how can he act? Charlotte doesn't want her identity to be exposed, does she?" "Oh, it's okay, I have magic." Pointing to the monocle on her right eye, Charlotte explained, "I've cast a spell on this eyeglass. I'm still Charlotte to you, but I'm someone else to other people, and they don't recognize me." Superman's glasses. Active skill. To use this skill, props glasses are required. Effect. After activating the skill, the appearance can be concealed. People who have not been authorized by the host will absolutely not be able to see through the face. Note, this skill can only cover up the face, not the clothes and figure. Evaluation. What does it have to do with me? Clark, you're looking for Superman? This skill was a task reward a few days ago, when the system asked Charlotte to cosplay Superman at a drag party, although Charlotte originally wanted to cosplay Batman. "How is it, Peter?" Charlotte stretched out her cloak, proudly showing off. "It's much cooler than your tight pajamas." "What tight pajamas? This is a spider suit." As soon as Peter heard that Charlotte was insulting his masterpiece, he immediately quit, defending, "Now, I am very popular in certain neighborhoods in New York City. Even some stores are selling Spider-Man's costume uniform. Sometimes I wonder if I should charge them for the copyright, since it's a uniform I designed myself. And I'm quite short of money now. Maybe I should really consider this idea. I don't have much income for sending selfies to Jonathan all the time." 30. For a while, Peter started chattering, which made Charlotte a little dumbfounded. "What's going on? The Peter in front of me is not someone else's impersonation, is it? It's completely different from the Peter I've known since I was a child. Although the last time we met, Peter was indeed more cheerful and talkative, but compared with now, it is nothing. Does this sloppy spider suit add the attribute of chattering? The bank sent a lot of bills to Ben, Uncle, and Aunt May last time, asking for repayment within a specified time limit. Speaking of this, I remembered a bank robbery I prevented not long ago. I saved so much loss for them, but I couldn't even give them a few more days." Stop. Charlotte hurriedly interrupted Peter's tendency to drag the topic further and further, and said with black lines, "Let's talk about tonight's activities." Charlotte doubted that if Peter continued to talk like this, he would be able to see the light of day. Charlotte is here to pass the time, not to listen to Peter. "All right." Peter smacked his lips as if he couldn't finish it, and returned to the topic. Spider-Man's activities are nothing more than fighting criminals and preventing crimes. While talking, Peter noticed that Charlotte's attention seemed to be attracted by something under the building. "Charlotte, what are you looking at?" Peter asked curiously as he probed. "What's the matter?" "Drivers in New York City, is this the only level of driving?" Charlotte pointed to a truck that was rampaging on the road under the building, and turned to look at Peter. "To be honest, the first time I secretly drove my aunt's car when I was a child, it is better than his current level." Peter's face was speechless. He saw that something happened. Pedestrians wait for a traffic light at an intersection on 84th Street in New York City. "Bob, you want me to help you on duty in the lab again?" A black man was holding the design drawings rolled up in his arms, while holding his mobile phone with difficulty while talking on the phone. "Your grandmother is sick and needs care?" Hearing the answer from his colleague on the other side, The black man asked with a puzzled face. But didn't you just attend her funeral last week? I was also on duty for you at that time. Also, what's with the music over there? Are you having a party? Definitely not. I could go to help you on duty, just beep, beep, beep. Hearing the sound of the phone hanging up next to his ear, the black man had some reluctance to put away the phone, but accidentally dropped a few rolls of drawings and rolled them on the ground. The man wanted to pick it up, but he couldn't bend down because he had too many blueprints in his arms. Uncle, let me help you. A white and tender hand appeared in front of the black man's eyes, and a little lowly ran over to help pick up the blueprint and put it back in his arms. Thank you, little sister. The black man quickly thanked him. Casey, come here, we should go home. Okay, Mom. The little girl answered back, made a face at the man, turned around, and ran back. At the moment, the green light for pedestrians turned on, and the black man hurried out after hearing the prompt. Mom, I'll go first. Hurry up. The little girl who was running towards her mother also changed direction and ran from the sidewalk to the opposite side. What? Be careful. Pedestrians screamed worriedly, and they saw a truck speeding towards the two. Kathy, come back. The girl's mother wanted to rush out to bring her daughter back, but it was too late, so she could only watch this scene helplessly. Hearing her mother's cry, the little girl seemed to have discovered the crisis, but stayed on the spot at a loss. But the black man on the side was still ignorant because of his line of sight. Just when everyone thought the black man and the little girl were about to die in a car accident, a miracle happened. The black man seemed to be caught by something, and his body suddenly flew back, narrowly dodging the rolling truck. What's even more amazing is that, in the eyes of passersby, a white figure suddenly appeared behind the little girl, hugged her, disappeared again, and appeared on the side of the road. In the end, the truck whizzed by and bumped into a street light not far away. All of this happened only in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone dumbfounded and unable to recover for a long time. Spider-Man. It's Spider-Man who made the move. A cry of surprise attracted everyone's attention, only to see that the rescued black man was excitedly thanking a masked man in a tight red uniform. Many people have already recognized that the other party is the superhero Spider-Man, who has been very active in fighting criminals in New York recently. But who is the young man in the white magic dress next to Spider-Man, who is comforting the little girl? Is he also a superhero? Needless to say, it was Charlotte and Peter who just arrived to make the shot. As soon as Charlotte and Peter spotted the out-of-control car, they followed immediately, just in time to hit the accident and get out of the sheep immediately. Kathy, the girl's mother, ran over ecstatically and hugged her daughter, full of the joy of regaining what was lost. Thank you so much. At the moment, after carefully checking that her daughter was not injured, the girl's mother was finally relieved, turned to look at the benefactor at the side, and thanked repeatedly. If something happens to Casey, I really don't know what to do. Yeah, big brother, thank you. The little girl also thanked Charlotte very sensibly. My name is Casey Lang. What's the name of the big brother? Kathy, don't talk nonsense. The girl's mother seemed to have heard some offensive words, so she quickly covered her daughter's mouth and looked at Charlotte embarrassedly. Don't worry about my daughter's words. Judging from the ability of the other party to save his daughter, this is a super ability user. Few super ability users are willing to reveal their true identity in public, such as the Spider-Man around them. Although she didn't understand why Charlotte didn't cover her face. It's okay, kid. Charlotte shook her head indifferently, then turned to look at the little girl. I can't tell you the name of the big brother. What about your title of hero? The little girl, Casey, didn't seem to give up and continued to look at Charlotte with admiration and asked, Super ability people have their own hero titles, like Iron Man, Spider-Man, or Superman and Batman in comics. Hero title? Charlotte stroked her chin thoughtfully. He really hadn't thought about it. So he replied, I'm still an intern. It's my first time coming out. I haven't thought about it yet. How can this be? As soon as Casey quit, he immediately said, How inferior a superhero doesn't have his own title. You must have a hero title. She gestured her hands excitedly, as if she didn't have the title of hero. It seems to make sense. Charlotte looked at the excited little lowly in front of her and couldn't help but nodded in agreement. In that case, let's think about it together. Saying so, Charlotte squatted down and approached Casey's ear, whispered a series of numbers, and said to the surprised eyes of the other party, "This is my Twitter ID. You can add me as a friend, and you can call me anytime you need but don't tell anyone, not even your mother. This is the first little fan I got. Charlotte must take special care. Definitely. The most important thing is cute. Cute is justice. Internet." Casey nodded her head like a chicken pecking rice, extremely excited. This is a superhero's contact information. Little Spider-Man, it seems that our cooperation is not bad. Charlotte stood up, looked at Peter, who had finally escaped from the black man's thanks, raised her eyebrows, and said with a smile, "Maybe we can form a partner, a superhero combination or something." After gaining her own fans, Charlotte suddenly fell in love with this kind of hero activity. "I don't have a problem." Peter shrugged, not refusing. Although he prefers the solitary superhero life, if it is Charlotte who grew up together, Peter is very welcome. But Peter knows Charlotte. This guy is completely 3-minute hot, and he must be alone most of the time in the end. Okay, let's go to Zhao to deal with that unskilled driver first. At the moment, Charlotte noticed that the driver of the truck, not far away, seemed to want to run away. However, before Charlotte could make a move, Peter flicked his right hand, and a white cobweb was launched rapidly, binding the opponent's legs precisely and dragging him back. "Let go of me. It's about to catch up." While struggling, the driver shouted for help in fear. "Its red eyes are chasing me closely." Red eyes? Charlotte turned her head and looked around, and couldn't help guessing. "I'm afraid it's your hallucination. Have you been drinking or taking drugs?" He seriously suspects that this guy is a drunk or drug driver. "No, sir, I haven't. It's true, I swear." The driver said with a face full of shock, "That green monster captured my colleague. It's a lizard man." Lizard man? Charlotte and Peter looked at each other like, "You were kidding me." The next day, the Daily Bugle building, Jonathan's office. "Peter, your Spider-Man photo is great, and you have a new character." Editor Robbie looked approvingly at the photo in hand, which showed Spider-Man and Charlotte rescuing pedestrians, and asked, "But who is this? Spider-Man's new partner? Do you know what's going on?" Peter is Spider-Man's exclusive photographer. He may know this new superhero. "I don't know either. The other party didn't disclose his name or code name or anything," Peter said blushingly. "But he should be Spider-Man's partner. They seem to have a good relationship. How could the white magician be the partner of that wall crawler who didn't even dare to show his face?" Just as Peter was talking, a retort suddenly came from behind him, and a middle-aged man with 2 stacks of white hair walked into the office excitedly. "Peter, I want these photos of yours. Remember to send them earlier next time. Also, if you continue to provide pictures of this white magician, I'll pay Spider-Man double, no triple." White magician? Peter turned his head and looked at Charlotte, who was sitting on Jonathan's boss chair, and asked in disbelief, "Why can his photo be 3 times the size of Spider-Man? Charlotte has a hero's name? Also, why does Charlotte's photo make Jonathan, a cheapskate, pay such a high price, which is 3 times that of a Spider-Man?" Peter was full of doubts, but also a little unconvinced. "Look, this is the video of the white magician on YouTube. It's very hot right now." Jonathan turned on his mobile phone casually, searched it, put the mobile phone in front of Peter and Robbie 423, finally looked at Charlotte, who occupied his chair, and began to blow his beard and stare. Peter and Robbie looked quickly, and then there was surprise in their eyes. This is a video called White Magician, and the photo provided by Peter is the same as last night's event, but the angle of view is different. It seems that it was just taken by a passerby, and it is a bit shaky. But the camera still follows a young man in a white magic dress very faithfully, from when the little girl was in distress to being rescued, and then the white magician and Spider-Man left together. Definitely, none of this surprised Peter. What really caught his attention was the large number of comments under the video. "Wow, white magician. Is this the new superhero? So handsome. Eating melon number 1. That's right, it feels so mysterious and gentlemanly, especially when he comforts the little girl. Eating. I heard that he appeared with Spider-Man. Maybe it's a partner. Eating melon number 3. Being there, I saw the whole thing happen. At that time, I thought those 2 people were dead. Even God couldn't save them. But this new superhero came along with Spider-Man. and save them just in time. Strange scene. So his hero title is White Magician, but his costume is really cool. Eating melon number 4? No, he hasn't decided on the name of the hero yet. I'm the girl who was rescued. He said, when the name is decided, let me know as soon as possible. White Magician, to be determined. Number 1 little fan. Wow, there's an enviable little lowly. Catch it. Eating melon number 5. +1. +1. This video not only received popular comments, but also had an amazing amount of views. In just one night, it was ranked number 1 on YouTube, and the topic was hot. Why is this happening? Peter was dumbfounded, as if he was hit. Spider-Man isn't even that famous. Why is it that Charlotte's first move is more popular than a Spider-Man who has been trembling for so long? It's very simple, because this white magician didn't cover his face. Hearing Peter's question, Charlotte gave up on staring at Jonathan, stood up and walked to Peter's side, patted on the shoulder, and comforted. A superhero who doesn't hide his identity can give people a sense of security, which is an advantage that Spider-Man doesn't have. Don't be discouraged. That's right, this is the real superhero. It's not comparable to that wall crawler who dares not see people. Jonathan, who finally sat back in his boss chair, lit a cigar contentedly, and continued. I can see that this white magician will be a hot topic for a long time in the future, and it will definitely not be as confirmed as Iron Man's identity back then. It's Tony Stark coming low. But now we need to discuss another hot topic, which is why I called you here today. What topic? Charlotte was a little curious. Originally, Charlotte didn't plan to come to the Daily Bugle, but Peter wanted to have a meal, and Charlotte planned to act with Peter in these 2 days, so she came together. Lizardman. Ooh. Hearing Jonathan's words, Jean-Louis and Peter were stunned again. This is not the first time they have heard this name. At that time, the driver also said something about a lizard man, but Charlotte and Peter didn't believe it at all and directly threw the other party to the police who rushed to the scene. There have been several reports claiming that there is a huge amount of lizard men in the subway and sewers. Robbie hurried to explain to Charlotte and Peter. In New York City? Impossible. Peter doesn't quite believe it. Is this a new urban legend? How can this kind of thing live in the city? That's right. This kind of report is definitely just a matter of attracting people's attention and catching wind and shadows. Charlotte also shrugged, her tone full of ridicule. You might as well say that you found a huge amount of gray mouse and 4 kung fu green turtles in the sewer. Believe me, this is more believable than that lizard man you said. It's no wonder that neither Charlotte nor Peter, who are super ability users, believe that such urban legends are still very common in New York City. In their view, this is like the story of the American Tooth Fairy. It was originally a story that adults coaxed children, but people believed it after it was passed on. Jonathan was speechless for a while, and then said seriously, Charlotte, this is not a joke. This time the situation is very serious. After a pause, Jonathan took out a few photos from his pocket and handed them to Charlotte. Look, this is a subway repairman. He is missing. He is said to have been captured by the lizard men, and there are huge amounts of footprints left at the scene. In one of the photos, several huge amounts of footprints appeared in the eyes of Che-Luo and Peter. It looks comparable to Hulk's footprints. Charlotte looked at the photo in her hand, touched her chin with interest, and raised her head to ask, So what? You don't want me and Peter to go to the sewer to take pictures of you looking for the lizard man? To be honest, if this guy really exists, we can't say eggplant to that monster when we meet it. On the surface, he and Peter are just 2 college students, not Avengers and Spider-Man. So, I looked up several famous reptile scientists. A middle-aged man broke into the office suddenly, looked at Peter and Charlotte provocatively, turned to Jonathan and said, Leave this task to me. I can complete it. Very well. Then you go to interview them and learn some relevant information. Jonathan nodded with some satisfaction. Who is this? Charlotte frowned and asked Peter next to her in a low voice. I don't even know him. Why do I feel that he is so hostile to us? He's Brooke, now also a freelance photographer for the Daily Bugle. Peter quickly replied in a low voice. He has always regarded me as his imaginary enemy, because he wants to get the official photographer job of the Daily Bugle. Tisk tut. Charlotte couldn't help smacking her lips. This guy feels so downcast that he actually won a formal job in a small newspaper like the Daily Bugle. No problem, boss. Brooke nodded, showing a smile. The nearest one lives in the Empire State Building. His name is Connors. Dr. Connors? Asterisk 2. Charlotte and Peter exchanged glances. You know him? Robbie on the side interrupted and asked. This is the supervisor of Peter's research group. Before Peter could answer, Charlotte replied directly. Peter sees each other every day, and I couldn't be more familiar with him. Yes, he's an expert on NDA recombination and mutation in reptile organisms. Speaking of his profession, Peter immediately became excited. He's a genius. Okay, we got it. Charlotte quickly interrupted Peter, looked at Jonathan, and said, Then, leave the task of interviewing Connors to me and Peter. Charlotte has long wanted to meet the Dr. Peter was talking about, and now she is idle and bored, and she should take it as a pastime. No problem. Jonathan was too happy to see that Charlotte accepted the task. But boss, Brooke wanted to retort. Here's what I found. Peter knew the doctor. Jonathan glanced at Brooke, not giving him the right to refuse. And do you know what an organism mutation is? Brooke was dumbfounded, and Charlotte on the side couldn't stop laughing. It's the loss of being uneducated. However, I still think this lizard man story is a hoax. Peter still didn't quite believe the rumors about the lizard man, and he didn't want to make the trip in vain. If he has this time, he could take a few more selfies of Spider-Man, which can also relieve his financial distress. The first person to take a picture of a lizard man for my newspaper will receive a reward of $1,000. Color or black and white. Peter is really delicious. I dare say that my advisor, Dr. Connors, is absolutely a genius. I have never seen a scientist who knows so much about reptile genetics. Empire State University. Charlotte listened to Peter's nagging with a look of lovelessness on his face. This guy has never stopped talking since he came out of the Daily Bugle. Charlotte sometimes really wonders if it was really a spider that bit Peter and not a mosquito. Peter, I see Dr. Connors is really great. Before Peter started to popularize genetics for himself, Charlotte couldn't help interrupting the other party and change the subject. But now I want to know more. Why don't we go to his house to find him? Isn't today Saturday? Recently, Dr. Connors' research is at a critical moment. Even on Saturdays and weekends, he must be in the laboratory, Peter explained. And his house is not far from Empire State Building. We didn't find anyone in the laboratory, so it's not too late to go to his house. But to be honest, I really don't want to bother Dr. Connors because of such absurd and uninhibited urban legends. He will definitely think that I'm not doing my job properly. When Peter thought of how much Connors valued him, he regretted taking on Jonathan's task. God, what happened to me? Peter covered his face with his hands and shouted depressingly, Why would I believe that there are lizard men in this world for $1,000? No, I didn't believe in lizard men before, but now. Peter was depressed when he suddenly felt his shoulder was tapped, and Charlotte's excited voice came from his ear. Peter, your $1,000 has been settled. Peter moved his hand away and looked along Charlotte's fingers, just in time to see a green shadow jumping down from the window of the scientific research building, which was visible in the distance. Entered the sewer not far away and disappeared. There really are lizard men? Peter couldn't help but rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Am I out of a hallucination? One person can be said to be an illusion, but we both saw it, so it is not an illusion. Charlotte's eyes sparkled with interest. He had never seen a lizard this big, and it would be an eye-opener. Not good. Peter seemed to remember something, and his face changed drastically. The window it jumped out of just now is Dr. Connors' laboratory. Dr. Connors? Thinking of this, Peter didn't care about chasing his $1,000 and hurried into the scientific research building, wanting to see the safety of his mentor. Charlotte followed behind Peter and didn't go after any lizard man. It was a sewer. He went crazy and burrowed into it. The lizard man actually appeared in the laboratory of the herpetologist Connors. Is there any connection between the two? While following behind Peter, Charlotte secretly guessed in her heart, could it be? After a while, Peter and Charlotte came to Dr. Connors' laboratory. There was no accident The place was already in a mess, and all kinds of valuable instruments fell to the ground, as if some beast had just wreaked havoc. Apparently Charlotte and Peter read it right. The lizard men did indeed run out from here. Dr. Connors is not in the lab. Peter scanned the lab, his face full of anxiety and worry. He had just seen Dr. Connors' car parked downstairs, indicating that the other party did come to the laboratory for research. But now there is no Dr. Connors in the laboratory, and the lizard man just left here. Something must have happened to the doctor. Peter made a conclusion, but there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. But why did the lizard man appear in Dr. Connors' laboratory? There is only one truth of the matter. After inspecting the scene, Charlotte returned to Peter, put on a handsome pose, and said confidently, "I already understand everything hidden behind this." Peter looked at Charlotte, who had a sudden change in style, and said, "Hello, what's going on?" "It's very simple. This so-called lizard man must be the product of a genetic mutation researched by Dr. Connors." Charlotte said seriously, "During an experiment, this genetically mutated lizard ran out of the laboratory and went to live in the sewer, where it grew in size and was finally discovered by people. And this poor little lizard must be because there's only one unique lizard in this world, and it is too lonely, so I want to kidnap Dr. Connors to make more of its kind, at least a few of the opposite S***. Peter looked at Charlotte, who had a big brain hole, and a few black lines appeared on his head. "Charlotte, if the lizard man really kidnapped Dr. Connors, we must find that lizard man now." Peter hastily interrupted Charlotte's wonderful story and said anxiously, "No one knows what that beast will do to the doctor." "Oh, seeking flowers?" Having said that, Peter ran to the window of the laboratory, looked around, and made sure that there was no one there. He jumped downstairs and came to the mouth of the sewer where the lizard man disappeared. "It smells like a toilet that's been clogged for weeks." Peter lowered his body, resisting the stench coming from his face, poked his head into the sewer, turned his head left and right to look at the dark sewer channel, and saw that there was no one there. He couldn't help regretting, "Damn, if I had known, I would have gone to track down the lizard just now, people. It's so hard to find it now." Peter didn't expect to find a nimble lizard in the sewers extending in all directions. You know, the sewers in New York City are much more complex than the topography of the streets of New York City buildings. Not always. Charlotte suddenly appeared behind Peter, smiled, and said, "I can't let the walking $1,000 slip away. Charlotte, can you help me?" Peter's lost eyes recovered, and he asked anxiously, "Can your magic help us find that lizard man?" "Magic? No. Charlotte shook her finger, then flashed the watch on her right hand and continued, "The times have changed. This is SHIELDS tracking technology." Before the lizard man got into the sewer, Charlotte had already launched the tracker on it, which is why Charlotte was not in a hurry to chase him. If you run away, the monk can't run away from the temple. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go after it. As Peter said, he wanted to go into the sewer, but was stopped by Charlotte. "Wait a minute. You really want to go into the sewer? If not," Peter looked at Charlotte, who was holding her nose, and immediately realized, "Charlotte, it's important to find Dr. Connors. The lizard man ran from here. Don't even think about it." Charlotte flatly refused. "How can you think it's dirty when you're a superhero?" Peter tried to convince Charlotte. "I drilled more than once when I was Spider-Man. Trust me, it doesn't stink as much as you think." Peter vowed to promise, but it backfired and instead aroused Kai Fonglua's disgust. "Damn, you spider crawling up the sewer. Stay away from me." Alley outside Imperial University, a red figure suddenly sprang out from the mouth of the sewer well on the ground, breathing in relatively fresh air as if rescued after drowning. No matter how many times you go down, the air below is impossible to make people feel comfortable. Peter lifted the mask slightly between his mouth and nose and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Since the sewer tour will not be Spider-Man's last, maybe I should set an air purification function on my mask to let my work the environment is not so bad. After the usual chatter, Peter glanced at the surrounding environment and carefully looked at the watch in his hand that Charlotte had temporarily opened for him, trying to find out the existence of the target. No matter what Peter persuaded, Charlotte refused to go into the sewer, but he was worried about Dr. Connors. So, in the end, Charlotte temporarily lent Peter the tracking watch 630 and notified him when Peter found the lizard man. Anyway, Charlotte has a wicked map, so it may be impossible to find unfamiliar lizard man, but Peter, who is familiar with him, can still find his movements at any time. Charlotte, I'm out of the sewer. You can come here. Peter took out his phone to notify Charlotte, while continuing to observe the surrounding environment. However, I feel that this place seems very familiar, and I feel that I haven't gone far in the sewer. It should be near Imperial University. The voice stopped abruptly, and Peter already knew where this place was, because he saw a tall building not far away. In the gradually darkening night, the light sign of Inxia is particularly conspicuous. Empire State Building. And the signal of the at the moment lizard man also happened to be displayed there. Isn't this Dr. Connor's home? Peter was taken aback for a moment, and then remembered Charlotte's wild guess. Could it be that Charlotte's guess is right? The lizard people really want to kidnap Dr. Connors to create some of the same kind? Dr. Connors not only lives in the Empire State Building, but also his private research room, where the research instruments are more advanced. As a valued student of Dr. Connors, Peter visited several times and had the honor to have dinner with Dr. Connors' family. If this is the case, not only Dr. Connors is in danger, but also his wife and son. When Peter thought of this, he didn't care about explaining to Charlotte on the other end of the phone. With a flick of the web shooters on his right wrist, a white cobweb stuck to the building next to him. Peter stretched his arms, and the whole person flew into the air, swinging towards the Empire State Building not far away. On the other side, Dr. Connor's private research room. A figure is busy with various instruments and test tubes, extremely proficient, like a master who often operates. But people who see this scene will be shocked, because the person who is preparing some kind of reagent is not a normal person, but a huge amount of green lizard. A lizard man in a white research uniform. Call. After a long time, a dry and hoarse voice sounded. It's done. The lizard man held a green reagent and held it high above his head. A pair of red vertical pupils that looked like dragon eyes stared at it closely, revealing a trace of joy in his eyes, as if looking at the most beautiful thing in the world. As long as he has this reagent, he will create a new species and all human beings will get evolution. Kurt, are you there? Just as the lizard man was contemplating the bright future, a caring voice came from outside the laboratory. The door was pushed open, and a blonde woman walked in on her own. Margaret. Hearing the approaching footsteps behind him, the lizard man's eyes changed slightly, as if he knew him. Originally wanted to flee directly, but after the lizard man noticed the reagent in his hand, he turned around slowly as if he had made some decision. I saw the light in the lab was on, and thought you might be at home. Ah, as Margaret was talking, she suddenly saw the true face of the lizard man. She screamed and fell to the ground, almost fainting. This is not her husband. Don't be afraid. Margaret, the lizard man hurriedly comforted. It's me. I'm Kurt. Kurt. Margaret, who was about to retreat and escape, was stunned for a moment, thinking of her husband, suppressing her fear, and shouting at the slowly approaching lizard man. What did you do to my husband, you beast? She won't believe that this lizard man is her husband Kurt. Connors. It's really me, Margaret. The lizard man wanted to stretch out his hands to help Margaret, who was still lying on the ground, but he took it back after noticing his sharp claws and the excited expression on the other side. I still remember when we first dated, you were wearing a blue dress. However, he did not give up, but told Margaret some secrets that only the husband and wife knew to confirm his identity. Hearing the lizard man's words, Margaret was stunned again, and couldn't help raising her head to observe the other person's appearance, and asked in doubt, Are you really Kurt? I don't know if it's an illusion, but Margaret can actually vaguely see the appearance of some husbands on the beast in front of her. But your arm. Margaret's eyes turned to the lizardman's right paw. When her husband Connors was serving in the military, he lost his right arm due to an accident. All this made him worry about it all the time. That's right. Margaret, it's ready. The lizard man stretched out his right paw, full of joy and excitement in his words. My arm is really grown back. It is no longer defective. But what you look like. Margaret looked at Connor's lizard man appearance and suddenly remembered the lizard self-healing gene project her husband mentioned some time ago and couldn't help but turn pale with shock. You really did genetic experiments on the human body without authorization? Actually, I also used myself to do experiments. But I succeeded. My 0.9 really made the perfect combination of a lizard's self-healing gene and the human's gene. Connor's green lizard tail flicked excitedly behind him, slapping the floor one after another. But what does Billy think of you? Would he accept a lizard father? Margaret's words made Connors a little dazed. Billy. Yes, he still has a son. Can't help but feel some hesitation and pain. But soon, an evil voice in his heart told him, it's all right, as long as the plan is successful. Everything will be fine. Yes, as long as the plan is successful. Thinking of this, Connors looked at Margaret with his red vertical pupils and made a decision. Help, they're monsters. Oh my God, it's horrible. When Peter arrived at the Empire State Building, he found that a large number of tenants were swarming out at the exit, shouting for help, as if there was a scourge in the building behind them, and their faces were full of panic. There were even several police cars parked not far from the building, and dozens of heavily armed policemen were holding guns in both hands, trying to enter the building. Monster! Peter was startled. Sure enough, the lizard man is here, Dr. Connors. Thinking of his mentor, Peter became even more anxious, looked at the congested exit, flicked the cobweb in his hand, and climbed directly on the wall outside the building. After a while, Peter came to Dr. Connors' floor, landed on the balcony with a jump, and looked vigilantly into the dim interior. The house is a bit messy. Some items are scattered on the ground. It seems that there has been some dispute here, and someone has struggled. Not here. Woo woo woo. Peter was about to check Charlotte's watch to reconfirm the position of the Lizardman Signal 08. When he moved his ears, he seemed to hear a faint cry because of his excellent hearing, and hurried towards the room. It's the cry of a child, could it be? Peter had guesses in his mind, and finally found a crying 6- or 7-year-old child in Connor's laboratory, hiding in a corner and shivering. Dr. Connor's son, Billy. Little guy, don't be afraid. No one can hurt you anymore. Peter comforted Billy and couldn't wait to ask about the situation here. Billy, what happened here? Where are your father and mother? At the same time, Peter checked Billy's body and confirmed that the other party was not injured, so he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's Spider-Man. Billy raised his head with tears in his eyes, and after seeing the uniform on Peter, his fears seemed to ease, and he sobbed. I saw a big lizard take Mother away. Peter listened to Billy's words, but his eyes were attracted by the open computer screen next to him. At the same time, Eanshaw's top-floor rooftop. Kurt, let me go, let me go. The roof door was suddenly opened, and the lizard man walked out carrying a struggling blonde woman, and finally put her on the ground. Why did you bring me here, Kurt? What? Margaret sat on the ground, turned her head left and right to look at the surrounding environment. Her heart was full of doubts and apprehensions. She looked at Connors, who was busy arranging something, and asked, Do you know that you just scared to Billy? I want to be with you. While arranging an instrument about as tall as him, Dr. Connors said emotionally, As long as my plan succeeds, Billy won't be afraid of me anymore because he will be just like me. Just like you. Margaret was startled and blurted out, What are you trying to do? Don't be afraid, Margaret. Dr. Connors fixed the instrument in his hand, then took out a huge amount of emerald green reagent from the pocket of his broken white coat and slowly explained, This will transform you, and you will be able to heal your wounds and be reborn ability of limbs. Margaret looked at her husband in disbelief. First my family, then all human beings. Dr. Connors held up the reagent in his hand and continued to explain, Once I put this reagent into this new genetic recombination device, the gas it emits will spread to every corner of the entire city. All men, women, and children. I can transform them all, and there will be no more pain. But Kurt, Margaret questioned, after you transform everyone, will we all be like you? Definitely. Dr. Connors clenched his paws and said proudly, I will create a new species, a better species. If you're really that good, why is Billy afraid of you as a father? Margaret retorted. You're not getting better. Look what you've become. No. As long as everyone is like this, Billy won't be afraid of me anymore. Dr. Connors shook his head and said solemnly, I can make human beings better, and no one will be harmed by then. As he said that, he turned around and wanted to put the reagent in his hand into the instrument. Margaret got up to stop the snatching, but it didn't work. As an ordinary woman, how could she be the opponent of a mutant? Not only did Margaret fail to grab the reagent, but she was pushed to the ground by the opponent. No one can stop me. Dr. Connors glanced at his wife, lying on the ground with red eyes, and walked back to the instrument. You're not my husband at all. Kurt would never do that. Margaret fell to the ground, closed her eyes in despair. Things could not be stopped. Suddenly, a white cobweb hit, stuck to the reagent that was about to be loaded into the instrument, and was recovered instantly. The reagent in the lizardman's claws came out of his hand and landed in the hands of a red figure, who happened to be Peter. Your plan will not succeed. Holding the reagent in his hand, Peter stared closely at the lizard man in front of him. He had checked the research log of Dr. Connors on the computer in the research room just now and had a general understanding of the situation. It never occurred to Peter that the lizard man he thought kidnapped Dr. Connors was actually Connors himself. No, Peter thinks there is still a difference between the two. The experiment log shows that Dr. Connors has actually been conducting gene recombination experiment for some time, but he has been injecting a drug to stop the mutated genes in his body. But the effect is not very ideal. This also makes sense why Peter can still see Dr. Connors and the 197 research team after the urban legend of the lizard man appeared. However, Connors' usual humanoid character is completely different from that of the lizard man, and the character of the lizard man is more tyrannical and ferocious. According to Dr. Connors' own research conclusion, it is the predator animality in the lizard gene that affects his human personality. Mrs. Connors, you get out of here first. Your husband is very dangerous now. Peter turned his head to remind Margaret next to him, then tossed the reagent in his hand, tried to attract the lizardman's attention and cover Margaret to leave. I won't let anyone stop my plan, no one. The lizard man clenched its empty paws tightly and looked at the reagent in Peter's hand. His blood-red pupils became even more dangerous. Finally, the beast roared and rushed towards Peter. Peter quickly fired several cobwebs wrapped around the lizardman's legs and claws, trying to trap and subdue him. Tear! In Peter's inconceivable eyes, his cobweb made of high-strength material only delayed the lizard man's movement, and then he was torn apart and rushed towards him again. Lizard men are too powerful. Dr. Connors, be sober. Don't let the bestiality dominate your thoughts. While dodging the lizardman's attack in embarrassment, Peter tried to wake up Dr. Connors. But it didn't work. It was obvious that Rage's opponent had completely fallen into animalism. At about 1800 hours tonight, someone called the police, claiming to have seen a huge amounts of lizard break into the Empire State Building. At some point, a hovering helicopter appeared in the night sky. Reporters and the media had already heard the news, and the cameras were closely aimed at the lizard man and Spider-Man fighting underneath. A female reporter was explaining to the audience in front of the TV. They described the scene live, and now, as you can see, the superhero Spider-Man, who has been very active in various neighborhoods in New York City recently, is engaging in an inspiring battle with each other on the rooftop of the building. However, the fighting situation at the scene is not very optimistic. Spider-Man seems to be at a disadvantage, just dodging the opponent's attack all the time. Everyone watching the TV is worried about the thin figure that keeps dodging around the giant beast. The disparity in body size between the two seems to be suppressed by absolute power. But in fact, they didn't know that Peter just took care of Dr. Connors, and the group didn't attack the lizard man for the time being. In fact, the power of Spider-Man is no less than that of Lizard Man, and even slightly surpasses it, and this is just a Spider-Man in the process of mutating and growing. Continuing like this is not an option. We must find a way to subdue the lizard and not hurt Dr. Connors. On the rooftop, while relying on his agility to continue dodging the lizardman's claws, Peter's mind continued to spin, thinking of a solution. It would be great if Charlotte was here, and his magic will definitely solve it. Thinking of this, Peter couldn't help but wonder, why hasn't Charlotte arrived yet? The Empire State Building is not far from the Empire State University, not to mention that Charlotte has space magic after so long. Even walking here is here. Could it be that Charlotte's road-crazy attribute has committed again and got lost? If I can't take down the lizard man for the time being, maybe I should destroy his instrument first. Peter was thinking about it, but the corner of his eye accidentally caught a figure creeping towards the instrument behind the lizard man. He couldn't help but turn pale with shock and exclaimed, "Mrs. Connors, you don't touch that instrument." Margaret, who had originally left, had returned at some point and was holding the huge instrument on the ground with difficulty, dragging it towards the rooftop as if she wanted to throw the instrument off the building and destroy it. But obviously, how could a weak housewife be able to move an instrument that was almost as tall as herself without moving much? And it was too late for Peter's reminder. The lizard man noticed the abnormality behind him before him and directly abandoned the slippery reptile in front of him and ran towards Margaret. That was the foundation of his plan, and it must not be destroyed, not even his wife. What? Margaret noticed the sound behind her, and when she turned her head, seeing the rage appearance of the lizard man, she screamed and fell limply to the ground. "Mrs. Connors, run!" Peter quickly shot out the cobweb, trying to grab the lizard man, but he was caught off guard, and instead he flew up into the air, being pulled towards the lizard man uncontrollably. Then, a huge green lizard's tail struck and hit Peter on the back, directly hitting him hard on the ground, causing the floor to be splashed with gravel. "Ah!" The lizard man roared, glanced at Margaret, who had fainted from fright, and turned to Peter, who was struggling to get up again. "Damn, looks like a broken rib." Peter struggled to get up, but before he could stand upright, he was sent flying by his tail again and hit the side of the water tower hard. The huge amounts of impact deformed the metal brackets. The water tower tilted slightly, and a large amount of water splashed out and fell on the red spider suit. It seemed to be faded, and a light red liquid leaked out and dripped on the ground. Definitely, no one would argue that it's really just a fading of the spider suit. Spider-Man lost? All the people watching the live TV could not help tightening their hearts. Even the female reporter on a helicopter in the distance covered her mouth, not daring to make a sound, watching the green beast lying on the ground with worried faces. Spider-Man walked slowly. "Got you, little Spider-Man." The lizard man grabbed Peter, who was almost unconscious on the ground, and his two sharp claws clenched his hands. At the same time, the tail of the lizard covered with hard scales rolled up flexibly and wrapped tightly around Peter's neck, ready to strangle him with force at any time. 11. Peter struggled to open his eyes, looked at the lizard man in front of him through the mask, and wanted to resist, but because of the injury, he couldn't use his strength for a while, so he could only be restrained by the other party. "No one can stop me." The lizard man proudly looked at the Spider-Man, who had no resistance to ability, took back the reagent in Peter's hand, turned around and roared at the helicopter in the sky. "I will create a species, and I will be your god. I can't guarantee whether you can become God, but if you don't let go of my partner, I can guarantee that you will go to see God." "Who is it?" A cold voice suddenly sounded from above, instantly attracting the lizardman's attention and the lens of the camera. Xuanxing looked up, and a white shadow was reflected in the lizardman's vertical pupils. A young man in a white magic dress descended from the night sky, against the bright silver moon behind him, as if he had jumped out of the silver moon. Full of mystery, it was Charlotte who had just arrived. Charlotte stood firmly on the water tower, staring down at the lizard man with a cold gaze. "Who are you?" The lizard man looked at the sudden young man, and couldn't help Lee's, backed up a few steps vigilantly, and asked because of his voice, "Are you also here to stop my great plan?" For some reason, it was obvious that the other party was just standing there harmlessly, but the lizardman's heart was full of alarm bells. Biological instinct told him that the young man in front of him was very dangerous. It has to be said that on this point, the lizard gene's sense of danger is not wrong. In some respects, animals are inherently more sensitive than humans. Plan. The corners of Charlotte's mouth twitched slightly, and she smiled kindly and said, I just came here, so I may have missed a lot of stories. But you don't need to guess. It's an evil plan, so I'm definitely going to stop it. After all, the lizard man is so ugly. He must be a villain. It's always played like this in movies. Not to mention it beat Peter. But your partner is still in my hands. I advise you not to mess around. The lizard man looked at Charlotte as if he was facing a big enemy, showing his claws ready to attack at any time, but the tail behind him was still tightly wrapped around Peter, wanting to take hostages and threaten him. Yeah, my partner is still in your hands. As if just remembering the current situation, Charlotte tilted her head in distress. This is really a headache. But the next moment, Xiao Luo Bai's white cloak fluttered and disappeared in place. A voice sounded behind the lizard man. Now he is in my hands. At the same time, there was a sound of pus, as if something broke behind him. What? The lizard man was startled, and before he could turn around, a huge force came from behind him instantly. As if hit by a truck, his whole body flew into the air and was slammed into the air. He slammed into the water tower heavily. Charlotte tore off the severed lizard tail from Peter's neck and threw it on the ground. Concerned, Peter, are you okay? Charlotte, you are finally here. Peter couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw Charlotte, stood up with some difficulty, and began to complain, if you come a little later, I'll buy a ticket to heaven. Then you must have bought it wrong. I think you may need a plane ticket to go to heaven. Seeing that Peter still had the strength to joke around, Charlotte couldn't help but feel relieved and began to tease. Actually, I can't blame me for being late at 270. I just got lost on the road of life. Charlotte wasn't talking nonsense. He was indeed lost. Definitely, he didn't get lost in the streets of New York. He wasn't that crazy. Charlotte got lost in the sewers. At that time, after Peter followed the signal of the lizard man into the sewer, Charlotte, who was waiting in place, was a little worried. Peter faced the lizard man alone, and after thinking about it for a while, he also put on his armor and entered the sewer. Fortunately, Charlotte's armor seemed to have an air filtration system, so he was not affected by the harsh environment. But the complexity of the sewer is far beyond Charlotte's imagination, and the terrain with twists and turns is simply too unfriendly for a mild road idiot. So, when Peter called him, Charlotte had successfully passed out in the sewer, and he found himself getting farther and farther away from Peter's navigation. In the end, the irritable Charlotte used the molding skill directly in a fit of anger in the face of the surrounding pipes, extending in all directions, and the group was able to return to the ground. By the way, Charlotte, who returned to the surface, found herself running away to other urban areas. Congratulations, the injury is not serious. Let's have a drink to celebrate. Charlotte checked Peter's injuries, took out a glass filled with clear liquid from somewhere, and handed it to Peter. What ayak is this? Wine. Peter sniffed the smell in the glass, wanted to say no. Charlotte, you know I rarely drink. This is the water of life. It can heal your wounds. Charlotte's reward for the wine competition with Natasha Romanoff was also his only healing skill. But the wine seems to have a high alcohol content. Peter is still a bit embarrassed. I think my self-healing ability is still okay. This injury will be fine in a few days. I don't care if you drink or not, but I guess your Ben uncle may come to see you tonight. If you don't want him to see your injury and worry, I suggest you drink it. Charlotte left behind a sentence and turned to look at the lizard man who was struggling to climb out of the water tower. Charlotte noticed that the other party's tail, which he cut off just now, had grown back in just a short time. What a self-healing ability this is. However, such sandbags are interesting. Charlotte sneered. Peter, leave this lizard to me. I will avenge you, and I will entertain him well. The two fists touched each other. They were obviously made of flesh and blood, but they made the sound of metal colliding inconceivably. Steel straight man. Active skill. Effect. After the skill is activated, any part of the host body can be transformed into metal, and the defense and strength will also be improved accordingly. Note, the material is a metal object that the host has been in contact with. You can choose to hide the metal appearance, but the effect of the boost will be weakened. Evaluation. I am the real Iron Man. This was Charlotte's reward for defeating Stark, a very good skill, which made up for Charlotte's own lack of strength after use. It was also the effect of this skill that he was able to directly knock the lizard man into the air without wearing the armor. Although the strength of the metal will affect the power and defense bonus of the skill, the metal transformed by Charlotte is also one of the strongest metals on Earth. After Charlotte got this skill, she went directly to touch Captain America's shield. "Charlotte, don't hurt him." Seeing Charlotte's friendly expression, Peter, who had just pinched his nose and took a sip of the water of life, was in a hurry and quickly grabbed the other party and explained, "He is Dr. Connors, and his mind is only controlled by the lizard gene." Charlotte paused, turned her head to look at Peter with a look of disbelief on her face. This ugly lizard is Dr. Connors? Charlotte felt that she missed a lot of stories because she got lost. "Okay, then listen to you and let him go." Charlotte's body flashed, and she appeared behind the opponent. She swung a knife, and the lizardman's roar stopped abruptly. Huge amounts of body fell down, and a lot of dust was raised. The lizardman spike. This is his Charlotte's strength. Peter saw that his powerful opponent, who had fought hard for a long time, was easily subdued by Charlotte in an instant, and couldn't help but gasp, "Charlotte is worthy of being a member of the Avengers. She is too strong." "Okay, done." Charlotte clapped her hands, walked back slowly, noticed Peter, who was stupefied, and reminded, "Peter, why are you still dazed? Take a picture. It's $1,000. Looking up at the helicopter in the night sky, Charlotte continued, "Do you need me to cover? I can attract the camera for you." "Oh no." Hearing Charlotte's reminder, Peter suddenly came back to his senses, pointed to a remote corner, and explained to Charlotte, "I set the camera there a long time ago. I must have taken a lot of suitable photos." Charlotte looked around, only to see a small camera being glued to the corner by some white cobwebs, occasionally counting flashes. "I really have you. It seems that you are a veteran." Charlotte admired. "Then we should leave too." Charlotte jumped and stood firmly on the edge of the roof, wanting to leave the scene with Peter, who had retrieved the camera. He had already heard a lot of hurried footsteps on the stairs. It seemed that the police who dealt with the aftermath had finally arrived, and it was time for them to retire. After all, these superheroes still existed illegally. And what about Dr. Connors? Peter turned and looked at the unconscious lizard man, a little worried. The plans and actions of the lizard man are not Dr. Connors' original intention. "Fine." Charlotte waved her hand casually and said with a smile, "I have informed SHIELD, and they will send someone to take over this supernatural incident soon. It is heard that the missing person has escaped, so no one was harmed in this incident. Coupled with my care, Dr. Connors will not be punished too much and will be released soon. However, he will definitely be on the Superman list of SHIELD and will be monitored and protected. SHIELD's Superman list is not only to monitor super ability users and prevent them from committing crimes, but also to protect super ability users from being bewitched or hunted by evil organizations with malicious intentions." "That's good." Relieved, Peter jumped and left the scene with Charlotte before the police arrived. In the night of New York City, a white shadow quickly passed through the air, flying between the buildings with a white hang glider. Pedestrians who raised their heads inadvertently on the street on the ground saw the white shadow and exclaimed "white magician" in their mouths. But before they could attract others to look up, the other party had already disappeared among the buildings. Needless to say, this is Charlotte in kid's suit. "Charlotte, why haven't you arrived yet? If you don't come, I will take action first." "I'm almost there. Take it easy, Peter." While controlling the hang glider in her hand, Charlotte responded to the urging from Peter in the headset. "We are hero partners now. How can you abandon me? There's not much time for us to act together." It has been nearly a week since the Lizardman incident. The Battle of the Empire State Building was broadcast live by the reporters on the scene, and the White Magician became famous all at once. His gentlemanly dress, mysterious ability, and handsome face that doesn't hide his identity have attracted a large number of fans at once, and he even has his own fan club. His reputation is not inferior to the Avengers who repelled the aliens. During this time, Charlotte followed Peter almost every night to fight criminals. Definitely, they are just some ordinary criminals, catching robbers, thieves, and the like. Super ability incidents like lizard people don't happen every day. Is there not much time for cooperation? At the moment, Peter's puzzled voice continued to come from Charlotte's headset. What do you mean? Are you going to act alone in the future? To be honest, Peter feels that with Charlotte's help, this week has been the most relaxing day since he was a Spider-Man, and the thigh hug is really cool. That's not true, Charlotte explained. The main reason is that I will come out every night like I am now, because Gwen is coming back soon. Definitely, if you have any troubles, you can still call me at any time. We are partners. He heard from his Aunt May that Gwen's training has almost been completed, and she will be back in a few days. At that time, Charlotte's nightlife will not be so monotonous, and she won't have to come to accompany Peter every day. Oh, I see. Hearing Charlotte's explanation, Peter suddenly realized that there was no surprise, but it definitely made sense. To be honest, Peter felt incredible that Charlotte could persist for a week and accompany him to fight criminals every night. After all, Chung Luo has always been a master in many things. I envy you with company, Charlotte. Peter's helpless voice continued. But I can only spend the night with criminals one by one. You can only blame yourself. Charlotte rolled her eyes and advised, you should let Peter accompany MJ more, instead of wearing a superhero uniform every night as a Spider-Man between buildings. This is New York, and there are endless criminals to catch. As far as Charlotte knows, since the birth of Spider-Man, Peter has released MJ's pigeons more than once. No wonder Peter and MJ's progress is so slow. Peter was silent for a while, as if he was thinking about something. What Charlotte said, Peter is not unclear, but every time he sees a spider suit, he always thinks of what happened that night. The picture of the old man who was shot seems to be in front of his eyes, vividly in his mind. And the uncles, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, will also echo in his ears, and Peter can't help but put on the spider battlesuit, turning himself into a Spider-Man. As for Peter's silence, Charlotte didn't say any more. Everyone has their own ideas. Speaking of which, MJ also talked about Gwen several times. Maybe we can find a time to get together. Huh. While Peter was talking, there was a sudden pause in his voice, and he said with some surprise, Charlotte, it seems that I have to start acting first. There seems to be something wrong with me. What's wrong? Peter. Charlotte was taken aback and hurriedly asked, what happened to you? I'll be there in a few minutes. It's nothing. It's just that the alarm of a nearby museum has sounded. Maybe some tourists went in without buying a ticket. Peter resumed his usual teasing tone. It seems that before you come, Charlotte, I still need to be a conductor. Don't be fair evasion. Charlotte also joked, I don't want to come and clean up the mess. The implication is to remind Peter not to capsize in the gutter and to rescue himself. Neither Charlotte nor Peter took this unexpected incident to heart. From her point of view, it was undoubtedly a thief or a robber who sneaked into the museum to steal something. These days, they caught many criminals of this kind, and it was completely effortless for the two super ability users. But it turns out that Charlotte and Peter really underestimated their opponents this time. A few minutes later, Charlotte, who arrived at the meeting point, retracted the hang glider behind her and landed steadily on the roofs of 10 buildings. What happened? Charlotte turned her head left and right to look at the quiet rooftop with a puzzled look on her face, whereas Peter, it takes so long to catch a thief. With Peter's ability, it shouldn't be too difficult for a few ordinary criminals. Do you want to take a look? Just in case. 0 asterisk. Charlotte frowned and rubbed her chin, activated the skill, Wicked Map, and started looking for Peter. Hey, stay where you are and have no activity. Charlotte noticed that Peter's navigator was on a building not far away, and without thinking too much, he jumped up and flew towards it with his hang glider. Peter! Peter! As soon as Charlotte landed, she noticed Peter in Spider-Man uniform lying on the ground without moving, so she quickly walked towards him. No injury. It seems that Ping fell asleep. Charlotte squatted down to check Peter's condition and was relieved to find that he was just unconscious. But before she had time to help Peter up, Charlotte suddenly had a warning in her heart. Spider telepathy. It's dangerous. At the same time, there was a loud noise behind him, as if some attack was coming rapidly. Molding. A black figure pierced through Charlotte's body. With a few dexterous rolls, it landed not far from him nimbly. Zero. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Charlotte narrowed her eyes at the attacker in front of her, her face full of vigilance. This is a woman. A woman with silver hair in a shawl and a black mask covering her eyes. Wearing a tight black uniform, wrapping a proud body, exuding a mysterious atmosphere, like a seductive little wild cat, captivating and perfectly blending with the night, like an emissary of the night. I knew you would come, white magician. The woman slowly stretched out her pink tongue, licked her flaming red lips slightly, and there was a hint of joy and triumph in her eyes. Or, Charlotte. Charlotte's pupils contracted rapidly, and she stared at the other party in disbelief. How do you know my identity? This is impossible. Although Charlotte's kid suit does not have a mask, but he has used the skill Superman's glasses, it is absolutely impossible for him to be seen through his identity. Who are you? A faint and imperceptible sense of danger flashed across Charlotte's eyes, staring closely at the woman who kept looking at her. Don't get me wrong, I'm not your enemy. Seemingly sensing Charlotte's desire to do something, the silver-haired woman quickly raised her hands and said, "You can go to the cat. P.S. I don't know how much I know about the character of the Black Cat. In fact, the fourth film of Spider-Man was supposed to feature the character of the Black Cat, but it was a pity that it was not filmed. The Black Cat actor chosen at the time was Anne Hathaway, the Catwoman of Batman, The Dark Knight Rises." Black Cat. Charlotte frowned, pointed to the unconscious Peter on the ground, and asked, "If you are not hostile, then what did you do to my partner? This little Spider-Man is just unconscious. I didn't hurt him." The Black Cat brushed off its silver hair and slowly approached Charlotte on graceful catwalks. "I just want to try. As your partner, how strong is he? Or, I want to know what kind of strength is qualified to be your partner." "Then why are you attacking me?" "I'm just curious." The Black Cat shook its white cat's paw and gently parted its red lips. "I want to see if I am as powerful as you now." "Then how did you know my real identity?" Charlotte continued to interrogate. "It is impossible for you to see through my disguise. Except for my partner, no one knows the identity of the white magician." 173-inch. Just as she was talking, Charlotte's heart skipped a beat, as if she remembered something. No, besides Peter, there should be several other people who know about his relationship with the white magician. Could it be her? In order to verify her guess, Charlotte secretly launched a detection skill on the Black Cat approaching in front of her. Profit. 2 lines of simple information caught Charlotte's eyes, making him a little dazed. Name: Felicia Hardy. Identity: sister file size of Hardy Group, student of Empire State University, Phantom Thief Black Cat. It really is her. There was a flash of shock in Charlotte's eyes, but after thinking about it, it seemed reasonable. Charlotte's Superman's glasses skill can only hide the face, but cannot hide the body and clothing. And before he got this skill, he only wore Kid's suit once in front of others. When Charlotte went to rescue Felicia, who was kidnapped by HYDRA, both Stark and Felicia's parents saw Charlotte put on the Kid suit. Felicia, who was in a coma at the time, did not see Charlotte, but her parents must have told her that the white magician is so famous recently. As for why Felicia turned into a Black Cat, Charlotte figured it out after a little thought. This is definitely the power of super serum. Felicia's father, Civet, has the formula of super serum. After experiencing the Hydra incident, he was worried about his daughter's safety and injected Felicia with super serum. Cats know everything. The Black Cat didn't know that its identity had been found out, so it leaned in front of Charlotte and teased, "Because I always observe everything in the dark, especially you." Charlotte. Felicia looked at Charlotte in front of her, filled with excitement and joy. Like Charlotte, she also became a super ability user. When her father asked her if she wanted power, Felicia agreed without hesitation. First, she can use her strength to protect her family. Second, Felicia is originally a girl who yearns for adventure and is unwilling to be ordinary. Like a cat, she is full of curiosity about the mysteries and secrets of this world. More importantly, In Felicia's view, becoming a super ability user can also stand by Charlotte's side. Then this beautiful black cat lady, what do you want from me? Charlotte put her right hand lightly on Felicia's waist, squinted her eyes, and smiled. Could it be that the kitty is feeling spring? Knowing the true identity of the black cat, Charlotte has let go of her vigilance. But she doesn't intend to tell the truth. Song is ready to slap Felicia, the naughty kitten. That's right. To Charlotte's surprise, Felicia didn't push her away, nor backed away. Instead, she put her hands around his neck, put her red lips close to Charlotte's ear, and breathed out softly. I don't know my white color lore magician. Would you like to take in my lonely little black cat? As mentioned earlier, Super Serum is flawed in some aspects, and it will greatly amplify part of the character of the Reformer, which may make the evil more evil and the good more beautiful. After Felicia injected Super Serum, she released her true nature that was previously suppressed by herself. For example, if you like something or someone, you must get it, just like a cat. Obviously, the black cat has already regarded Charlotte as his target. Was he being teased? Charlotte looked at the black cat, exuding ecstasy and spring, and couldn't help being stunned for a while. She didn't expect Felicia to be like this. Definitely willing. However, Charlotte reacted quickly, not to be outdone, and said, I like cats the most, and I have always wanted to keep 10 cats as pets. I will definitely take good care of you. At the same time, Charlotte hugged Felicia's slender waist with a little force, making Felicia's soft body cling to her. Pet. Felicia shook her head and retorted, That's not okay. I'm an independent little black cat. I don't want to be a pet, and I don't need to take care of it. Saying that, without giving Charlotte any time to react, Felicia withdrew like a nimble kitten, stood not far from Charlotte again, and emphasized, I think the two of us can make a good pair. She doesn't want Charlotte to treat herself like a vase. What Felicia wants is to stand beside Charlotte and act together. Become a partner? Charlotte put away her hands in a daze, and suddenly realized when she heard Felicia's words, You want to join me and Peter's team of heroes? No, being a superhero is not free. A smart cat will not put a bondage on its paws. Felicia flicked her silver hair, stared at Charlotte, and continued, I want to be a thief partner with you. There are many fascinating gems in this world, and their beauty should be revealed in the cat's eyes. Speaking of this, Felicia's eyes flashed a hint of obsession. If you can steal the things you like with the person you like, it will be so happy. Like father, like daughter. Charlotte couldn't help being a little dumbfounded. Felicia, a black cat, will also become a jewel thief like her father's civet cat? No wonder Walter always said that Felicia is very similar to himself. It is obvious that the Hardy group is so rich that they can buy as many gems as they want, but Felicia wants to become a treasure thief. Perhaps for Faye 0.7 Leisha, what she enjoys more is the process. Stealing casually is not a good behavior. Charlotte thought about it and wanted to say no. Charlotte is a dignified SHIELD agent, a member of the Avengers, and a superhero white magician. More importantly, he is a student of the crime department of Empire State University, and his girlfriend's father is also the police chief. How could Charlotte be a thief? Although it's very tempting to partner with a beautiful woman like you, but for a thief or something Ding, release the task. Invitation from the Phantom Thief. Try to become a world-class famous Phantom Thief. Reward skill, Che Guevara. I love it so much. As soon as I heard that there was a mission, Yuan Lu was so decisive. New York City, the Hardy House. In the study, Walter sat at the desk, looking at the emails on the computer, suffering from a headache. This is an email from an old friend I haven't seen for a long time, and I want to ask him to help him steal an important thing. I've already promised Anna that I will retire. Walter sat at the table and muttered to himself, but he helped me once, and I owe him a favor. What headache? Walter, who was in deep thought, didn't notice a creeping figure behind him, groping towards him quietly. Guess who I am? A pair of small hands suddenly covered Walter's eyes, and a suppressed laughter that deliberately changed the sound quality sounded in his ears. Definitely my kitty, Felicia. The corner of Walter's mouth raised a doting arc. He gently took down the little hand in front of him and turned to look at the blonde beauty behind him. I heard from your mother that you have been very happy since you came back last night. Is there anything good about it? Say it. Let father be happy too. No, really do not have. Walter expressed disbelief and teased his daughter. That's good. Otherwise, in 2008, I thought my daughter ran out and dated some silly boy. Charlotte is not stupid. Noticing the teasing look in her father's eyes, Felicia felt a little embarrassed. Actually, there's nothing else, just remelting and agreeing to be my partner. Speaking of this, Felicia's eyes flashed with pride. However, Charlotte is indeed a bit stupid. He doesn't know my real identity yet. Felicia looks forward to Charlotte's expression when she finds out that the black cat is herself. It must be very interesting. Walter looked at his smug daughter, shook his head, and sighed. It seems that being in love really lowers people's IQ. My smart kitty, I am so smart, I am actually stupid sometimes. He has long seen that Felicia has a crush on Charlotte, but he also has contact with Charlotte, and his impression is very good. Felicia was taken aback, confused. What do you mean? Although I haven't been with Charlotte for a long time, I can still see some of this little guy's character. Walter recalled. Although this kid looks bigger than anyone else on the surface and looks rough, he is actually very smart and cautious. I don't believe he would just casually partner with an unknown person whom he met for the first time. Father means, I'm afraid he has already seen through your identity. Walter reminded, don't forget, he is a magician. I have seen many magics of him. A mask may not be able to stop him. No wonder Charlotte suddenly relaxed his guard against me. I thought he believed me. Walter's words reminded Felicia of Charlotte's sudden change of attitude last night, and she couldn't help but be convinced. What? Charlotte, a bad guy, has already seen through it and didn't say anything. He is still watching my good show, and he must be secretly laughing in his heart. Felicia was a little shy for a while, but soon waved her kitten paw resolutely and said angrily, next time I see Charlotte, I want him to look good. Say Charlotte. Father, what were you talking about just now? You seem to be very distressed. Felicia moved her head curiously, looked at the computer screen, and asked, is there anything embarrassing you? Oh, it's nothing. It's just that an old friend from the past wants to ask for my help to steal something. Walter explained to Felicia, originally, he helped me once a long time ago, and I owe him a favor, so I should take action, but I promised your mother that I would never go out again, so... Civet had offended too many people before, and Walter's wife was very worried. So Walter promised not to go out again in order to reassure her. Then how about letting me go for you? Felicia interrupted her father and said excitedly, since the civet can't come out of the mountain, let the black cat do it. Her mother didn't know about the fact that she became a black cat after being injected with super serum. It was a little secret between her and her father. You shoot. That's a good idea. Hearing Felicia's words, Walter's eyes lit up, but he had some hesitation. However, this task is still a little difficult. He is worried that Felicia will be hurt. In that case, how will he explain to Anna? Nothing to worry about. Felicia saw her father's worry and comforted her confidently. With Charlotte here, nothing will happen to me. Since they are partners, it is natural to go together when there is a task. Felicia is very much looking forward to her first action with Charlotte. That's true. Walter thought of Charlotte's strength, and he relaxed a lot. What kind of mission is that? What do we need to steal? Felicia couldn't wait to ask. Is it a precious painting or cultural relic, or which country's national treasure? Oh, the thing he wants to steal is quite special. What? Say it again. On a certain rooftop, Charlotte, in a white magic dress, looked in shock at the black cat, who had just finished explaining the mission objectives, and said in disbelief, going to steal from his own company. What's going on? As soon as he received the contact from the black cat, Charlotte came as promised, noting that he still had a mission attached to him. It might be easier to become a world-class famous phantom thief with Black Cat, the daughter of the famous jewel thief Civet, as a partner. But the question is, what the hell is this task of stealing from the client's own company? I steal from myself? Do rich people play 507 like this? Charlotte said she couldn't understand. Is such that, seeing Charlotte's surprised expression, Felicia was a little amused. At first, she had the same expression when she heard the mission, but soon her father explained the reason for her. The person who wants to entrust us with the task this time is a genius scientist. Felicia said, his name is Hank Pym. Charlotte suddenly stopped Felicia's words, tilted her head, and touched her chin, with a hint of memory on her face. Hank. By the way, in SHILDS file. Charlotte's eyes lit up, and she recalled, all of a sudden, I was bored at the time, and I read his information. Dr. Pym was also a scientist at SHILD before, but he left SHIELD. Hank Pym was once a genius scientist at SHIELD. He invented a substance called Pym particle, which can shrink people or objects. And he has also participated in many tasks of SHILD, codenamed Ant-Man. However, Hank Pym later fell out with his colleague Howard Stark, Tony Stark's father, and left SHILD to start a technology company by himself. At night, in San Francisco, in an unremarkable small villa, two men and a woman sat in the living room, turning their heads to look at the door from time to time, as if they were waiting for something. There is a gentlemanly old man with mottled white hair, a middle-aged woman in a professional business suit, and a middle-aged man in a motorcycle leather jacket. Father, are you sure the aide you said will come today? There was silence for a long time, as if she couldn't bear the atmosphere of the scene. The middle-aged woman looked at the old man beside her. At dinner today, her father suddenly announced that someone else was going to join them. In fact, she was a little angry. This was not the first time. The original action plan of two people suddenly joined the man named Scott next to him, and now a new member was added. However, at least the assistance requested this time was professional, not comparable to the ordinary thief who passed through the prison. Appointment is tonight. The old man nodded and confirmed. Wait a little longer. It should be here soon. Dr. Pym, if they do come, will I have nothing to do with you? The man in the leather jacket took a sip of the coffee on the table and asked wearily, I don't need to train anymore. The training for the past few days has really exhausted him. Not only do he have to master battlesuit training and combat training, but also learn how to control ants. He is basically exhausted physically and mentally every day. No, Scott. The old man shook his head, looked at the man he had chosen in front of him, and continued. The aide this time was a bit different from what I expected, and the civic cat didn't want to take action, but sent his daughter Jaimeo and her partner over. So just to be on the safe side, your current training is still the same. We have to prepare with both hands. To be honest, he doesn't trust the strength of his old friend's daughter. After all, he has never heard of her stolen name or any record. Moreover, he trained Scott not only for the task, but also for the hope that Ant-Man would have successors. This man is very similar to himself when he was young, so he will pick him. Scott will be the next generation of Ant-Man. In this case, I really hope they can come sooner. Scott covered his mouth with his right hand and yawned sleepily. I still have training tomorrow. I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. Suddenly, a strange voice came from outside the living room, which startled the three of them. Who is it? Come out. The three stood up from the sofa like frightened rabbits, turned their heads, and looked around. Someone actually broke in. Are you looking for us? It was still the same voice just now, but the person had already appeared in the sight of the three of them. A young man in a white magic gown walked into the living room, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, took a sip gentlemanly, and smiled slightly. I'm so sorry. I saw you all drinking coffee when I came in. But I don't drink much coffee at night, and don't want to bother you so much, so we'll have to do it ourselves. You don't mind. However, this red wine tastes really good. Needless to say, it was Charlotte. You are. The three of them looked at this familiar young man with some doubts, a little vigilance, and even their eyes drifted to the firearms hanging on the wall, wanted to make a move. This operation is top secret. They're not sure how long the other party has been here, and how much they have heard. Hey, don't do it. Be yourself. Ching Charlotte noticed the expressions of the three people, quickly put the red wine in her hands aside, spread her hands to show that humans and animals are harmless, and at the same time turned her head to the back and shouted, Black Cat, come and explain to them. I just found a better bottle of red wine in the underground wine cellar. Do you want to try it? A masked woman in black tights walked in slowly, holding an unopened bottle of red wine in both hands, and noticed the three people in the living room who were sluggish and smiled. "Hello, I am the Black Cat who came to help you this time." Black Cat. The three of them were taken aback. Isn't this the person they were waiting for? A few minutes later, all five of them sat face to face on the sofa, looking at each other when they met for the first time. Cough, cough, cough. After coughing a few times to break the embarrassment, the old man spoke first and began to speak. "I am the client of your mission, Hank. Pym. You can also call me Dr. Pym." He pointed to the middle-aged woman beside him and continued to introduce. "This is my daughter, Hope. And it's..." "What?" When the old man was about to introduce Scott, he suddenly went crazy, pointed at Charlotte opposite and shouted, "You are a white magician." Scott's face was full of excitement, as if seeing a benefactor. Charlotte was taken aback, pointed to her nose and asked, "You know me? Are you my fan too?" "Unexpectedly, in San Francisco, which is so far away from New York, I also have fans?" "No. It can also be said to be..." Scott was a little incoherent for a while, making Charlotte a little confused. "What does this guy mean?" "My name is Scott Lang, and I want to thank you for saving my daughter." After finally calming down, Scott quickly explained, "The last time my daughter Kathy traveled to New York with my ex-wife, it was thanks to you that you saved her from a car accident. Kathy is your daughter." Charlotte suddenly realized that this was his first little fan, and Charlotte remembered it clearly. To be able to see the father of one of his fans here is quite lucky. Charlotte had to lament how small the world was. Cough, cough, cough. Dr. Pym on the side coughed again, interrupting Scott's act of getting up to thank, looked at Charlotte and the Black Cat, and brought the conversation back to the point. "Are you two sent by the Civet Cat to help us?" "Yes," Felicia said. "I am the Black Cat, the daughter of the Civet Cat, and he is my partner, the White Magician." White Magician? Although he had heard Scott say it once, Dr. Pym was still a little surprised and questioned. "Isn't he a superhero? Isn't he the partner of a superhero named Spider-Man? Why would he become the partner of a big thief?" Although San Francisco is quite far from New York, but now that the internet is so developed, he has more or less heard about the situation in New York. After all, the Avengers and SHIELD headquarters are over there, and as a former Ant-Man, he's still keeping an eye on news from that city. No, Oz, superhero is not easy to mix. Everyone has to have a good meal, and occasionally they need to do part-time jobs. Charlotte took a sip of the red wine in her hand, smiled slightly, and teased, "One more partner and one more road." The three of Dr. Pym were speechless for a while. "However, don't worry, my business ability is also available." Charlotte raised the red wine in her hand and said pointedly, "Although our technology may not be as good as that of the Civet Cat, it is not much worse, and it is enough to complete your task. Don't underestimate us just because we are young." Cough, cough, cough. Dr. Pym was a little embarrassed. It seemed that the other party had heard what he had said earlier, and the red wine in his hand was a threat. That precious bottle of red wine was locked in the safest place in the underground wine cellar. A glint of complacency flashed in the eyes of the Black Cat on the side. It seemed that what Charlotte said was right. It was very necessary to show her strength first, so as not to be underestimated. "Okay, stop talking nonsense." Charlotte also stopped teasing the other party and went straight to the point. "If you think we're okay, tell me about the specific mission this time. What exactly do you want us to steal?" Because Dr. Pym and the others were too cautious in the email to the Civet, they only briefly introduced the task and did not reveal the detailed goal. "I agree with you to join this operation. You come with me." Dr. Pym thought for a while, stood up, and walked out of the living room, followed by several others. After a while, Dr. Pym led a few people to a basement, randomly pressed a few times in front of a mirror, and a secret room appeared in front of them. 40 years ago, I created a formula that changed the relative distances between atoms. Dr. Pym led the way into the secret room and explained, "I learned how to change the distance between atoms." Having said that, Dr. Pym returned to his senses smugly, wanting to see the surprised expressions of Charlotte and the Black Cat. Change the distance between atoms, then what? Charlotte behind her was nodding and listening to the excitement, Dr. Pym's pause made him a little puzzled and dissatisfied. Why don't you continue? Dr. Pym looked at the gossipy Charlotte with a depressed expression on his face. This is changing the distance between atoms. Isn't this guy surprised at all? It has to be said that if Dr. Pym wanted to play this trick, he could only blame him for picking the wrong partner for 227. Charlotte, a scumbag, didn't understand what it meant to change the distance between atoms. In Charlotte's view, this may be a good scientific discovery, but it is limited to this. Definitely, even if Charlotte really understands it, she probably won't be too surprised. He has seen a lot of good things, and Infinite Gems has a look. Change the distance between atoms with a formula. However, there were still cheers. Felicia Yu on the side covered her small mouth with her hands and said in shock, "This is impossible." She understood very well what this meant. The distance between atoms was difficult to change with external force, let alone any formula, which simply broke the modern scientific theory. Is this the various secrets hidden in this world? Felicia felt more and more that she had made the right choice to become a black cat. Yes, I can even have people shrink, but it's very dangerous, too dangerous. Dr. Pym pointed to the helmet in Scott's hand and continued to explain, this process is very unstable, and if there is no special helmet, it may harm the brain. So I want to hide this formula. In order to prevent it from being used by some playboys who like to play with dangerous objects, I left my original job and started my own technology company, Pym Group. Charlotte suddenly realized, is this why Dr. Pym left SHIELD? The playboy should be Tony's father. However, I later took on a young apprentice named Darren Cross. Darren Cross. Felicia was a little surprised. Isn't this the current CEO of Pym Group? The Hardy Group and the Pym Group also have a lot of business dealings, so she has heard of this Darren Cross. Before he became the president, he was my assistant. Dr. Pym was busy, taking out various items and placing them on the workbench in the middle, while continuing to explain, I think I've taken a fancy to some of his characteristics and even regarded him as my son. He was very talented, but as we got closer, he started to suspect that there was something I wasn't telling him. He heard rumors about the Pym particle and wanted to reproduce it frantically, but I wasn't willing to help him, so he betrayed me and voted me out of my own company. So what do you want us to do? Charlotte asked curiously. Steal evidence of his crime for you, so that you can return to the company. It's almost the same, but we are more to protect world peace. As a superhero, you should not refuse it. Dr. Pym's words made Charlotte roll her eyes. Protecting world peace again? Could it all be related to this? I'm not lying. Just think about it. What would happen if Pym particles were used as a weapon? Dr. Pym saw that Charlotte didn't believe it, so he turned on the projector on the side, pointed to the photos of several people who appeared on it, and said, and these people have been unfaithful once and want to get their hands on this weapon that can change the world pattern. This is Mitchell Carson, the former SHIELD defense secretary who is now busy subverting the government, and he has always wanted my technology. So, we need to get into Pym Corporation, steal another battle suit, and destroy all research data. Otherwise, Klaus will definitely sell them to these terrorists, i.e., set off world turmoil. What Dr. Pym said was very earnest, and most people would definitely be obliged to hear it. And Scott is like this. But he noticed that Charlotte and the Black Cat were a little absent-minded. Charlotte frowned, staring at Mitchell Carson's photo, and seemed to pay more attention to the former SHIELD defense minister. And the Black Cat looked at Charlotte teasingly, as if watching the fun. In that case, why don't you go find the Avengers or SHIELD? Charlotte was silent for a while, then turned to look at Dr. Pym. I believe that SHIELD should be happy to come forward to eliminate the traitors and help you take back the company by the way. No, I won't touch SHIELD or the Avengers. Dr. Pym flatly refused. I've spent most of my life trying not to let this technology fall into Stark's hands, and now I will not hand it over by myself. This is not a childlike Stark's iron armor. This is a reality-altering structure. Charlotte was speechless for a while. Stark's reputation was killed. Okay, so is there anything you need to remind us? Since the other party has no plans in this regard, Charlotte didn't force it. He was here to do the task. If not, We can act immediately. Wait, what do you mean? Hearing what Charlotte said, Dr. Pym couldn't help being stunned for a moment and asked, Act now? We're not ready yet. Scott's training is still short of the last step, and the equipment needed for some operations has not yet been completed. What to prepare? This time it was Charlotte's turn to be dazed, and said strangely, You just need to prepare to receive the champagne for the celebration. We brought what we need by ourselves. You mean you want to go it alone? Dr. Pym was a little surprised and quickly refused. You can't succeed. The other battlesuit is locked in an almost closed place with only one entrance with a diameter of 5 millimeters. Without Scott, you can't steal the battlesuit at all. And my daughter Hope is undercover in the company. Without her help, it will be very difficult for you to find and destroy the research data. Dr. Pym's original plan was for Charlotte and the Black Cat to assist Scott, not for them to act alone. We have our method. Definitely, it would be better if you can provide inside information. No, I can't let you mess around. Dr. Pym rebuffed straight away. If you fail, you will make Klaus vigilant. It seems that Dr. Pym still doesn't believe in our strength. Charlotte couldn't help but sighed and said helplessly, We still need to show our hand. Why don't we make a bet? Bet? That's right, a bet to try and steal. Charlotte said confidently, Dr. Pym, you come to designate an item, and we will act separately to see who can steal it back first. If we lose, we will cooperate with you in the next action. But if we win, then you have to provide us with internal intelligence and let us act alone. How about this bet? This is okay. Dr. Pym hesitated for a while, then suddenly remembered an instrument that was not ready yet. So he nodded and agreed. Just in time, it's time for Scott's last step of training. In the end, Dr. Pym still didn't believe how strong the stealing skills of two young people, Charlotte and Black Cat, were. This is the goal of your competition. In the basement, Dr. Pym pointed to a blueprint on the workbench, turned around and introduced to Charlotte and Scott. This is a prototype of a signal decoy, which I developed when I was still at S.H.I.E.L.D. We're going to use it to jam the comms interceptor Klaus installed in the Future Vault, which is currently in a warehouse at the SHIELD headquarters Curry, where the warehouse is located. After introducing some basic information, Dr. Pym paused, turned his head to look at Charlotte and the Black Cat, and said solemnly, Don't think this mission is easy. You know, although SHIELD has suffered heavy losses, it is still a powerful agent organization. Maybe the Avengers are also there. If you want to quit and admit defeat, it's not shameful. On the contrary, if you're caught by SHIELD, then it will be difficult for me to rescue you. Dr. Pym tried his best to persuade Charlotte and the others to give up and go to SHIELD to steal things. Even Scott, who has an Ant-Man battlesuit, is not an easy task. After all, the overall defense system of SHIELD headquarters must be much higher than that of the Pym Group, but the Pym Group focuses on guarding the yellow shirt, battlesuit, and research materials, and SHIELD will not pay too much attention to a small signal decoy prototype machine. But Dr. Pym was obviously going to be disappointed. He noticed that Charlotte and the Black Cat had weird expressions, not scared or nervous, but rather speechless. Partner, it's up to you. I won't join in the fun. Felicia patted Charlotte's shoulder and finally smiled, with a hint of ridicule flashing in her eyes. She knows that Charlotte is a SHIELD agent, and it's so much fun to ask him to steal things from S.H.I.E.L.D. This goal really takes care of me. Charlotte also couldn't help but smile bitterly. This is not difficult for him at all. With Charlotte's agent authority, except for those 084 super items that are sealed in a secret base that need to be applied to the director, he basically has the right to call other resources at will. It's just right my glass of red wine is still a little short of time to sober up, about a minute. Charlotte put down the shaking red wine glass and greeted Dr. Pym. Wait for me for 10 minutes. I'll be right back. After speaking, Charlotte turned around and walked out the door. Hey, since he is so persistent, I can't help it. Seeing the back of Charlotte leaving, Dr. Pym shook his head, looked at Scott beside him, and began to assign tasks. We should also start preparing the things we need. Sneaking into the SHIELD headquarters is not that simple. 10 minutes is not enough time. We need to prepare more fully. It may take days. Dr. Pym mistakenly thought that the 10 minutes Charlotte said was to prepare the equipment needed for diving. It can only be said that this is a wonderful misunderstanding. We have to consider not only the defense system and agents of SHIELD headquarters originally, but also the Avengers' presence in S.H.I.E.L.D. 10 minutes later, Dr. Pym was still planning how to sneak into SHIELD for Scott, and Charlotte had returned. "Dr. Pym, I'm fine." Charlotte casually threw something the size of a palm on the table, then picked up the red wine on the table again, smelled the aroma of the wine, and took another sip. "Well, the time to come back is just right. What equipment have you prepared?" Dr. Pym was frowning and wanted to ask Charlotte about the progress of her preparations, but she felt Scott tugging on her clothes and looked at her suspiciously. "What's the matter, Scott?" "Dr. Pym, look at this." Scott pointed at what Charlotte had brought back in disbelief and said in shock, "This is the prototype of the signal bait, exactly the same as the drawing." "What?" Dr. Pym was taken aback for a moment, then looked down, his pupils constricted for a while. What did he see? This is the prototype machine he made back then. It was supposed to be Curry's instrument in a certain warehouse in SHIELD headquarters, and now it is placed in front of him like this. Why is it here? Dr. Pym raised his head suddenly, stared at Charlotte, who was tasting the red wine with wide eyes, and asked, "How did you do it?" "In just 10 minutes or so, this white magician stole the target back from the SHIELD headquarters, which is incredible. You must know that a round trip from San Francisco to New York would take only 10 minutes, even for a fighter jet, let alone sneaking into the well-defended shield. This is simply impossible. Don't forget my identity." Charlotte swallowed a sip of red wine on the tip of her tongue, smiled slightly, and replied inscrutably, "I am a white magician. Magic is so incredible, like magic." To be honest, Charlotte didn't need 10 minutes, but met an acquaintance, Falcon, in the headquarters. Charlotte learned that the other party also joined the Avengers, so she couldn't help but chatted with him for a while and gave some pointers as a senior, so some time was wasted. Otherwise, Charlotte would have returned in less than 5 minutes. Chi. Felicia on the side looked at Charlotte, who was pretending there, and couldn't help covering her small mouth to suppress a smile. What kind of magic? It seems like magic. Isn't Charlotte a magician? But Charlotte did not say anything wrong. This is also somewhat similar to magic. In the eyes of outsiders, all this is so incredible and impossible to complete, but in the eyes of those who know the situation, but understand what is going on. Though, seeking flowers, Charlotte cheated. Well, now believe in our strength. Charlotte stood up and said to Dr. Pym and Scott, who were still in a daze, "We won the bet this time. So according to the bet, you need to provide us with information, and you cannot act against us yet." "This, okay." Dr. Pym lowered his head and thought for a while, finally nodded and agreed. "When Hope comes back from the company, she will introduce you. She is more familiar with the company's situation. Admit the bet and admit defeat. This is what was agreed at the beginning. If you need any help, just ask. Scott can help you." Dr. Pym has already recognized the strength of Charlotte and Felicia in his heart. Even Scott, who has an Ant-Man battle suit, wants to sneak into SHIELD to steal things. 0. But Charlotte can complete the task so easily. Obviously, he is not an ordinary person. This is definitely a super ability user, or a powerful super ability user. Dr. Pym, as a former Ant-Man, has also come into contact with many such people and understands the magic of their ability. So, when do you want to act? Dr. Pym is more concerned about this issue now. Time is running out now, and Claus's research may be completed at any time. Not at any time, but already done. At the moment, Hope suddenly walked in from the door, with a hint of anxiety on his face. Klaus has reproduced the formula of Pym particles. Tomorrow night, he will be inviting buyers for a research presentation. In such a hurry? Hearing Hope's words, Felicia had a headache. They didn't even have time to arrange the plan yet. Thieves are different from thieves. It is not that simple to sneak into and steal. Surveying the scene, analyzing the defense system, planning a backup plan to deal with emergencies at any time, and planning the evacuation route are all essential. This is the magic weapon for a good thief. But the sudden change caught Felicia a little by surprise. Her father had never taught her how to deal with such an unexpected situation. What do you think? Partner. Felicia couldn't help but looked at Charlotte. Maybe he would have something to do. Charlotte was so reliable in her heart. If it's tomorrow night, there's still time. Charlotte's eyes were a little deep, and a mysterious arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. Just right, I also have a good idea. It looks like I'm going out tonight. At noon the next day, in the living room of the villa. Where the hell were you last night? Charlotte. Felicia, who was still dressed as a black cat, walked in, looked at Charlotte, who was sitting alone on the sofa and read a book seriously, and couldn't help asking dissatisfiedly, "Why didn't you bring me? We are partners." Last night, Charlotte left her here alone, went out to act alone, and said some magician's secret, but she was D off. It's nothing. I just set up the stage for tonight's performance and informed the audience. Charlotte continued to look at the book in her hand and replied without raising her head, "After all, this is our first performance, so it must be more gorgeous." Stage? Audience? Felicia was a little confused and just wanted to continue to ask what was going on, but was interrupted by Dr. Pym, who broke in suddenly. "White magician, what did you do last night? Why did you do it?" Dr. Pym pointed at Charlotte excitedly, covering his heart from time to time, saying 787, full of anger. Hope and Scott, who followed behind, looked at Dr. Pym worriedly, for fear that he would faint from excitement. "What's wrong?" Felicia is even more confused. What's going on? Why does Dr. Pym seem to know what Charlotte did last night? Is such that Hope stood behind him and wanted to explain to Felicia, but he didn't know where to start. Finally, he took out his mobile phone, tapped it a few times, and handed it to Felicia. "I don't know what to say. You see for yourself." Felicia took the phone with a puzzled face. It was a video waiting to be played. After clicking on it, a group of reporters were interviewing a middle-aged bald man. Felicia recognized him. He turned out to be the target of their theft this time, Klaus, the current president of Pym Company. "President Klaus, what's your opinion on the challenge you received from the superhero white magician in New York City?" "That's right. Why did a superhero send you a notification letter stating that he will patronize the Pym Group tonight to steal unrighteous things? How do you explain?" "We are very curious. What is the unrighteous thing that the white magician wants to steal?" "And the Pym Group has always been rumored to be researching dangerous weapons. May I ask if this is true?" The reporters surrounded Klaus, who was guarded by bodyguards, like flies smelling fishy smell, kept moving their microphones forward and asked questions one after another, lest the world would not be chaotic. "This is big news. A superhero publicly stated that he would steal Pym's company. This will definitely be a gossip that the public will talk about. I have nothing to explain." As the president of the company, Klaus did not show panic in the face of so many reporters' questions, but said calmly, "In my opinion, these so-called superheroes are not the police, but some people who do not enforce the law. The thugs who testify are more like criminals, and their words cannot be trusted. And for the slander of the white magician, we won't let it go, so we accept his challenge, and tonight I will personally arrest him. As for the rumors that Pym's company is researching dangerous weapons, these are just false. It's a competitor suppression of our company. You can go to interview our company's public relations department. They will explain it to you." Felicia turned off the video in her hand and looked at Charlotte together with Dr. Pym and others. "What's wrong?" Seemingly sensing the atmosphere of silence around her, and four anxious gazes, Charlotte reluctantly put down the book in her hand, raised her head to look at the four of them innocently, and said, "Don't you already know? I just threw some letters to Pym's and TV, telling them I'm going to Pym's tonight to steal something. Return it. How can someone steal something and notify the other party?" Dr. Pym exploded all of a sudden and almost fainted on the ground. Hope and Scott on the side hurriedly supported Dr. Pym nervously. "Is this the stage and audience you were talking about?" Felicia also frowned, somewhat puzzled. "Why did you do this?" Although Felicia knows Charlotte's strength, even if she informs the other party, she should be able to succeed. But isn't this adding difficulty to herself? "Of course it's for fame." Charlotte smiled slightly and explained, I'm not saying that performances need audiences, but audiences also need wonderful performances. This is what Charlotte has realized recently: how to quickly become a world-class famous thief. Obviously, the traditional stealing method is too slow. Charlotte needs to add a little performance element. As we all know, idol stars are the ones who attract attention. How to become a star in the thieves' world. A maverick is a thieves who will send notice letters to people in advance. This will definitely arouse heated discussions. It is because it is unbelievable that it can attract attention and attention. Your idea seems very interesting. Felicia, as a young man, suddenly became interested in Charlotte's idea, but asked uneasy, but are you sure? Definitely, I'm a white magician. Charlotte helped the brim of her white top hat, and the monocle flashed. If it wasn't for arranging all this, he would have stolen the things back last night. Dr. Pym, don't forget our bet. Charlotte noticed Dr. Pym and others who wanted to speak and interrupted. You can't interfere with our actions. Don't worry, I will definitely steal things back for you. Dr. Pym murmured a few times, finally sighed helplessly, and turned away with his daughter and Scott. What else can I say now? Things are irreversible, and I can only trust this guy. If it doesn't work, let Scott take the top. Charlotte, what are you reading? It was only at the moment that Felicia noticed the book that Charlotte had picked up again and asked curiously, You actually started to read books so seriously? Hey, don't act like I don't like studying so much. Charlotte raised the book in her hand. This is a good book. I just discovered it recently. I have to learn it. Introduction to Magic? After Felicia saw the title of the book, she thought she was hallucinating, so she quickly wiped her eyes. Isn't Charlotte a magician? Why should she learn false and deceptive magic? Isn't magic good? Oh, got it. This must be a magic book deliberately disguised as a magic book. Felicia seemed to understand something, and while Charlotte was not paying attention, she grabbed the book in his hand and carefully read the contents of the book. This really just magic? After seeing the magic tricks introduced in the book, Felicia still couldn't believe it, so she approached Charlotte and asked, Did you cast any magic? Only 0.7 of your magician can see the real content of this book. Trust me, what I see is the same as what you see, Charlotte said helplessly. This is a magic teaching book, but I don't understand. Doubt flashed in Felicia's eyes. Why are you learning magic? For tonight's show. Charlotte took the book back from Felicia and explained, and more importantly, I found that the magic tricks are all good, which coincides with one of my magic tricks. Saying that, Charlotte wiped her hand on the sofa, and a rose that was originally just painted on the cloth disappeared, but actually appeared in Charlotte's hand, exuding the fragrance of the flower. Beautiful flowers for beautiful ladies. Felicia took the rose dumbfounded, was stunned for a while, and suddenly touched it on the sofa with a face full of disbelief, looking a little cute. How did this work? Night fell quietly. Pym Company, the president's office. Your Excellency Mitchell, I have reproduced the formula of the Pym particle. A bald middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes was sitting at his desk, looking at a majestic old man in front of him. He said enthusiastically, Tonight, you will see a work that satisfies you. It will make your soldiers can have super combat effectiveness. Imagine that the power of an adult man appears on a warrior the size of an ant. The power of a punch is no less than that of a bullet. Okay, Klaus, I know the power of this weapon better than you. I have been waiting for 40 years. On the opposite side, Mitchell waved his hand, interrupted the other party's introduction, and said impatiently, What I care about now is what's going on this time. As he said that, he picked up a copy of today's newspaper from the side, with huge amounts of headlines on it that read, Superhero White Magician Challenges Pym Company, sends appointment letter to steal unjust money. I don't know why you leaked the news and were targeted by some magician superhero. Mitchell was a little annoyed. But under such circumstances, you actually invited me to participate in the research exhibition. You want to court death, and I don't want to accompany you. He specially flew over from other countries, but when he saw such news suddenly, he was inevitably a little angry. He originally thought that he could complete the transaction secretly and fly out of the country again. But unexpectedly, such a situation happened to Pym Company. If it wasn't for the Pym particles, Mitchell really wouldn't want to set foot in this country. He has a wanted warrant from SHIELD. If it gets the attention of SHIELD, or even the Avengers, Mitchell won't be able to escape. After the baptism of Hydra's undercover agents, the SHIELD forces in other countries are quite weak, but in the United States, because of a certain guy, SHIELD has not been hit too much, and it is still quite troublesome. Your Excellency Mitchell, our company has absolutely no problem keeping the Pym particles secret. The White Magician must have just heard some rumors and doesn't know the existence of the Pym particles. Klaus quickly explained, these so-called superheroes are just jokers who want to make splash. You can rest assured that it is absolutely impossible for this overreaching guy to break into Pym's company, and it will definitely not affect us. Mitchell is a big client and must not let these little things affect his business. As for Mitchell's identity, Klaus actually knew about it, but he didn't care. He thought he was a pure businessman who just wanted to make money. Otherwise, with the Pym particle, it would be no problem for Klaus to be an ambitious villain. I hope your company's security system is really reassuring, as you promised. Mitchell shook his head slightly, temporarily letting go of his concerns. He has already come, so he can't leave empty-handed. He can only hope that he is really like what Klaus said, just a superhero who doesn't know the so-called. Then when do we start visiting research and trading? However, Mitchell was still a little uneasy in his heart, and couldn't help urging, I think, don't wait for other buyers. I will definitely offer you a price that satisfies you, a price that others can't match. It's better to get the Pym particle early and leave as soon as possible to be safer. Forehead. Klaus didn't expect Mitchell to be in such a hurry. He was taken aback and quickly said, visiting and trading can start at any time. If Lord Mitchell is so impatient, we can go there now. As he spoke, he stood up and led the other party towards the door, heading to the vault where the yellow shirt battlesuit was kept. Klaus, I have something to do with you. On the way, Klaus was stopped by a middle-aged woman in the corridor. There are more and more reporters outside the company, and there are even many people who seem to be waiting for the arrival of the White Magician and want to drive him away. Are they? Fine, Klaus said casually. These guys let them go. They will be like the White Joker tonight anyway, and get nothing. However, if you ask someone to come out to entertain those reporters and give them something or water, you can make a good impression on my company. Okay, then I'll go myself. The middle-aged woman nodded and was about to leave. She seemed to have noticed something, walked up to Klaus, and stretched out her hand to straighten his tie. Look, your tie is crooked. You are so beautiful and charming today. Klaus looked at the woman in front of him, curious at the same time. However, it seems that you are a little taller than usual today. Maybe the high heels I'm wearing today are a bit high. The woman's hands paused, and Tuan continued to straighten her tie. Thank you, Hope. Klaus didn't care, and just thanked him with satisfaction. Thanks to you for supporting me all these years. It's nothing. I didn't do anything. After finishing Klaus' tie, the woman turned and left. Introduce, this is Hope. Klaus noticed Mitchell's eyes and quickly introduced. She is also the daughter of the former president of our company. Hank Pym's daughter? Mitchell looked at Hope's back and frowned slightly. Why would she help you? Is she trustworthy? Hank, how much Pym opposed Pym particles as a weapon back then? He knew why his daughter would help Klaus. Definitely. I trust her a lot. Klaus said proudly. It was Hope who cast the decisive vote to drive Dr. Pym out of the company. If it wasn't for Mitchell's emphasis on not revealing his whereabouts, Klaus really wanted to invite Dr. Pym to participate in this research demonstration and see his teacher's expression when he knew he was reproducing Pym particles. Is it pride or regret? Don't trust someone all the time. Mitchell reminded in good faith. It was then, and now is now, and people will always change. I'll keep an eye out. Klaus disapproved of Mitchell's words, didn't take it seriously, and continued to lead the way. No one noticed that Hope, who had originally left, was standing at the corner, looking at the backs of Klaus and Mitchell, with a mysterious arc at the corner of his mouth, and at the same time pressing the earring on his right ear. Charlotte, things are on. If Klaus were here, he would be shocked. Hope's voice is different from just now, like a girl. She is not Hope. Well done, my black cat lady. It was Charlotte who heard a compliment in the ears of Hope. Sure enough, behind every successful magician, there is a need for an excellent assistant. The so-called Hope is exactly what Felicia pretends to be, and she takes the opportunity to sneak into Pim's company to prepare for Charlotte's upcoming performance. Since this is the case, what reward does my Lord Magician give to his assistant? Hope licked his red lips and began to ask for a reward. Why don't you give me this bionic mask? The reason why she was able to disguise herself as Hope and disguise the real one was because of the bionic mask on her face, which was said to be the technology of S.H.I.E.L.D. As long as the blood sample of the target is collected, the biological data is obtained, and the voice of the other party is loaded, the appearance and voice of the target can be perfectly simulated. As a future thief, Felicia cannot let go of this artifact. Since you want it, let me give it to you, Charlotte said generously. I don't need it anyway. This mask was just a mask that Charlotte saw Natasha Romanoff used a few times and thought it was very interesting. So she asked for one, but to Charlotte, it was actually a toy and not of much use. Because this simulation method is very cumbersome. It not only needs the blood and voice of the target, but also needs to carry a file box file size instrument for a long-time data analysis. This is too much trouble for Charlotte, a person who likes reckless up. And I heard that this kind of bionic mask is about to be eliminated. S.H.I.E.L.D. is researching a mask that can immediately disguise the target as long as it sees the target. It is said that the progress is good and it will be successful soon. But this is not a reward for you. I will present you a wonderful magic trick. Charlotte stood on a building, looking at the Pim company in the distance, the corners of her mouth curled up. Tonight's show is about to start. Pim's company, Vault. Your Excellency Mitchell, this is the battle suit that our Pim company provides for you, codenamed Yellow Shirt. Klaus proudly pointed to the yellow battle suit with an ant-like file size and a glass display case in the center, and boasted, this battle suit was originally equipped with many powerful weapon systems, and in terms of combat effectiveness, it is not inferior in Stark steel battle suit. Hearing this, Mitchell curled his lips, a little disdainful. I really thought he didn't know where Pim's battlesuit technology came from. Maybe it was the Closed Hammer Company, which mass-produced dozens of sets of steel battlesuits back then, but was replaced by Stark's set of steel battlesuits. The failure of the suit defeat, but also want to compare with Stark's steel battlesuit. But Mitchell didn't refute. He didn't originally come for the battlesuit. He valued Pim particles. As long as our deal is concluded and the contract is signed, our Pim company will immediately start mass production of the Yellow Shirt battle suit. All right. Mitchell still couldn't help interrupting Klaus and reminded, this is not our main trading item. What I want is the Pim particle. This is the purpose of my visit. Klaus may not know it, but as the former SHIELD defense minister, Mitchell knows that Pim particles will cause chemical damage to the user. This so-called battle suit has no protective effect at all. Only Pim the Doctor's Ant-Man battlesuit can effectively isolate this hazard. Definitely, Mitchell will still buy these battle suits because he doesn't care about this kind of damage. He has some fighters who are not afraid of death. As long as he gets the Pim particles, it is time for Hydra to rise again. Definitely, I naturally remember our real deal. Klaus didn't care, just took out a yellow glass reagent from the inner pocket of his suit and waved it in front of Mitchell. This is the Pim particle. Pim particles. Mitchell saw what he dreamed of and wanted to reach for excitedly, but Klaus suddenly withdrew his hands and avoided. Don't worry, I suddenly feel that I need to reconsider our trading terms. Klaus, what do you mean? Mitchell was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Klaus with an unkind expression and asked in a deep voice, do you want to go back on your word? If he hadn't told Klaus about the Pim particles at the beginning, how could the other party know these things? But now he wants to cross the river and tear down the bridge? Don't get me wrong. Our business continues. Klaus noticed the movement of the bodyguard behind Mitchell, trying to draw his gun, but he didn't look nervous. He just waved his hand to signal the bodyguard behind him to relax, and smiled. It's just that the conditions we negotiated need to be changed. What's the meaning? Your Excellency Mitchell will still get the Pim particles you want, Klaus said unhurriedly. It's just that you need to buy from my company as the fuel to drive these battle suits. Originally, the content of the transaction between Klaus and Mitchell was the formula of PIM particles and these yellow shirt battle suits. But now Kraus has backtracked, and he sees Mitchell's take on PIM particles as inevitable. As a businessman, the best thing is to keep a steady flow, and it is still a monopoly. As for what Mitchell does with them, that's none of his business. He's just a businessman. After Mitchell's face was gloomy for a while, he nodded in agreement. However, he had other ideas in his heart, and it was not that simple to play with HYDRA. What HYDRA wanted, there were ways to get it. Pleasant cooperation. Klaus and Mitchell shook hands with a half-smile and reached a deal, but each had their own secrets in their hearts. Then, as a good star of our transaction, this yellow shirt battle suit is given to His Excellency Mitchell as a gift. Klaus waved his hand and signaled the bodyguards to take out the battle suit in the glass display case. Definitely. And this PIM particle. What's going on? Why is it missing? Klaus was about to pass the reagent in his hand to Mitchell, but was interrupted by the panicked shout of the bodyguard behind him. The battle suit disappeared. What? Klaus and Mitchell looked back and looked in disbelief at the glass cabinet that originally contained the yellow shirt battle suit. It was empty and there was nothing left. It's gone before I even opened the display case. Seeing the boss looking over, the bodyguard hastily explained, I just blinked and it disappeared. How is it possible? Please tell me clearly. I will try. This is not over. Klaus, who was about to question his subordinates, suddenly lost his hand, and the PIM particle reagent that was originally held in his hand disappeared out of thin air under their watchful eyes. Damn it! Good stuff is gone. President, look at the display cabinet. There is a letter. Just as Klaus and Mitchell stared wide-eyed, a white letter appeared in the closed display case, floated down gently, and landed on the original battlesuit's place. There is nothing written on the letter paper, but there is a Q-version portrait wearing a magic top hat and a single lens. White magician. The answer suddenly appeared in the minds of Klaus and Mitchell. How did he do it? While looking around vigilantly, Klaus thought, how did he sneak in? How did he steal the battle suit from the closed display case? How did he steal the reagent from me? Your Excellency Mitchell, I'm sorry to have surprised you. Although this unbelievable situation happened, Klaus quickly calmed down, looked at Mitchell with a smile, and said, it seems that the meeting gift can't be given. Next time I'll personally deliver it to you. At the same time, Klaus was full of disdain. So what about superhero? He is not stupid. Although the white magician didn't know what method he used to steal his battle suit and PIM particles, but he could call the laboratory to configure them. Anyway, the formula of PIM particles is in the... It's not good, President. Just as Klaus was feeling contemptuous, a researcher in a white coat hurriedly tried to break into the vault, but was stopped by the bodyguards, so he had to shout loudly from outside. The company's system has been hacked, the laboratory. All the research data of PIM particles have been deleted, and the servers have been destroyed and cannot be recovered. This sound, like a bolt from the blue, knocked Klaus unconscious. White magician. Klaus finally came back to his senses, gritted his teeth, and roared in a low voice. Block the company for me. No matter where this thief is, find him for me. Years of hard work have been in vain. If Klaus does not catch this white magician, he will not be able to vent his anger. If you look for in the company, you can't find me. After all, I'm not in the company. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice came into everyone's ears, making everyone on the scene vigilant, turning their heads and scanning in an attempt to find the source of the sound. Boss! When they found the source of the sound, everyone couldn't believe it for a while. The sound actually came from Klaus. This is my tie. Klaus also had an unbelievable expression. He lowered his head and listened for a moment, then suddenly grabbed his tie and took a closer look. A pin-like device appeared in his eyes. It was almost the same color as the tie and blended into one, almost hard to detect. This is a remote monitoring device. Could it be Hope? Klaus thought of Hope, who had adjusted his tie for himself, and was a little unwilling to believe it. Oops, found out. Hey, money. Tease continued, and I greeted, Hi, President Klaus. Where are you, white magician? Klaus pulled off his tie with a gloomy face, trying to find out the whereabouts of the other party. Where am I? The other party chuckled a few times and replied honestly, I've been outside Pim's company all this time. Impossible. Klaus immediately questioned, where the hell are you? If the white magician has been outside the company, how did the other party steal the battle suit and Pim particles? Hey, no one believes the truth these days. A somewhat helpless voice came from the opposite side, but quickly changed the subject and continued. But it's okay. Someone can testify for me. Reporter friends, tell him where I have been all this time. Reporter? What reporter? Klaus was taken aback, feeling a bad premonition. The white magician has been performing magic tricks for us here. Before Klaus could ask, many people answered neatly, mixed with some excited screams. Master Magician, we still want to watch magic tricks. Back to 10 minutes ago, a group of reporters stood eagerly outside Pim's company, waiting for someone to arrive. I don't know why the superhero for New York is eyeing Pim's company, and has come all the way to trouble Pim's company. Maybe the rumors about Pim's company are true. They are really researching weapons to sell to terrorists. What do you care about so much? I wish superheroes would trouble Pim every day, so that we would have news reports every day. That's true. But you say, will this white magician really come? This is Pim's company. Yeah, even if you come, you don't necessarily have to go. The reporters were holding cameras or microphones, constantly discussing the hot topic tonight, and there were some ordinary people driving here one after another, wanting to watch the excitement. Gossip is an invariable trait of people, especially this kind of behavior that challenges the superiors, which they like to hear. Not far away, 2 men and 1 woman sat in a black luxury car. They were the worried Dr. Pim, his daughter Hope, and Scott wearing an Ant-Man battle suit. Father, can a white magician and a black cat really succeed? Hope looked at the reporters and the public through the car window, with worry on his face. What are they planning? This afternoon, the black cat came to her quietly to draw some blood, borrowed a set of her clothes, and told her not to go to the company. So now she can only stay here with her father 367 and the others. Although I don't have much confidence, but that white magician is a super ability user. Don't underestimate him. Dr. Pim comforted his daughter. It is definitely not easy to steal something from SHIELD so easily, and the defense system of Pim's company should not be difficult for him. After a pause, Dr. Pim continued, if they really fail, let Coster go. I'm fine. Hearing Dr. Pim's words, Coster in the back seat quickly patted his chest and said confidently, I've completed the training these days, and I can act anytime. I'm coming. Here comes the white magician. Scott was making promises, but was interrupted by a noise outside the car. The 3 of them turned their heads to look and were stunned. This guy just appeared so openly. In the field of vision, a white and conspicuous figure is gliding from the distant night sky, and finally landed steadily on the sculpture on a fountain lake outside Pim's company. It is the long overdue summer. Ladies and gentlemen, I've kept you waiting. Charlotte scanned a circle, of the reporters surrounding the fountain lake with flashing lights, and the melon-eating crowd not far away. She touched her chest with her right hand, bent slightly, and performed the opening ceremony of a magician. I'm the white magician who will perform magic tricks for you tonight, and tonight will be magic night. Performing magic tricks? The reporters were taken aback for a moment. Some did not understand what the other party meant. Isn't the white magician going to challenge Pim's company to steal the unrighteous thing? The expressions of the reporters were a little disappointed. If they were just performing magic tricks, they would have no exciting news to report. Although the public looked a little disappointed, they were still very interested. They were here to watch the fun, and there was a live superhero performance, so they didn't come in vain. The show will start right away. I'll prepare some magic props first. Noticing everyone's expressions, Charlotte only raised the corners of her mouth slightly, but didn't say anything, just stretched out her right hand wearing a white glove and snapped her fingers. There was a bang behind them, which startled everyone. They all looked back and happened to see a huge amount of white cloth slowly falling down on the top of a building not far away, hanging on the building. In front of the wall, it looks like a movie screen waiting to be projected. What is the white magician planning to do? Play a movie? The picture and sound are coming out. Suddenly, one of the reporters exclaimed and immediately began to wonder, "What's the situation?" The reporter's question is also everyone's question. A clear picture has appeared on the curtain of the building. It is a white room full of technology with a glass display case in the center. However, the angle of view of the camera is a bit strange. It seems to be on the chest of the person, and the holder of the camera turns around from time to time, introducing and selling the weapons on the display cabinet for an old man. This voice. Another reporter felt that the other party's voice was somewhat familiar and hesitated. Could it be Mr. Claus? Klaus, what do you mean? At the moment, the dialogue that happened to sound on the screen just confirmed the reporter's guess that the owner of the camera is the president of PIM Company, Darren Krause. This time, the reporter's interest was instantly aroused. In the conversation just now, Klaus has been promoting the battle suit called Yellow Shirt for others, and there's also an unknown reagent called PIM particles, which completely confirms that PIM Company is developing chemical rumors of weapons. Big news. Do we need to stop it? Downstairs of PIM's company, not far away, the security personnel of PIM's company, who also saw this scene, couldn't sit still. Originally, the white magician appeared above board and said that he was going to perform magic tricks. The security personnel thought they had nothing to do, and they were going to watch the fun together. Unexpectedly, the other party would make a show. This is a secret of the company, but it was exposed in front of the reporters. If the boss found out, he would definitely be furious. All stay here. Just as the security personnel were about to stop the reporters from being driven away, a woman appeared in front of them and stopped several people. Vice President Hope. The security personnel were stunned for a moment and immediately stood obediently, but their faces were a little embarrassed. But it's all fake. Hope waved his hand and said relaxedly, "You will only smear the past more and more in the past, and you can leave it to the company's public relations department to deal with it afterwards." Then do you need to notify President Klaus? I have notified. He said that any joker, he accepts the challenge. Yes, Vice President. The security personnel looked at each other and watched Hope turn and leave. They didn't notice that the corner of Hope's mouth raised a mysterious arc, and at the same time he pressed the communicator next to his ear. "Charlotte, I have deleted the data about PIM particles in the laboratory according to the plan, and it also destroyed the server. Even a hacker will never be able to restore it. Needless to say, this Hope is naturally the disguised Black Cat, Felicia. According to Charlotte's plan, she pretended to be Hope and sneaked into PIM's company. Apart from helping him install a small prop, what she really wanted to do was to delete the formula of PIM particles. In that case, only the samples in their hands are left." Hearing Felicia's signal, Charlotte smiled slightly and said, "Then the performance officially begins." Clap, clap. Charlotte raised her white-gloved hands and clapped them a few times to attract the attention of the audience. "Everyone, don't forget the real show tonight. Are you really going to perform magic tricks?" Everyone discussed. When it came out just now, they thought that the reason why the white magician did letters, magic tricks, and the like was to attract reporters and expose PIM Company on the spot. Now that the goal has been achieved, it is not over yet. I said in the letter I sent to Klaus at the beginning that I will not return empty-handed after stealing the unjust thing from PIM Company tonight. As Charlotte said, she took out a white tablet computer from the flying white cloak behind her, looked carefully, and found that it was playing the same content as on the curtain. What was being played on it was the current PIM Company live broadcast. What is he doing? The audience was confused. "As you can see, I'm a magician." Charlotte held up the tablet with one hand and said in a serious manner, "So, next, I'm going to perform magic. Use magic to steal this yellow shirt suit and a reagent from the heavily guarded PIM Company a few hundred meters away." Everyone was dumbfounded, wondering if they heard it wrong. "Because I'm a magician, so I have to perform magic? What kind of causality is this? You mean magic?" Soon someone thought they were smart and wanted to correct Charlotte's slip. No, I'm talking about magic." Charlotte shook her finger, smiled, and said, "Magicians can use magic. What's wrong? In my opinion, magic and magic are similar. In a certain way, the two have something in common. However, magic tricks are fake, deceitful. A reporter quickly retorted, although I don't know if magic exists in this world, but magic is just some tricks. How can a magician use magic? Really? What is this? Before the reporter finished speaking, he was shocked. Charlotte picked up the tablet with his right hand and tapped it with his left hand. When he picked it up again, a yellow object appeared in the palm of his right hand. It was the yellow shirt, battle suit originally in the glass display case of Pym's company vault. What's going on? Why is it missing? But when everyone looked back, the yellow shirt battle suit on the curtain had disappeared, and there was the same exclamation from the bodyguards on the screen. Everyone wondered, how did you do it? Magic, don't you understand? Charlotte looked at the audience whose jaws were about to drop and joked, it's okay. Let's do it again. Look carefully this time. Charlotte changed hands, raised the tablet with her left hand, and slowly approached the screen with her right hand, approaching the Pym reagent in Klaus's hand on the screen, making a pinch gesture. Got it. Charlotte moved her right hand slightly, and in the eyes of everyone who did not dare to blink, the Pym reagent magically appeared in his hand. This is not over yet. After taking and returning, Charlotte quickly took out a piece of white letter paper from her pocket, tapped it on the screen. The letter paper disappeared and unexpectedly appeared on the screen. It's very simple. You can see it at a glance. Charlotte's words made the audience stunned for a while. How could this be learned? This is magic. Charlotte, how on earth did you do it? Felicia's voice also came from Charlotte's headset. This must be your magic, and you lied to me that you learned it from a magic book. The last time the painting turned into a rose could be said to be a magic trick, but this time she didn't believe it. It must be Charlotte's magic. This is a trick learned in the magic book. Charlotte answered Felicia in a low voice with righteous words. It is said that it is a special effects magic that has emerged recently. You must find a lot of them on YouTube. I don't believe it. Felicia is full of disbelief. That is the magic video from P, and Charlotte is the live version. Felicia didn't believe it, and Charlotte didn't refute it anymore. He wasn't lying, and he was indeed borrowing special effects magic tricks. It's just that Charlotte cheated. He secretly used a skill. Brain explosion. This is the skill reward that Charlotte received from the reality gem, a heaven-defying skill. Just like the reality gem, it can also change the law of reality. But Charlotte never knew how to use it, and the conditions for using it were quite harsh. Brain hole is imagination, and brain hole Big Bang, as the name suggests, requires super imagination. It needs to be judged by the system and confirmed as a brain hole before the skill can succeed. Maybe this skill is very easy for imaginative children to succeed. Their brains are all strange, and they often believe in it. 0. Seeking flowers. It's a pity that the older people are, the more they understand, the less this kind of imagination. Adults have already shaped a scientific worldview. Even though super abilities, aliens, and even legendary gods have been discovered in this world, they can still be explained scientifically. But if you pull an ordinary person on the street and tell him that there is truly omnipotent magic in this world, 9 out of 10 you will be regarded as mentally ill. However, Charlotte still found a way to use this skill, and that was magic. Because magicians also need imagination, Charlotte found that most of the magic brain holes he used could be judged successful. If magic is a child's fantasy, then magic is the magic of adults. However, although the skill Brain Hole Explosion has an incredible effect and can even achieve the same effect as many of his skills, it is still a bit flashy, and it is only suitable for ordinary pretend because the consumption is too high. The greater the law of changing reality, the greater the consumption. The consumption of Charlotte's 3 small changes just now is more than enough for Charlotte to use dozens of other general skills. It seems that in order to be able to install a bigger one in the future, in order to be more powerful in the future, I need to practice more when I have time. Charlotte touched her chin seriously. It seems that she needs to be a cultivator for a while. In fact, even without this situation, Charlotte still plans to find some time to practice hard. The skills he acquired recently are quite expensive, and the cultivation base of Qi has gradually fallen behind. Definitely, this is not to say that Charlotte's strength is weak. It's just that her skills are too strong and monstrous. You must know that even though Charlotte doesn't practice much, with the addition of the cultivation of immortal skill, the level of chi has far exceeded most of Kamartaj magicians, at least at the level of Modu. In terms of strength alone, apart from his teacher, Ancient One, even those high-level magicians who have practiced for an unknown number of years can't say they can beat Charlotte. After all, Charlotte's skills are too weird. And just as Charlotte was thinking, Klaus, who had lost his battle suit, was rushing to the scene with a group of bodyguards. The white magician, Klaus, led a group of bodyguards. And as soon as he walked out of the company gate, he saw the white figure nearly 100 meters away and even waved to them. The reporter chased away and then grabbed the white magician. After a pause, he continued with a more serious tone. It doesn't matter whether you live or die. I must take the PIM particle back. As long as the reagent sample is taken back and the formula of PIM particles can be reversed, there is still hope. This, I understand. The bodyguards looked at each other and immediately understood what the boss meant. They reached out and took out guns from their pockets and ran quickly toward the target. Mitchell, who came with him, looked at Klaus and the others who were leaving, as well as the white figure in the distance. His eyes were flickering, as if he was thinking about something. My lord, what shall we do? 9:30 in. The bodyguards around him approached Mitchell and asked him what he thought. Should we help? Take back the PIM particles. PIM particles is what Master Mitchell has wanted for so many years, and it can help Hydra build super soldiers. When they were about to get it, they were cut off halfway by a superhero who didn't know where it came from. In their opinion, the adults must want to get it back. No, we don't interfere. To the surprise of the bodyguards, Mitchell shook his head and rejected their proposal. That's Klaus's own business. Let him solve it by himself. We are not suitable for publicity. There is no need to take risks. More importantly, Mitchell looked at the white figure, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. I just found out that the white magician actually came from New York, but he appeared here, which is a bit strange. My lord means that he might have something to do with the SHIELD or the Avengers. The bodyguards were stunned for a moment, and then there was a look of shock and panic on their faces. Could it be that he is here for the adults? Both SHIELD and the Avengers were in that city, but a superhero from New York City crossed nearly half of the United States, suddenly came to San Francisco, and happened to come to steal PIM particles, so they couldn't help but think about it. My lord, why don't we leave first? The bodyguards suggested one after another. If it's really the Avengers and those super abilities intervening, I'm afraid we are not opponents. No wonder they were so panicked when they heard about the Avengers, because the Avengers hit Hydra too hard and destroyed their major plans many times. If SHIELD and the Avengers are after them, it will be difficult for them to escape from this country. What are you panicking about? How can Hydra's fighters be so weak? Mitchell scolded in a low voice. Even if the Avengers are really after us, Hydra will not lose. Cut off one head, and two will grow. Hearing Master Mitchell's words, the bodyguards were a little ashamed and whispered, Hail Hydra! Mitchell nodded in satisfaction, then turned around and walked towards a black luxury car in the distance, and said, Let's leave here first. Leave a few people to see the situation. If Klaus succeeds in recapturing the PIM particles, just let him contact me again. www. The bodyguard were speechless for a while. They still have to leave together. On the other side, Klaus and the others have temporarily dispersed the reporters and the spectators to one side. Dozens of bodyguards surrounded Charlotte in the fountain, and they were confronting each other with guns. Yo, you're Mr. Claus, right? In the fountain pool, Charlotte, who was standing on a mermaid statue, laughed and teased. It's our first meeting. Does it need to be so grand? White magician, you can't escape now. Klaus noticed the onlookers not far away, as well as the flashing lights in the hands of the reporters, and decided to salute before the soldiers. I don't know who asked you to steal our company's products and destroy our company's research materials. Klaus directly labeled Charlotte a thief because he justified his name. But as long as you hand over the reagent in your hand, I can let the pass go and let you go. With so many reporters and people watching at the scene, even if Klaus is the president of PIM Company, he can't do anything wrong. Definitely, it doesn't mean that he is really going to let Charlotte go. The other party has ruined many years of hard work. You just want to stabilize Charlotte first, get back the only Pym particle reagent now, and then settle the score later. You want this reagent? Charlotte tossed the reagent in her hand, causing Klaus to panic for a while, fearing that his hand would slip for a while. Not only can I not be held accountable for your theft, but I can also give you a sum of money as long as you reveal who is behind the scenes. Seeing that Charlotte wanted to let go, Klaus tempted again. Believe me, the price will definitely far exceed the other party's price, and you'll be satisfied. Klaus also doesn't think that this superhero will come from New York to San Francisco to find trouble for him. He must be hired by others. The biggest possibility is his teacher, Dr. Pym, who has always wanted to prevent himself from recreating the formula of Pym particles, and the betrayal of Hope also made him confirm this guess. Really good condition. Charlotte sat down on the mermaid statue, pretending to be dissatisfied, and said, "To be honest, the other party didn't give me any performance fee." In this case, Klaus breathed a sigh of relief and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Charlotte. "But there is no way. Who told me that my friend owes the other party? I can only help." Charlotte flipped her palm, and the reagent disappeared. "So, this thing can't be given to you. In this case, don't blame me for being rude." There was a hint of ferocity on Klaus's face, and he ordered to the bodyguard behind him, "Shoot." At the moment, he didn't care about the reporters on the side anymore. He had to snatch the Pym particles back. The bodyguards also pulled off the insurance, raised their pistols, and prepared to shoot. "Wait, don't shoot." Charlotte stopped abruptly, and Klaus quickly waved his hand, indicating to wait a moment, then turned his head to look at Charlotte, and said triumphantly, "Why?" "I'm afraid." Then hand over the reagent obediently. "I'm afraid. I'm really afraid." Charlotte pretended to be scared, but quickly changed the topic. "I'm just afraid that you guys broke such a good statue. It's a 0.5 pity." Pointing to the mermaid statue under him. His face was full of ridicule. "These guys are so cute, they stopped shooting themselves, but they really didn't shoot. You." Seeing Charlotte's playful eyes, Klaus knew he had been tricked and immediately became angry and lost his mind. "Go to hell." Seeing that the boss was angry, the bodyguards behind him quickly pulled the trigger again, and gunshots rang out constantly. "Hey, I'm getting angry from embarrassment." Facing the overwhelming bullets, Charlotte didn't panic at all, but said helplessly, "Well, you can do whatever you like. Anyway, it's not from my house, and it's not me who hurts when it's broken. The white magician is in danger." The reporters and citizens not far away closed their eyes in worry, not daring to watch what happened next. Bang, bang, bang. The dense gunfire lasted only 6 or 7 seconds, then began to sporadic, and finally stopped. Is it over? Is the white magician dead? People slowly opened their eyes, looked at the battlefield with some unbearable, but quickly froze. What's going on? All the gunmen stared blankly ahead, not even knowing that the pistols in their hands had dropped, as if they had seen something terrifying. However, someone soon discovered the reason for the gunmen's sluggishness. The white magician who they thought would die was still alive and kicking and greeted them. How was it possible? It must be magic. Everyone covered their mouths in disbelief, looking at Charlotte, who was unscathed. "How did you do that?" A few sharp-eyed people noticed the dense bullet holes on the statue, but they perfectly avoided the white magician. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Mr. Claus, where did you find your bodyguard? The loss seems to be a little bit worse." Charlotte glanced down at the bullet holes all over the floor, pretending to be surprised. "I'm so big. Can I hit such a close target? I'm so disappointed." Charlotte's expression of pretending to be pity. No matter how you look at it, she deserves a beating. But 08 Charlotte is not surprised by this, because he has used the skill a long time ago, and it is not model piercing, but a newly acquired skill. Human body stroke master, or a skill. Effect. After the halo is turned on, within a certain range, any unit's long-range attacks cannot hit the host. Note, the larger the scope of influence and the longer the time, the greater the consumption. Evaluation. The most beautiful is the red sunset. Marksmanship. This is Charlotte's reward when she defeated Hawkeye Barton, a skill that limits long-range attacks, and the effect is very good. After all, these days, who doesn't have a few long-range attack methods? Not to mention, among the Avengers, even if the warrior Captain America still throws shields, Hulk also throws things. Not to mention Iron Man's gunfire, Thor's hammer and lightning. Especially a guy like Hawkeye who relies on bows and arrows for a living, is basically useless. Hearing Charlotte's arrogant words, Klaus couldn't hold back his face, grabbed the pistol of a bodyguard beside him, and fired several shots at Charlotte. But there was no accident. Under the influence of the skills, they all missed. One of the bullets even flew past Charlotte's hair, but it just couldn't hit. It seemed that there was an irresistible force protecting Charlotte. This is impossible. Klaus couldn't believe it at all, and he still pulled the trigger like a madman, even if he ran out of bullets. Charlotte didn't care about the other party's actions, just smiled slightly, pointed to the approaching sirens in the distance, and reminded kindly, "Mr. Claus, I have already obtained the evidence of your transaction with the terrorists. If you don't want to be caught, let me remind you to run away quickly." You. When Klaus heard Charlotte's words, he woke up instantly. He looked back at the approaching police cars, gritted his teeth, and asked the bodyguards to stop the surrounding reporters. He turned around and ran to the company, one of his helicopters. As long as he finds an opportunity to run abroad, with his assets, he may be able to make a comeback. Good luck. Charlotte didn't stop, just smiled at an old man not far away, and then jumped up. The white cloak behind her turned into a hang glider, took off in the wind, flew into the night, and quickly disappeared in everyone's eyes. Dr. Pym said that he would personally deal with the traitor Klaus, so Charlotte is not worried that the other party will run away. Klaus, without the Pym particle, will not be the opponent of Scott, the current Ant-Man. If it wasn't for the performance to have a perfect ending and a perfect ending, Charlotte wouldn't have time to pay attention to Klaus, that trash. Charlotte has more important things to deal with, and a prey that broke in by accident is his target this time. Charlotte propped up the hang glider, opened the Wicked map, and looked for Felicia's location. After a while, Gillois came to Felicia's place. In a somewhat remote and messy alley, there was a black luxury car parked quietly, which seemed out of place. "You're finally here, Charlotte." Just as Charlotte put away the hang glider and landed, Felicia, who had regained her black cat attire, flashed out from the corner and greeted her. It's a bit slow. After all, the performance needs a perfect ending. Charlotte shrugged and immediately said with concern, "You are not injured, Felicia. I am not saying that you just need to install the tracking device quietly. No injuries. These are trivial matters." Hearing Charlotte's concern, Felicia was a little joyful and happily showed off. "A few HYD. How could they be my black cat's opponent? I'm a super soldier now." "That's good." Charlotte sized up Felicia, and after making sure she was all right, she turned her gaze to the parked luxury car. "Is this guy Mitchell?" Charlotte opened the car door, and an old man in a suit was lying unconscious on the back seat, and turned to ask Felicia, "Where are the others?" "Solved." Felicia licked her red lips, and a ruthless look flashed in her eyes. Mitchell, who traded with Klaus, is Charlotte's main target this time. The opponent is both the former defense minister of SHIELD and a high-level cadre of HYDRA. It's just that in the last Insight project, Mitchell happened not to be in the United States. He went out to meet leaders of other countries and escaped a catastrophe. After Felicia knew Mitchell's identity, she volunteered to take action. She didn't have a good impression of Hydra either. Whether her father left home for many years or she was kidnapped last time, it was all caused by HYDRA. It seems that this guy won't be able to wake up for a while. Charlotte sat in the driver's seat and greeted Felicia. "Come on to 760. Let's find a place to interrogate this guy." At the same time, there was a flash of light on his body, and the white magic dress disappeared, replaced by a set of casual clothes. No matter how many times I watch Charlotte's magic, I still feel so magical. Felicia sat in the passenger seat, while still praising in surprise. "Don't talk about me. I'm the one who feels amazing." While starting the car, Charlotte glanced at Felicia's hair, which was slowly changing color, and was also amazed. Black Cat's silver hair, Felicia's blonde hair. Does super serum also have the function of automatic hair dyeing? Why have I never seen it before? Has Captain America's hair color changed? Maybe super serum varies from person to person. Felicia thought for a while and said with some dissatisfaction, "But Jinlua, are you only paying attention to my hair? I thought you would notice other changes in my body." What changes in the body? Charlotte was a little puzzled. At most, he felt that Felicia Yabi was more wild before, as if she had released her feline nature. Like here, Felicia's fingers slowly slid across her abdomen, teasingly said, "Since I injected super serum, I have perfect abs. Do you want to feel how many lumps there are?" Charlotte glanced at Felicia's abdomen and swallowed involuntarily. "I'm so envious. He doesn't have such perfect abs." Somewhere in a remote suburb, in an abandoned farm warehouse, on the messy haystacks, lay an unconscious old man in a suit. It was Mitchell. Puff! Suddenly, a puddle of cold water poured down, and the piercing chill instantly woke Mitchell up. He sat up suddenly, but quickly lost his balance and fell down. His hands and feet were bound, and he was unable to move. "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Mitchell's face was full of defense, and he looked warily at the man and woman in front of him. He only remembered that he was about to get in the car to leave Pym's company, but he suddenly heard a few muffled groans behind him, and when he turned his head, he saw that all his subordinates had fallen to the ground. Before Mitchell could see the attacker clearly, a black shadow flashed by, and he fell unconscious. "It shouldn't be." A young magnetic voice came, teasing with some doubts. "Although we met for the first time, I thought you would recognize me. I think I should be pretty famous in SHIELD, especially to you guys. Former Secretary of Defense, or Hydra Officer, the Honorable Mitchell." SHIELD. Mitchell was surprised. It really was them. "Give you another chance to take a closer look." The figure of the man squatted down and got a little closer, facing the dim moonlight shining in from outside the warehouse. Mitchell looked carefully at the young man who made the sound, narrowed his eyes, and became serious. "It's you." Mitchell's eyes widened instantly, and he exclaimed, "Master Charlotte." Charlotte is an Avenger, a high-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Mitchell naturally knows him. Especially Charlotte's identity is so special on Hydra's side. "No, let me tell you, he will definitely recognize me." Charlotte raised her eyebrows, looked proudly at Felicia, and showed off. "After all, I'm not low in S.H.I.E.L.D. After a pause, Charlotte turned her head to look at Mitchell, whose face had turned pale, and said, "To be honest, I really admire you. You have a wanted warrant from SHIELD on your body, and you still dare to run away if you don't hide in a foreign country. Come back. You are very brave. It's not in your hands yet." Mitchell smiled wryly and said, "I never expected that my itinerary was so secret this time, and I was discovered by you, S.H.I.E.L.D. I underestimated you. Originally thought that SHIELD's power has been greatly reduced now, and this is San Francisco, which is far away from SHIELD headquarters. He should not reveal his whereabouts, but he did not expect to be caught. However, in order to catch me, SHIELD actually sent you out as an Avenger. You really looked down on me." No. This time I caught you. It's not about SHIELD's business. It's purely accidental." Charlotte shook her finger and retorted, "I'm on leave recently. I came to San Francisco for other things. It just happened that a blind cat ran into a dead mouse and ran into you. You can only blame yourself for being too unlucky." Charlotte herself didn't expect that she could get a high-level cadre of Hydra just by helping Felicia's father, Civet, to pay back the favor. This TM can too. Mitchell's face was full of depression, and he almost couldn't catch his breath. He thought he was that dead mouse. If SHIELD has been following him for a long time and caught him, Mitchell can still accept it. Who knows that he hit the muzzle by himself? Okay, let's stop here for the time being with the ex-colleagues. Charlotte suddenly put away the smile on her face and started to talk about business. "Let's talk about your identity as HYDRA. I do have Hydra status. What's wrong with that?" Mitchell didn't refute it either. This was a matter confirmed by SHIELD, and he couldn't quibble at all. As we all know, the leader of HYDRA, Red Skull, was an officer in the Nazis. Charlotte said calmly, "Definitely. This is just a record in S.H.I.E.L.D. What's the matter? Isn't this a fact that everyone knows? Hearing Charlotte's words, Mitchell gradually had a bad premonition in his heart. He probably knew those secrets. Sure enough, what Charlotte said next surprised Mitchell. But someone told me not long ago that Hydra has a very long history, and there are many different factions, and S.H.I.E.L.D. has been fighting against only one faction, Red Skull. Charlotte ignored Mitchell's face and began to talk. He told me that the Red Skull faction is just a dog bred by another faction. That faction is the oldest Hydra, and its history can even be traced back to primitive society, which is the aristocratic faction. After a pause, Charlotte stared into Mitchell's eyes and asked directly, "So, here comes the question. Which faction are you from?" Charlotte has long been suspicious of Mitchell's faction in Hydra. Now, the members of the Red Skull faction are basically being targeted by S.H.I.E.L.D. They're like rats crossing the street, hiding and not daring to move. It is difficult for Mitchell to sneak back to the United States with connections, unless he has the help of hidden deeper factions. I'm definitely not aristocratic. Hearing Charlotte's words, Mitchell showed a look of unnaturalness on his face and immediately retorted, "I am loyal to Red Skull." "Yes." Charlotte stretched out her hand and patted Mitchell's face. A kind smile appeared on her face. "Then why did you call me young master at first?" Another member of the aristocratic faction also called me that at the time. Mitchell suddenly changed his face. Damn it, he slipped his tongue. "Okay, let's go to the next question." Charlotte obviously already knew the answer she needed and went straight to the next topic. "As far as I know, the aristocratic faction is mostly members of the aristocracy, and there are many families. So, do you know the name of the largest family of the noble faction and their specific intelligence information?" "I won't tell. Don't even think about it." When Mitchell thought of that family, he immediately trembled with fear. If he had just betrayed that family, he would definitely be worse than death. The more Mitchell thought about it, the more frightened he became, and he subconsciously opened his mouth wide, trying to bite the fangs in his mouth and commit suicide, but unexpectedly he bit nothing. His dentures with the poison hidden in them are gone. "Hey, I have dealt with you a lot. How could I not know this trick?" Charlotte shook her head helplessly, took out a white denture from her pocket, and tossed it in her palm. "I thought you would be more aware of current affairs, so I can let you cooperate well, so maybe I can let you go. But obviously, you are toasting and not taking the fine wine, so you don't want this opportunity anymore." Charlotte stood up regretfully and looked outside the warehouse. "Fortunately, I was prepared. Lorelei, you can get him. Charlotte, you should have been like this a long time ago." A charming woman in a green gauze dress appeared outside the warehouse, slowly twisting her waist and walking in. "I thought that once my domineering spirit dissipated, I could let him explain everything honestly." Charlotte hugged Lorelei, who threw herself into her arms, with a look of disappointment on her face. "It seems that when I was in the agent school, I should learn interrogation skills instead." But Charlotte had anticipated this situation from the very beginning. So before waking up Mitch, she ran to Kamartaj and brought Lorelei here. But it's very strange. Charlotte's trip to Kamartaj, his teacher Ancient One, is rarely in the holy place. Not only Ancient One, but even Wanda, Stephen, and Mordo were not there, and even Lorelei didn't know where she went, only that she left in a hurry. Fortunately, otherwise, Charlotte would not dare to go to Kamartaj, but he was banned by Ancient One. Suddenly, Felicia on the side asked sourly, "Charlotte, can she really ask for information for you?" Charlotte went out for a trip and brought back this woman named Lorelei. Judging from the performance of the two, the relationship is very unusual. Felicia felt sour and happy for a moment. The sour thing is that Charlotte is making out with other women, and she's a little jealous. The good news is that besides Gwen, Charlotte actually has other women, which means she also has a chance. Definitely, Lorelei can definitely help me get rid of him. Charlotte recalled that Felicia was there, let go of Lorelei, and explained with a smile, "No man can resist Lorelei's charm magic, and he will obediently listen to her." After a pause, Charlotte proudly added, "Except for me 10. This cowhide Charlotte feels like she can blow it for a lifetime." Lorelei at the side rolled her charming eyes. Okay, let's not talk about this. Charlotte hurriedly said to Lorelei, help me get rid of him quickly. I'm still waiting for information. Sure enough, my charm still has no effect on you, Charlotte. Lorelei sighed and continued, I have cast a charm magic just now, but you must not have felt it. Why is that? Lorelei is still baffled by Charlotte's ability to resist her own charm spell. Even if a man can really resist the charm of her voice, the other party will still feel uncomfortable about the magic power contained in her voice. But Charlotte didn't respond, as if ignoring it completely. Moreover, Lorelei has already learned about Charlotte's situation from Ancient One. He can't learn Kamartaj magic at all, and Charlotte's magic is all created by him. In other words, either this is Charlotte's self-created mental defense magic, or it is Charlotte's original ability. Yes. Charlotte turned her head dully, glanced at Mitchell, whose eyes had fallen into obsession at some point, and kissed Chuan Leikai in surprise. You are amazing. Immediately, he walked up to Mitchell and squatted down again, and asked, tell me now, what is the name of the largest family of the Hydra aristocracy? Tell me everything about it. Answer his question. Lorelei ordered, his problems are my problems. Yes, my queen, Mitchell replied enthusiastically. The largest family of the 497 Hydra aristocratic faction is the Malik family, located in Gloucestershire, England. They are the source of the aristocratic faction in HYDRA, and the families of other aristocratic factions are basically won over by their blood marriage. The Malik family was also the first family to follow the Hydra god, Hive. Hydra god Hive. A trace of doubt flashed in Charlotte's eyes. He had heard of this so-called Hydra god more than once, and Baron Kosla had also mentioned it last time. It is rumored that in the primitive society, Hive was the ruler of humans on Earth, in charge of a group of legions with extraordinary abilities, and all humans were ruled by him. Mitchell continued to answer. However, human beings were unwilling to be reconciled to the rule of Hive, and they instigated most of the soldiers in the Extraordinary Legion and exiled him to a distant planet. And the real mission of our Hydra is to welcome back our god Hive, a god who was exiled to other planets and never returned. Charlotte scoffed at this. This kind of thing is also worthy of being called a god. Compared to this guy, at least Asgard and Bifrost can teleport between planets. Actually, I only know so much about Hive. Mitchell continued. After all, the Malik family has always been in charge of the sacrifice ceremony of Hive. Sacrifice ceremony? Since Hive was exiled, the Malik family will sacrifice a family member every once in a while, go to the planet where Hive was exiled, and try to guide Hive to return. Mitchell dutifully explained. However, in recent years, the Malik family has been sparsely populated, and they have begun to try to sacrifice some ordinary people. Speaking of this, Mitchell carefully glanced at Charlotte's face, hesitated to speak. It is said that it started after the younger brother of the current patriarch was sacrificed. What do you see me doing? Charlotte paid attention to Chell's timid eyes and said dissatisfied, just say what you want. The daughter of the patriarch's younger brother is your mother, Siri Malik. What? My grandfather. Mitchell's words surprised Charlotte, who did not expect her mother to be such a core member of HYDRA. Besides, your parents didn't actually die back then. The corpses are fake. Charlotte's face was filled with joy, but Mitchell's next words directly set him on fire. They were captured by the Malik family and performed a sacrificial ceremony. ****. Charlotte stood up abruptly and walked out of the warehouse with a gloomy face. Charlotte, where are you going? Felicia and Lorelei looked at Charlotte with concern. Take this guy and we go to England. Charlotte directly dropped this sentence. He wants to kill people now. Felicia and Lorelei looked at each other and immediately understood what Charlotte meant. They also heard Mitchell's words and put themselves in the shoes of others. If their parents were sacrificed, they would not be able to bear it either. It's the first time I've seen Charlotte get so angry. Lorelei sighed. Charlotte usually looks like she can discuss everything, but she didn't expect to be so terrible when she got angry. Even she, the queen who once traveled the 9 kingdoms, felt a little apprehensive. Yeah, it seems that someone is going to be unlucky. Felicia nodded. Charlotte is like a dragon that has been touched by someone now, and the person who made him angry will definitely pay the price. A few minutes later, England, London holy place in Camartage. 2 men and 2 women suddenly appeared in a room. It was Charlotte and his party. Charlotte originally wanted to notify the SHIELD branch in San Francisco, send him a fighter jet, and send herself to Gloucestershire, England. But after waiting for a while, Charlotte felt that this speed was still too slow. And Charlotte had been to the London holy place before, so she simply notified the SHIELD branch in London, and then sent it directly to the London holy place, so the speed can be much faster. Is this Camartage? Felicia looked around at the classical decoration and various magic props full of magic, and couldn't help but marvel in her heart. There is still a little time for the fighter jets to come over, and it should be almost time to rush over now. Charlotte looked at the time. The fighter plane that SHIELD came to pick him up should not have arrived, but he didn't let them come to the holy place to pick him up. Let's go. Charlotte was about to leave the room when her cell phone rang suddenly. It's Sky. Why is she calling at this hour? Charlotte took out her mobile phone and looked at the caller ID. She was a little puzzled, but she still signaled Lorelei to wait and picked up the phone herself. Sky, what do you want? Charlotte suppressed her anger and asked calmly, Does SHIELD have a mission? No, it's not. Sky's voice came. It's my father who came back. That's good. What's wrong? Charlotte's mind was on the Malik family. She was a little distracted and didn't pay attention to Sky's words. Charlotte, have you forgotten? Sky was a little dissatisfied and said, Last time you said that you would accompany me to the next life. Oh, it was only when Charlotte remembered Sky's reminder that he had indeed said it. At that time, Charlotte was worried about Sky's safety and was also interested in this afterlife super ability organization, so she wanted to go and see it together. But now, sorry, Sky. Charlotte frowned and replied regretfully, I have some urgent matters here, so I may not be able to accompany you. Otherwise, you can wait for a few days, and let's go together when I come back from work. But, well, then Charlotte, you can go to work first. Sky wanted to say something, but seemed to sense something wrong with Charlotte, so he reluctantly agreed. How about it? On the exclusive fighter jet of Phil Coulson's team, Melinda saw that Sky hung up the phone and quickly asked, When is Charlotte coming? Charlotte, he's not going. Sky's expression was a little downcast, and he said disappointedly. He said he has something urgent to do, and I heard his tone was a little angry. Maybe something important happened, or don't bother him. Although Charlotte has tried to hide her anger, Sky, who has lived with him for several months, can still hear Charlotte is angry now. Charlotte angry? Melinda was stunned for a moment, a little surprised, but said quickly, But you didn't tell him that your here is also very important? This time I went to Afterlife. You represented SHIELD in contact with the Inhumans, and the headquarters sent someone over to go with you. Melinda seemed a little anxious. After learning about Sky's situation, Hill felt that it was necessary to get in touch with Afterlife, definitely with a friendly attitude. Hill believes that maybe these super ability people can also become Asgardians like the Avengers. But for some reason, Melinda didn't have a good impression of most of the aliens, and felt that bad things might happen when SHIELD came into contact with aliens this time, so she just wanted the powerful Charlotte to go there together to suppress the scene. Forget it. Even if Charlotte doesn't go, I will still be there. Sky quickly cheered up and said confidently, My current strength is also very strong, so there is nothing to be afraid of. And I believe Afterlife is not an evil super ability organization. Didn't they also agree to SHIELD's visit? Otherwise, they wouldn't have told us their address. Afterlife, when I learned that SHIELD wanted to contact them, Afterlife just went back to discuss and agreed to SHIELD's visit. And Sky's father also told her that there is a surprise waiting for her in the afterlife. I hope so. Melinda looked at the afterlife that was getting closer and closer, but her bad premonition became more and more serious. On the other side, Charlotte hung up the phone and just stepped out of the door, intending to walk out of the holy place. At the same time, he greeted Felicia and Lorelei behind him. Let's go out first. It's dangerous. Suddenly, Charlotte's spider telepathy broke out, and her hair stood on end. A gust of wind came rapidly from a distance, and it arrived in front of Charlotte in no time. But the strange thing is that the eyes can't see anything. No, the sharp-eyed Charlotte can still faintly see a space-distorting sharp blade approaching. Can't hide. Behind Charlotte are Felicia and Lorelei, who are defenseless. If they dodge or use molding, they will definitely be hit. Charlotte's black light flashed, and a set of pitch-black battle armor was directly put on her body. But Charlotte had no time to block with her sword, so she could only plan to take the blow forcefully. Straight man of steel. To be on the safe side, even Charlotte's body inside the armor was transformed into metal. Clang! With a crisp impact, Charlotte's chest felt tight, and she backed up again and again, only to lose the strength but almost fell to the ground. "Charlotte, are you okay?" Felicia and Lorelei were startled. They quickly supported Charlotte and asked with concern, "Are you not injured?" "I'm fine." Charlotte waved her hands indifferently, then raised her head and shouted angrily, "Who is it? How dare you sneak up on me? Are you looking for death?" Charlotte is on fire right now, but before she can find a target to vent her anger on, she was attacked inexplicably first, so it a risk to send someone. "It's Charlotte." "Charlotte, why are you here?" "Great, Charlotte is here." Before Charlotte could see what was going on outside, 3 surprised cheers sounded first, as if a savior had arrived. "Wanda, Stephen, Mordo." Charlotte fixed her eyes and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" At the moment, Charlotte discovered that the hall of the holy place in London was in a mess, and there were many corpses on the ground, as if they had just experienced a fierce battle. And Wanda, Stephen, and Mordo seemed to be fighting an uphill battle against a dozen magicians in the yellow robes of Kamartaj. Kamartaj magician? Charlotte was stunned, looking at the sloppy person next to her with a puzzled face. "What's going on?" "Charlotte, be careful. They are the enemy." Wanda hurriedly reminded. "They are traitors of Kamartaj and followers of Dormammu." "A follower of Dormammu?" A gleam flashed in Charlotte's eyes. Looking carefully, the eye sockets of each of those magicians were deeply sunken, filled with black cracks, as if cracked. Especially a white-haired middle-aged man standing in the front. Not only his eyes, but his whole body exuded a dark aura. "Zero, seeking flowers." Charlotte continued to ask, "Where's the teacher?" "Sorcerer Supreme went to the holy place in Hong Kong, and it was also attacked there," Modu explained, "but obviously that is to distract the Ancient One magician. This is their purpose, that is Caecilius, their leader." After a pause, Modu said sadly, "He was my disciple back then, and his ability was very strong, but it's a pity that he went the wrong way." "I haven't heard you mention it." Charlotte turned around in surprise, but soon understood what Mordo was thinking. A traitor disciple may be a pain in his heart, especially since Modu still worships Ancient One so much, but his disciple betrayed Kamartaj. "Then let him live." Charlotte turned her head to the side, without any tension in her tone. "After all, he used to be your disciple." "Zero. Unnecessary." Modu was ruthless and said in a deep voice, "A guy who devotes himself to darkness for the sake of eternal life, I don't have such a disciple. I throw myself into darkness." Caecilius, who was still observing Charlotte with a frown, immediately burst out laughing when he heard Mordo's words. "At that time, I was desperate, helpless, and confused. I honor you as my teacher. Kamartaj saved me, so I trust Kamartaj as much as you do." Caecilius looked at Mordu with regret in his eyes. "However, I found that Kamartaj originally was a huge amounts of lie. The Sorcerer Supreme you worship is fooling us. Only she is practicing real magic." "You're talking nonsense," Modu retorted excitedly. "Kamartaj spells are all public, and magicians can check them out, and they can learn them as long as they reach their strength. It's just that very few people see spells that exceed their own level, and practicing rashly will cause harm to themselves. Have you read the Book of Camustro?" Caecilius laughed jokingly. "Have you seen the ceremony above? Don't you wonder why Ancient One can live so long?" Modu was stunned for a moment, and Charlotte and Stephen on the side were also thoughtful. They have all read the book, and they are not rule-abiding masters. Only Wanda on the side is a little confused. So, isn't that book the teacher's private collection? I heard it's all forbidden. That ritual is to absorb the power of darkness and gain eternal life. Caecilius said enthusiastically, Dormammu can give me great power to defeat the Ancient One, destroy her holy place, and release the dark space. Because Dormammu will graciously grant us eternal life, but Ancient One will not. Dormammu is not a destroyer of worlds, but a savior. Even the Ancient One wields his power. Impossible. Modu couldn't believe it. His faith was shaken. Hey dude, your speech was good. You have a cult future. Charlotte looked up at the quaint wooden clock in the hall. Unfortunately, I'm in a hurry now, so I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. So, give you a choice, put down your arms and surrender. Good for everyone, you will not be harmed, and I can continue on my way. Unreasonable. Caecilius seemed to be insulted and said angrily, Are you still going to work for that hypocritical goo? Are you still awake? Hey, I already knew I shouldn't have any hope. Charlotte shook her head slightly and clenched the sharp blade in her hand. But that's fine 823 anyway. I need to vent my anger now, and the punching bag that comes to my door, don't want it for nothing. Charlotte doesn't care about Ancient One using Dormammu's power. He only knows that Ancient One is indeed protecting the Earth, and the sealed otherworld monsters in the holy place are the best proof. Moreover, if you think about it, if Ancient One is really a believer of Dormammu, and she's in charge of Camartage, it will be too easy to open the Guardian's Circle and let Dormammu in. Why would Dormammu send this guy in front of him to destroy the Guardian Law? Hooray! The Ancient One must have stolen the power of Dormammu's dark space. But there is nothing Dormammu can do about it. So, even if Ancient One is really using dark power, so what? Power does not distinguish between darkness and light. This is the same point of view when Charlotte and Ancient One first met. Taking a step back, Ancient One is really ambitious, so he is more reliable than Dormammu. A guy who clamors to usher in darkness in this world is not in line with Charlotte, a light creature. Just like the Dark Elves who wanted to use the reality gem to restart the darkness, he can't stand the world of eternal darkness. UB asterisk 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 D. Although Charlotte was wearing battle armor, Caecilius still sensed contempt in his tone, and the other party didn't take him seriously at all. Let me show you the great power of Dormammu. Caecilius' eyes were full of anger, and he pulled his hands to the void, and a long trace of twisted space appeared, holding it in his hand like a transparent long knife. Swish! Caecilius directly threw the blade of space in his hand, and the familiar attack made Charlotte narrow her eyes. The guy who attacked him just now has been found. Twilight Fu. Charlotte quickly raised the silver pavilion sword in her hand and precisely slashed at the blade of space. 3 miniature magic circles instantly appeared at the place where the two collided and then disappeared. Definitely, Caecilius' attack also disappeared together with the magic circle. How is this going? When Caecilius witnessed this scene, his face was full of disbelief. This is space magic, which is formed by folding space with magic power. My silver pavilion sword can cut magic, absorb magic energy, and strengthen myself. Charlotte showed disdain. Even if it is my teacher, Ancient One, I dare not say that I can easily defeat me simply by using spells. Ancient One and Charlotte had to use magical artifacts in their duels. Otherwise, the ancient ordinary spells would not pose any threat to Charlotte. Definitely, this is also because it is just a master-student sparring and will not use some powerful forbidden techniques. Otherwise, the name of Ancient One Sorcerer Supreme is not just for talking. How could there be such a magic weapon? Caecilius couldn't believe there was such a thing at all. If the sharp blade in the opponent's hand was as magical as he said, it would be the nightmare of all magicians. Okay, as an elder, I have already given you a trick. Charlotte's identity in Camartage, she is at least of the same generation as Modu. So, she is naturally the elder of Caecilius. So, it's time for me to act next. After a pause, he turned his head and said to Wanda, Modu and the others behind him, "Don't do anything. These are all mine." KR. Before Caecilius had time to say anything, Charlotte's figure suddenly disappeared from sight, and at the same time there were bursts of screams behind him. "Who the hell are you?" Caecilius looked back. His expression changed drastically, and he was horrified. As far as he could see, all his subordinates had already fallen to the ground, and there was a big bloody hole in their back and heart. Obviously, it was hopeless. And Charlotte, who was wearing a pitch-black battle armor, was holding a blood-dripping sharp blade at a slant, walking towards him step by step. Where did this monster come from? Why can his space magic be so fast? Caecilius backed away, with fear on his face, trying to stay away from the murderous Charlotte. This is a murderous god. But Caecilius didn't give up either. He took out a copper-colored, unknown metal ring and wanted to wear it. Dormammu's dark power is severely suppressed in the real world, protected by the magic circle, and only the mirror world can be completely released. As long as he gets to the mirror world, his testosterone will not even be weaker than Sorcerer. Caecilius thought confidently, but he obviously forgot that Ancient One also has dark power. Even in the mirror world, he cannot be the opponent of Ancient One, and Charlotte would not give him any more time to cast spells. Caecilius raised his hand high and was about to cast spells, but Charlotte was lost in front of him again. "It's too slow. How can your casting speed compare with my teacher's?" Charlotte's voice came from behind Caecilius. "Do you expect my teacher to play melee with you?" "Well, it seems that there is a possibility." Charlotte suddenly felt that this was really possible. After all, Kamartaj has an average melee magician per capita. What's going on? Why didn't I enter the mirror space? Caecilius looked around in bewilderment, not understanding why he failed to cast the spell successfully. But his forehead felt a little wet, and a few red liquids slid down his face, and then became more and more zero. "What is this?" When Caecilius was wondering, a sharp pain suddenly hit from his wrist and rushed to his brain. At some point, Caecilius' hands were severed at the wrist. The incision was smooth, and a large amount of bright red blood gushed out and spilled all over the ground. My hand! My hand!" Charlotte looked at Caecilius, who fell on the ground and screamed, and said coldly, "The rules of the heavens, those who betray their masters, take back their skills. Now I will accept your spell-casting hands. As for your cultivation or your life, let my teacher decide." Hiss, hiss. Stephen looked at the corpses all over the floor and the miserable Caecilius, as well as the cold Charlotte beside him. He couldn't help but gasp. His senior brother was too scary. He was so ruthless. TSK, TSK, TSK. There's still one life left. Lorelei at the side was a little surprised that Caecilius was able to save his life. "You must know that Charlotte is now a hot powder keg, but she is not as talkative as usual. The corpse at that place is the best proof." Lorelei turned her head and looked at Modu, who was beside her. "It seems that it's for your sake, Modu magician." Modu looked at his former disciple. A little bit of unbearable flashed in his eyes, but it quickly faded away. He is more concerned about other things now, about the secret of the Ancient One that Caecilius said. And the Ancient One is also using the power of darkness. This had a great impact on Modu. Why did Gu just say how evil Dormammu is, but he is using his dark power? Since she can, why can't I at 0.3? Wanda, who just came back to her senses, saw Charlotte and the others walking out of the holy place, and quickly asked, "Charlotte, where are you going? Are you waiting for the teacher to come back?" "Oh, I just happened to pass by, and I have something urgent to do." Charlotte stopped in her tracks, turned around, and replied, "As for this guy, leave it to the teacher." Charlotte was about to go out after speaking, but suddenly remembered something and waved her hand without looking back. "Oh, yes, tell the teacher for me. I believe her." Hearing Charlotte's last words, Modu, who was thinking with his head down, woke up instantly, feeling terrified in his heart. Yes, how could he doubt Sorcerer Supreme? How could he have such an idea? But what Modu didn't know was that a dark seed was still planted in his heart. What everyone didn't see was that Ancient One was standing upstairs behind them, watching Charlotte's leaving back, with a touch of emotion flashing in his eyes. Charlotte, England, Gloucestershire, an ancient castle erected in a beautiful manner. There are teams of heavily armed patrolling bodyguards everywhere. The study room of the castle is decorated like a nobleman in the Middle Ages of Europe, and the bookshelves full of age are full of thick books. If any archaeologists come here, they will be exclaimed when they see these collections. Many of the books above are obviously out of print. Okay, I'm almost done. In front of the desk, a gray-haired old man in his 60s and 70s was looking at the virtual screen in front of him, and he was talking to a middle-aged man in military uniform. At the next World Council meeting that will be held soon, I will propose a super ability in order to register the bill. There are already members of parliament from several countries on my side. At that time, on behalf of our country, I will also support the passage of the Super Ability Registration Act. The man in military uniform didn't have much hesitation, so he replied very decisively. However, don't forget the conditions you promised me, Malik. Definitely. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The two smiled knowingly and celebrated reaching a consensus. After hanging up the call, the old man sat on the chair, bowed his head, and began to meditate. Gideon Malik, the current head of the oldest family of Hydra. The Malik family has served and believed in Hydra for generations. In the primitive society, the Malik family was the most loyal servant of 08 Hive, and their status was also very high. Ever since Hive was exiled, the Malik family has been hiding and began to accumulate strength, passed on from generation to generation, and now the tentacles of power have extended to every corner of the world, economically, politically, with a huge business empire, coupled with the political tentacles planted in many countries. The Malik family can be said to have grasped the lifeblood of a small half of the world. But unlike the Red Skull who wants to go out independently, the mission of the Malik family is to welcome back their god, and this mission has always been engraved in their blood. The teaching they have passed down from generation to generation is to welcome back the gods of Hydra and let the Hive rule the earth again, so that they can regain the status of being under one person and above 10,000 people. Some people may ask, now that the Malik family status in the world is not low, why bother to welcome back the Hive? Now that the Malik family is so powerful, do we really need to welcome back the Hive? In fact, Malik sometimes has such doubts. He questions the mission and belief of his family. Especially after experiencing the incident with his younger brother, when he was alone, he would often take out a white stone and fall into long memories. At that time, the Malik family was still using the sacrifice ceremony of family members, and deciding who would go to the land of exile to serve the Hive was a lottery. In an opaque black cloth bag, there are the same number of stones as those participating in the lottery ceremony. One is white and the other is black. Whoever gets the white is the candidate for the sacrifice. In that time, all the family members in front of their brothers were drawn in black, leaving only Malik and his younger brother. And finally, "Father, what's wrong?" A blonde, middle-aged woman in a white sweater walked into the study slowly, saw Malik, who was in a daze, and couldn't help asking with concern, "Is it because the council's affairs are not going well? Why are you here, Stephanie?" Malik, who was in deep thought, was awakened in an instant. His face was a little unnatural. He quietly put away the white stone in his hand and looked at the other party. Stephanie is his daughter who, educated by Malik, managed to become an avid Hydra. "I'm afraid my father is tired, so I came to see you." Stephanie raised a bottle of whiskey and 2 wine glasses in her hand, walked to Malik's desk, smiled, and said, "Still the old rule, no ice?" "Definitely." Malik looked at his daughter, who was pouring wine with the same smile, and took a glass from the other party's hand. "What's going on with the council?" Stephanie took a sip of the whiskey in her glass and repeated the question when she entered the door. Can they really agree to the Super Ability Registration Act? The World Security Council, an organization jointly managed by many countries, was established to protect the security of the world and vote on some situations related to the safety of the Earth. In the near future, the Council will hold a meeting on the increasingly frequent superpower events to discuss opinions and countermeasures. Definitely, this meeting is not open to the board of directors, It is just an informal discussion between several countries. So there are not many members of parliament participating, but it is also very crucial because these are all major countries in the world. I've taken care of several countries, leaving only the United States and Dacia. Malik leaned back on the chair. While drinking relaxedly, he replied, "As long as you convince the parliamentarians of these two countries, the passage of the super ability registration bill will not be a problem." America, Dacia. Stephanie frowned a little. These two countries are not easy to handle. Although the Hydra Noble faction has political invasions in many countries, these two countries are the only ones that are very troublesome. One was just pulled out clean, and the other was very difficult to invade, and there were almost no high-level undercover agents. It's okay. I'm not worried about these two countries. Malik shook his head and said comfortingly, "The representative of the United States participating in the council this time is a general of the military. As we all know, the U.S. military has always been vigilant towards people with super abilities, and they would not object to my proposal. As for the Celestial Dynasty," Malik paused and continued, "although I don't know that mysterious country very well, it is said that even buying a kitchen knife in that country requires real name registration. There are dangerous abilities like super ability people. The super ability status I propose registration act should be in line with their point of view. In this way, our Hydra plan can proceed smoothly." Hearing her father's words, Stephanie immediately became joyful. As long as super ability users need identity registration, the recorded, those who once betrayed the Hive, adult will naturally be exposed to us. When Master Hive comes back, his extraordinary legion can be reorganized. It is rumored that the descendants of the extraordinary legion who betrayed Hive now call themselves Inhumans and are hiding in a certain corner of the world. And the reason why Hydra intervened in the meeting of the council this time is to take this opportunity to find out the Inhumans thoroughly as the first congratulatory gift from Master Hive as return. Next, as long as you continue to perform the sacrificial ceremony, you can welcome back Lord Hive. As soon as Hive was mentioned, Stephanie's face became frenzied, but she seemed to remember something, frown again. The problem now is how to meet Master Hive. Although we have mastered the opening principle of the portal through these years of sacrifices and can control and open the portal for a long time, but the last experiment destroyed the medium for opening the portal. Hive, the portal medium of the exiled planet, is a few black stones of unknown material. They will temporarily turn into fluid and swallow the human body at a certain time. In fact, they are transported to the exiled planet of Hive. For a long time, Hydra has been studying how to open the portal stably and permanently, but although the last experiment succeeded in doing this, but because of the eagerness for quick success, the opening time was too long, resulting in the destruction of the medium. "Don't worry, my daughter," Malik said without worry. What was destroyed last time was only a small part taken from the real medium. He had anticipated this, so he didn't use all the media for the experiment. A small part? Stephanie was taken aback for a moment, and then said in surprise, "Then where are the rest?" "Father, it is kept in a safe place." Malik reveals a mysterious smile. "A place you never expect." "Father, what are you trying to do?" Stephanie pretended to be dissatisfied and said, "Where is it?" "Yeah, Patriarch Malik, I'm also curious. Where is the medium of the portal?" Suddenly, a strange young voice sounded in the study, interrupting her words. "After all, I also have some personal problems, and I want to find the so-called God Hive to solve it." "Who is it? Come out." Hearing a strange voice suddenly, Malik and his daughter were startled. They quickly stood up, turned their heads, and looked around to check the source of the sound. And at the same time, they were vigilant. This is the territory of the Malik family. There's so many bodyguards guarding it outside. Someone can intrude in silently. I'm afraid the visitor is not good. Don't be so nervous. No matter how you come to the door, you're always a guest. Contrary to the expectations of Malik's father and daughter, the other party actually came out obediently, but the way they appeared still surprised them. A handsome Asian young man in a casual shirt is slowly emerging from the ground, as if the hard bricks of the castle are nothing. "You are Malik narrowed his eyes and carefully identified the person coming. As if he was recalling something, he became more and more familiar with this young man, Charlotte. Malik's heart skipped a beat, and he exclaimed, "Why are you here? Could it be that SHIELD or the Avengers are coming?" Charlotte, hearing her father's exclamation, Stephanie on the side was also shocked. Her eyes widened, and she looked at the young man intruding in front of her in surprise. "You are Charlotte, the son of Siri's cousin." Back then, Shiri, the second daughter of the Malik family, sneaked into an agent organization called SHIELD as an undercover agent, but fell in love with a male agent and betrayed HYDRA. Later, as traitors, the two were captured and punished by the Malik family and exiled to the planet of Hive to atone for their sins. And their child, Charlotte, is known to the Malik family. It's just that they always thought that Charlotte was just an ordinary child, and they didn't take it seriously. Out of guilt for his brother, Malik didn't kill him. It wasn't until I learned that the other party joined SHIELD and the Avengers and became a magician that I felt something was wrong. So I quickly ordered other families not to expose the existence of the Malik family. But Malik didn't expect that the other party would come to the door so quickly and appear here. "You can actually recognize me. It seems that I have found the right place." Charlotte smiled at the corner of her mouth, but a cold light flashed in her eyes from time to time. This is the origin of HYDRA, the Malik family. Seemingly noticing Malik's gaze behind her, Charlotte continued to guess the other's thoughts. Comforting said, "Don't worry. This time it's not SHIELD's action. The Avengers didn't come. They don't know the existence of the Malik family. This time it's just me and you, Malik. Grievance." Charlotte's comfort did not make Malik feel relieved, but became more worried. He understood that if it was SHIELD's actions, he and others might still be able to enjoy the treatment of prisoners. But Charlotte, their situation is not so easy to handle. Just as she was talking, Charlotte suddenly took out a pistol from behind and fired without aiming. The bullet shot out of the gun chamber and hit the desk with a bang, and sawdust flew everywhere, making Malik back again and again in shock, and sat back on the chair all at once. "Remind me, when I'm talking, don't make any small gestures, or I will be unhappy." Charlotte's cold eyes glanced at Malik's restless right hand just now, and the pistol that the other party dropped on the ground. "You don't need to delay, and hope that someone will come back to save you, although this is my own action. But I didn't say I came alone. Even if they come, I'm afraid they won't listen to your orders anymore." "Won't take my orders? What does that mean?" Before Malik had time to think about Charlotte's words, two women with hot bodies and good faces walked into the study and came behind Charlotte. One of them, a charming woman in a green gauze dress, said in a charming voice, "Charlotte, I have controlled all those bodyguards with charm magic, and there is no threat to this manor anymore." Charm magic. Malik was stunned for a moment, and then remembered the information he had passed on. Charlotte is a magician, and it seems not surprising that his companions can charm magic. He didn't intend to resist anymore. His subordinates were all controlled by the opponent. And, "So what is your purpose?" Although he couldn't accept the fact that he suddenly became a prisoner, Malik still looked at Charlotte and asked calmly, "What are you doing here?" He didn't ask Charlotte how he knew about the existence of the Malik family and how he found it here. He could guess the general idea with a little thought about these questions. Intelligence. And Charlotte has already come to the door, so there is no point in asking these questions. Therefore, Malik is still more concerned about Charlotte's purpose here, and how much information the other party knows. Malik still has a little luck. Why I came here, you should understand very well in your heart, and you don't need to pretend to be confused. Charlotte pulled a chair casually and continued, "Definitely. At first I came to settle accounts with the Malik family, and I killed you directly to avenge." "Charlotte, we're family too, you can't do that." Malik and Stephanie's expressions changed drastically, and they wanted to beg for mercy, but they noticed Charlotte's cold eyes flashing suddenly. Knowing that they had said something wrong, they immediately fell silent. After all, when they dealt with Charlotte's parents, they didn't think about it. Thinking of this, the two of them turned pale and began to despair. However, Charlotte's next words soon rekindled a glimmer of hope for them. "But just now I heard something interesting, so I changed my mind. Charlotte glanced at Malik and asked, "Then, let's move on to the first question. What exactly is that so-called portal medium, and where is it?" At the same time, Stephanie, whose muzzle slowly turned to the side, was full of threats. Charlotte is now more interested in that hive. Definitely, he doesn't intend to let Malik and them go. A trace of hesitation appeared on Malik's face. He didn't know whether to tell Charlotte about the medium. This is the only hope for hive to return to Earth. What if the other party wants to destroy it? Isn't the mission of the Malik family failed all the time? But noticing that Charlotte might pull the trigger finger at any time, Malik still gave in. The chilling coldness in Jinlua's eyes made him have no doubt that the other party would shoot. The medium of the portal is... "Father, don't tell." Just when Malik was about to tell the secret, Stephanie immediately stopped her and said, "Welcome back, our Hydra god. Hive, Lord, that is the mission of the Malik family, and we must not fail." After a pause, Stephanie shouted frantically, "Cut off one head, and 2 new ones will grow. Hail Hydra!" Boom! Before the Hydra slogan was finished, a gunshot hit Stephanie's thigh directly, and bright red liquid spewed out immediately. "Don't think I'm afraid to shoot." Charlotte glanced at Stephanie, who fell to the ground, and continued to say in a cold voice, "Master Malik, I won't hit such an innocuous place with my next shot. For a god who is said to be nothingness in the legend, is it really necessary for you to take care of your own daughter?" This, Malik looked at his bloody and screaming daughter, his eyes full of tangled pain. Has Charlotte lost her temper? Felicia behind her was a little puzzled, and asked Lorelei beside her in a low voice, "Using your charm magic, won't you be able to make him speak honestly?" Lorelei will definitely let Malik tell about the existence of the portal medium. Why does Charlotte make such trouble? You think Charlotte is really mad? Lorelei shook her head slightly and explained for Felicia, "No, he knows that my charm magic can easily control the other party and get the information he wants, but he just doesn't intend to do that." "What? Don't forget Charlotte's purpose for coming here." "Handsome." Felicia was startled and looked at Charlotte in disbelief. "You mean Charlotte is taking revenge?" "That's right," Lorelei said. "Charlotte is enjoying each other's pain. It seems that Patriarch Malik's faith is very firm, far better than that of his daughter, which is really admirable." The scene was silent for a long time. As if impatient to wait, Charlotte raised her pistol again. The muzzle slowly moved to Stephanie's heart on the ground, and said with a cold smile, "Then, I hope your gods can bless her." "Wait a minute, I say," saw the murderous intent in Charlotte's eyes. Malik knew that he was not joking, and quickly shouted, "The medium of that portal is kept in Shield, although he has been educating his daughter to remember his family's mission and beliefs. In fact, Malik himself has begun to lose his faith because of his own demons." Charlotte was taken aback for a moment, and there was a hint of surprise in her cold eyes. "At Shield? It's really in Shield." As if afraid of Charlotte's disbelief, Malik repeated it again. "It is classified as 084 item in SHIELD. Since SHILD was still under the control of HYDRA, we temporarily let SHILD keep it for us. The most dangerous place is the safest place. 084. Charlotte frowned suddenly. As a high-level agent of SHILD, he naturally also knows the existence of 084. That represents unknown superpower items, which are basically items that are threatening but do not know the principle. For example, if Thor did not get back his meow meow hammer, it would be defined by SHILD as 084, item confiscated. For example, Sky once said that he can awakening alien super ability and stoned 333 ordinary people. Obelisk. Also, I have found out where the transmission medium is stored. Seeing Charlotte frowning, Malik thought Charlotte was dissatisfied. He was afraid that she would hurt his daughter again, so he hurriedly continued. And other 084. Items are kept secretly in SHILD's aerospace aircraft carrier. Originally, if Charlotte hadn't come, Malik had already planned to organize an attack. However, Charlotte is not wondering about the whereabouts of the transmission medium, as Malik thought, but the banned items like 084. Even Charlotte's agent level does not have the authority to call them at will. Only the director and the personnel in charge have them. Permission. Looks like I need to contact Hill. Thinking about it, Charlotte stretched out her right hand, intending to contact Hill through the watch on her wrist to apply for permission. Charlotte is not worried that Hill disagrees, and with their relationship, it shouldn't be a big problem. Huh. Say Chow Chow, Chow Chow will be here. Before Charlotte had time to contact Hill, her wrist vibrated first, and it showed that it was Hill. Director Hill, what a coincidence. I just had something to do with you. Charlotte switched on her watch, and a virtual screen appeared in front of her. She was about to tell her about the application, but was interrupted by an anxious Hill. Charlotte, SHILD has been invaded. Come back quickly. Charlotte was stunned. What's going on? The safest base on Earth has been invaded again? As for Hill, before he, even had time to explain who the enemy was, he hung up the communication in a hurry and contacted other people. It seems that the situation is very critical. You heard the words just now. SHILD has been invaded. And here, Charlotte cast her eyes on Malik, who was bandaging her daughter's wound, and asked unkindly, "Do you have anything to explain?" It's no wonder that Charlotte suspects Malik. The transmission medium that Hydra needs is in SHILD, and it must be retrieved. Motivated, but also capable, Malik's C*M listens to heaven. I didn't do it. Feeling Charlotte's suspicious eyes, Malik's heart tightened, and he hurriedly defended himself. Although I do have a plan to invade SHILD to snatch the media, I haven't started to act yet. Malik feels that he has been wronged. Although he is HYDRA, he can't blame SHILD for any bad things to happen. Let's blame them. Not you? Who would it be? Charlotte slowly withdrew her skeptical gaze, rubbed her chin and thought about it, but quickly shook her head, no longer wasting her mind in vain. What are you thinking about so much? Just go back and have a look, and I need to go back anyway. Charlotte stood up and looked at the Malik father and daughter who were anxiously waiting for the trial, with a kind smile on their lips. Isn't the mission of your Hydra to welcome back your god Hive? Come with me for a walk. Otherwise, you may not see him for the last time. Speaking of this, Charlotte's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and the existence on a certain distant planet was being targeted. On the other side, at SHILD headquarters, Hill turned off the communication on the screen in front of him, with a stern expression on his face. Well, Hill, how much support can you find? On the side, a middle-aged man in a black suit asked anxiously. The people who invaded this time are not ordinary people. The enemies who invaded this time are a whole group of power users. Not ideal, Phil Coulson. Hill's expression was also ugly. There are not many Avengers who can be contacted, and the only ones who can come over are probably Stark, Pietro, and Jean Luo. She has contacted all the Avengers she can, but the results are not ideal, and there are not many. There happened to be called back to Asgard, and Dr. Banner followed him. He wanted to go to Asgard to find a solution to Hulk's problem. Neither of them could get in touch. And Captain America went out alone with Falcon, as if he was busy looking for someone. Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye Barton also went out on their own missions, and they couldn't get away for the time being. Hill turned his head and looked at Skye, who was pale and restless, and couldn't help but confirm again. Skye, are you really sure that the agent of SHILD attacked the leader of Afterlife? The enemy who invaded SHILD this time is the superpower organization Afterlife that Skye and SHILD agent contacted not long ago. Killed all the SHILD agents there. It is said to be in retaliation for the persecution of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hill didn't understand why SHILD approached this organization with a friendly attitude. So why did it end up like this? Hearing the director's question, Skye recovered from his daze and replied, "That's right, I saw my mother was shot and injured." Your mother? Hill was stunned for a moment, but didn't realize it for a while. Wasn't Skye's mother killed by Hydra long ago? That's right, my mother is the leader of Afterlife, Jiang. Skye explained, I didn't know until the Afterlife. It turned out that my mother didn't die back then, but was brought back to the Afterlife by my father and was resurrected with her own super ability. All these years, she and my father have been looking for my whereabouts. What happened then? Hill is not in the mood to listen to Sky talking about these family affairs for the time being, and the current situation is very critical. So he quickly interrupted. Did you see the SHILD agent shoot and attack your mother? That's not true. Sky recalled and described the situation at that time. Not long after my mother and I got together, she went to meet the representative of SHILD, and my father also left, leaving me outside the house to communicate with other strangers. But after about 10 minutes, there was a sudden gunshot in the house, which startled me. Just as I was about to rush in, my mother ran out staggeringly, with blood streaming from her shoulders, saying he wants to kill me. SHILD wants to kill me. This is war, and then passed out. What about the SHILD agent? I don't know, I was too flustered at the time. I was always concerned about my mother, and the scene was also in a panic. Sky continued to recall. When I remembered the representative of SHILD and was about to enter the house to check, a SHILD fighter jet in the distance suddenly started firing, and one of them just hit the house, and the house collapsed directly. It didn't take long before Gordon, who possessed a space super ability, appeared and took away all the aliens. If it hadn't been stopped by Melinda, Sky might also want to follow. She is very worried about her mother now. Such a coincidence. Hill frowned deeply, noticing something was wrong, and turned to ask Melinda beside him. Do you know which fighter jet fired? Where's the flight officer who piloted it now? It's been checked. It's J079. Melinda, who was dressed up, handed over the electronic screen in her hand and said in a deep voice, but after the accident, it quickly fled the scene. Until just now, we left the investigation agent report and found its wreckage hundreds of kilometers away from the afterlife base. All the agents on it had died, and none of them survived. Too weird. Hill felt a hint of conspiracy. I obviously did not issue such an order, and the agent who went to contact also asked for friendly contact. Could it be that SHILD has been mixed into an undercover agent again? Deliberately provoke conflicts between SHILD and other people.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.